Then we'll lead into roll call. So this is a public service announcement. New Jersey Governor Phil Murphy has issued executive orders limiting the size of public gatherings of individuals until further notice. Furthermore, the CDC has issued guidelines to limit the gatherings of groups. The City Planning Board intends to meet on a regular schedule, will meet the guidelines of the Open Public Meeting Act by utilizing teleconferencing systems. Public participation at public meetings has been revised, and public may participate through a conference call-in system or video. The public is encouraged to call into the conference call-in system or video through the phone numbers and access codes transmitted, and change of location and special meeting notice sent to the Home News Tribune and Star Ledger and posted in the back vestibule and the City Hall, visible to the public through the windows. Board professionals will also be available via conference call during this meeting as well. All parties on the conference call and video will have the opportunity to hear from the planning board meeting during the portions of the meeting that are not open for public comment. All callers from the public will be muted, and the board will not be able to hear any public comment through the call system. During the public comment periods, those on the conference call-in lines who have interest in addressing the board will be first organized by last name and then called upon to speak. After all organized members of the public speak, the process will happen again until all the public has had an opportunity to speak once for no more than 5 minutes in any given public meeting portion. The timer will chime at the completion of each 5-minute period, and I will notify you that your time has expired. Public needing assistance, accessing the call-in number or video should call the planning department at 732-745-5050. So I will begin with roll call, and I'm not sure who's on the call here, but so if you're on the board, please unmute yourselves to allow for your reply. So let's start with Yelitsa Cheko.
Here.
Not sure if Dale if he's here. Okay. Dale Pickers?
Here.
Okay. Suzanne Sikora Ludwig? Let me see. She may be on the phone rather than. Let me see something. Let me see if that's here. There we go. Suzanne Sikora Ludwig?
Here.
Okay. Let me just mark you down over here so we know where we're at.
Okay.
Okay. There we go. All right. Chris Delatella? Ryan Berger?
Here.
Thank you. Diana Lopez? Bob Cardica?
Here.
John Petrolino?
Here.
George Shadid? Manuel Castaneda? Jeff Crum? Mr. Ital, are you there on the call?
I am.
As neither the chair nor vice chair are here, I believe that running the meeting defers to the longest tenured member of the board. Is that correct?
That's correct.
So that would be Ms. Suzanne Sikora Ludwig?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Ital. All right. Suzanne, please.
Yes. Proceed.
Yes, please.
Please stand for a salute to the flag, or if you can. I pledge allegiance to the flag
Flag.
of the United
States
States of America and to the republic for which it stands,
Stand.
one nation,
one nation,
under God,
God.
individual.
Visible.
liberty and justice
Liberty and
for all.
justice for all.
Do we have any minutes to approve?
I have to, excuse me, sorry. I have to read the public announcement.
Okay, I'm sorry.
No, it's okay. Please be advised that the notice requirements of the Open Public Meeting Act have been complied with and satisfied, and that the annual notice, which gave sufficient notice of the time, place, and conduct of all public meetings of the Planning Board of the City of New Brunswick has been filed with the city clerk and placed on an appropriate bulletin board and posted in the back vestibule of City Hall, visible to the public through the windows in the lobby of City Hall, New Brunswick, New Jersey, and has been transmitted to official newspaper in New Brunswick, namely the Home News Tribune and Star Ledger. Additionally, a change in location of meeting notice of the time, place, and manner of conducting this meeting has been made by the board secretary as is required by law, and is also posted in the back vestibule of City Hall, visible to the public through the windows in the lobby of City Hall, New Brunswick, New Jersey, and has been transmitted to official newspaper for the city of New Brunswick, namely the Home News Tribune and Star Ledger. New Jersey Governor Phil Murphy has issued executive orders limiting the size of gatherings of individuals until further notice. Furthermore, the CDC has issued guidelines to limit gatherings of groups. The City Planning Board intends to meet on a regular schedule and will meet the guidelines of the Open Public Meetings Act by utilizing teleconferencing and video systems. Public participation at public meetings has been revised, and the public may participate through a conference video system. The public is encouraged to call into the conference call and video system through the phone numbers and access codes transmitted in the above notice to the Home News Tribune and Star Ledger and posted in the back vestibule of City Hall, visible to the public through the windows. Board professionals will also be available via conference call and video during this meeting as well. All parties on the conference call will have the opportunity to hear the planning board meeting. During the portions of the meeting that are not open for public comment, callers from the public will be muted, and the board will not be able to hear any public comment through the conference call system. During the public comment portions, I will first read public comments issued to the board, and then those on the conference call and lines who have interest in addressing the board will be first organized by last name and then called upon to speak. After all organized members of the public speak, the process will happen again until all the public have an opportunity to speak once and for no more than 5 minutes in any given public portion. Excuse me. And a chimer will chime at the completion of each 5-minute period, and I will notify you that your time has expired. Public needing assistance accessing the call-in number should call the planning department at 732-745-5050.
Okay, now, do we have any minutes to approve?
We have no minutes to approve.
Thank you. Any resolutions of memorialization?
We also do not have any resolutions of memorialization.
Thank you. We'll move on to public hearings, and we have the Cancer Pavilion Redevelopment Associates LLC, 165 Somerset Street, Block 51, Lot 2.01, PB 2020-11. Preliminary and final major site plan application to construct an 11-story, 519,500 gross square foot building, Rutgers Cancer Institute of New Jersey Cancer Pavilion, to house outpatient and inpatient care, research facilities, and administrative space associated with RWJ Barnabas Health in Rutgers. No variances are requested. The site is located in Healthcare Research Pavilion Redevelopment Plan area. And before I turn it over to the attorney for the applicant, I have a few questions for the board attorney, if you wouldn't mind indulging, Mr. Ital.
Hi, I'm on the line.
After reviewing some of the documents that were submitted for this application, I want to know if you have any concerns regarding the deed and eminent domain that would preclude us from rendering a decision on this tonight.
Madam Chair, the issue of eminent domain, which was brought up also on a statement that was submitted for the board's consideration, is not one that is before the board. This is a non-condemnation project. The city did not authorize condemnation on this property, and no condemnation is anticipated for this property. We can't speak to any other properties, so this board does have, in fact, has jurisdiction to consider this application and cannot consider a property outside of this application. Now, in terms of condemnation, also there may be some public misunderstanding about what this involves. There is a deed restriction that is involved in this property, and that is for the applicant to settle up with the proper authorities.
Okay, and then, so is it correct that this board has no jurisdiction over the contracts and/or agreements of the redevelopment entities as a matter of land use law? And will you please assert the charge of this board here tonight?
That's correct. This board does not have jurisdiction to consider tax abatements or contracts for purchase or sale of property. What it is simply here for is, and limited by the municipal land use law, is to consider this site plan application that is before the board for a proposed development on this site. Off-site, any potential impact that it may have off-site is limited to the curtilage, not necessarily based upon what some individuals have brought in prior meetings, which is how this application will impact a proposed school that is off-site or will result in a proposed school off-site. This board has no jurisdiction to even consider that. We have to look at is the municipal land use law, the zoning, and make a determination whether the applicant who bears the burden of proof the entire time has in fact made out a case that this application should be either approved or denied by this board based upon its charge under the municipal land use law and the local ordinance.
Thank you. And to that end, is there an alternative to be considered by board members who aren't comfortable without seeing, because there are other pieces of this project, such as the parking deck and the power plant. Is there an alternative for board members to consider who aren't comfortable voting on final site plan approval without seeing those plans?
Prior to hearing any testimony, I believe it might not be timely to discuss any alternatives, but during discussions, if the board members have any specific questions, we can address it at that time.
Okay, and one other thing I wanted to ask of you was that there was a question of conflict of interest with certain members of the board, and I believe perhaps yourself. I didn't know if you wanted to speak to any of those.
I did, Madam Chair, thank you. As the board members are aware that are present here today, there are a number of board members that are not present. I've had an opportunity to colloquy every board member to make sure that there was, in fact, no conflict of interest that would preclude them from hearing or considering this application. The standards that are utilized in determining whether a board member has a conflict of interest is under New Jersey statutes annotated 40:55D23. And to summarize it, it would be that no member of a planning board shall be permitted to act on any matter on any matter in which he has either directly or indirectly personal or financial interest. Now, under NJSA 40A:9-22.5D, the pertinent language there being that no local government officer or employee shall act in his official capacity in any matter where he, a member of his immediate family, or a business organization in which he has an interest, has a direct or indirect financial or personal involvement that might reasonably be expected to impair his objectivity or independence of judgment. Those are the standards with which we colloquied the board members. And when I spoke with each board member, based on my conversations with each board member, Mr. Crum, Jeff Crum, was conflicted out because his wife is a member of the Board of Education. Manuel Castaneda indicated that he was a part-time employee of Rutgers University in an abundance of caution, using the objectivity of independence of judgment and what might reasonably expect it to impair, although there may not be any actual impairment. In an abundance of caution, Mr. Castaneda was also recused. Mr. Chadid also indicated that his wife was a full-time fellow at Rutgers University, not in any way related to this applicant or the application, but received benefits from Rutgers University in her position as a teaching fellow, which is essentially a student. Based on again, using an abundance of caution and a perception that there may reasonably be some impairment to his objectivity, Mr. Chadid also was recused from participation this evening. Diana Lopez is an employee of the New Brunswick schools, and based on her employment and the applicant, the owner of the property being the Board of Education, Ms. Lopez was recused from participation this evening. And finally, Mr. Stellatella's wife is also a full-time employee of Rutgers University. Again, no direct conflict or financial interest. However, using the standard that there may be reasonably be perceived to be an impairment to his objectivity, he was recused from participation this evening as well. There was a comment by an objector who noted that my employment and my partnership with Bob Smith and Associates, and specifically with Robert Smith, who was a state senator, would preclude me from hearing this application because of a conflict of interest. I note that I did some research on that issue, specifically New Jersey statutes annotated 52:13D-16C paragraph 9 specifically permits a member of the state legislature, whether it's Senate or House, or any of his law partners, from representing a municipality in an action such as this, so long as there is no adverse, just one moment, so long as there is no conflicting or adverse interests, and they're not an adverse party. In this case, Rutgers University is not an applicant here and is not an adverse party, and to the board of the planning board, and therefore there is no recusal that is required in my situation either. Madam Chair, based on that, I'm sorry, Madam Chair, based on that analysis, at the chair's prerogative, there is jurisdiction with the board. I've had an opportunity to review the notices that were presented. The notices are proper, and the applicant is, this board does in fact have jurisdiction to hear the applications before the board this evening with the members that are present.
Thank you. Thank you very much for your explanation. And just one more matter of procedure. I want to ask all board members and professionals to be recognized by the chair before you speak. And also I want to allow each witness to complete their testimony in full, at which time I'll ask the board members if they have questions relevant to that specific testimony. And then I will also open it up to the public relevant to that specific testimony. At the conclusion of the applicant's presentation, we'll go through the same process. You know, I'll open up the floor to the board and then again to the public for questions on the application in its entirety. And I just firmly want to ask that all parties conduct themselves in a professional manner this evening, one of mutual respect, refraining from personal attacks, in an effort to facilitate the quorum throughout the night. And with that, I turn it over to the applicant's attorney.
Madam Chair, I'd like to raise an objection at this time.
Yes.
So I appreciate the attorney going through some of the objections that I already raised, but this is Charlie Cradaville, by the way. I did want to object to the mayor's representative participating tonight. I understand Mr. Berger is not conflicted out.
Correct. Your objection is noted.
Okay, well, I did want to note for the record that he recused himself at a prior meeting because the mayor rents property from Wick Companies, which is owned by Robert Paulus, and the mayor has advocated for this specific project, which would result in the displacement of the Lincoln Annex School, which would then be moved to 40 Van Dyke.
Madam Chair, if I may.
Yes.
If I may. If Mr. Cradaville can perhaps state the basis of its objection rather than making it a speaking objection, we can certainly rule on it and move on.
Sure.
Yes, that's what your objection is noted. And can you give us some direction, Mr. Eitel?
Madam Chair, as I had indicated earlier, I have had an opportunity to colloquy every board member, including Mr. Berger. There is no grounds for recusal or disqualification of Mr. Berger.
Do we need a vote on this, or is it by?
No.
Okay.
Do not.
Then we'll move on. I'd like to now hear
with all
from.
due respect, I'd just like to state the case.
Your objection is noted, Mr. Cradaville. Your
Well,
objection
can I cite the case? HD Summerhill LLC versus East Brunswick Planning Board. This is a case just last year out of East Brunswick, where the mayor had to give up his vote on the planning board and could not have a representative there because he had, making statements that revealed he had, decided his vote already. So if the mayor's, on the record, perhaps the #1 supporter of this project, made a whole series of propaganda videos in favor of it, he should not get a vote tonight. Thank you.
Okay. Now I'd like to hear from the applicant, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is Charles Liebling from Windell's Marks Lane in Mittendorf, New Brunswick, representing Cancer Pavilion Redevelopment Associates LLC. The applicant is seeking preliminary and final site plan approval of the new Cancer Pavilion and its expansion of the existing RCI&J Rutgers Cancer Institute of New Jersey. And as was noted at the start, no variances are being sought. The new space will be used for science and research, inpatient and outpatient care, as well as administrative space. It will be a hugely significant addition to New Brunswick's role as the state's leading healthcare center. The application also includes pedestrian bridges to Robert Wood Johnson Hospital and the existing RCI&J Legacy Building, as well as the proposed garage. As the board knows, a parking garage for the pavilion is proposed from an adjacent site, which is the subject of a subsequent application. Just to make it clear from the outset, the applicant agrees to making approval of the garage a condition of the approval of this application. Hopefully that puts a number of concerns to rest. And I just want to say, as a practical matter, there really was no way for us to present both of the applications simultaneously. And so as a result, at the city's suggestion, we split them up, and we anticipate being back before you on November 9th with that application. That said, we of course understand how the pavilion is accessed is important to this board as part of this application. So we have submitted a traffic impact plan, and we'll be providing testimony on this topic to the board. As the board also knows, the governing land use document for the application is the Healthcare and Research Pavilion Redevelopment Plan. We're fully compliant, and you'll hear testimony from our civil engineer, our architect, and our traffic engineer establishing that further. Mr. Arvin did a great job outlining the scope of the board's review tonight. And I think after you hear the testimony of our witnesses, you'll be able to conclude that, in fact, the application does conform with the redevelopment plan. If no one has any questions for me, then I'd like to just bring our first witness. Our exhibits have been submitted. We'll be able to refer to those on the screen. Chris Roche from Langen is our civil engineer. He'll be followed by our architect from HOK, Ken Drucker, and our traffic engineer from Langen, Dan Desario.
Great, thank you. Can you please call Mr. Roche?
Mr. Roach, are you there?
I am. Dan, can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Mr. Roach, can you please state your name and spell your name for the record?
Sure. It's Christian Roche, R-O-C-H-E.
Thank you, Mr. Roach. Mr. Roach, do you swear or affirm to tell the whole truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Mr. Roach, you have the floor.
Thank you. Chris, can you first identify your role in the project before, and then we'll get into your qualifications to testify with respect to that role?
Sure. I served as the civil engineering design lead on the Cancer Pavilion project.
Okay. And your qualifications to serve in that role are?
I have a Bachelor of Science degree in civil engineering, a Bachelor of Science degree in business from Lehigh University, as well as a master's degree in civil engineering from North Carolina State. I'm professionally licensed in the state of New Jersey, as well as several other states. I've been practicing land development engineering for approximately 15 years, and I've been qualified as an expert in testimony at numerous boards across the state. I'll note that I probably also have been qualified in front of this board approximately 10 to 15 times in recent memory.
Madam Chair, if I may interrupt just momentarily. I'm sorry, Mr. Liebling.
Sure.
Madam Chair, Mr. Roach, have your credentials changed in any way since the last time you were actually qualified before this board as an expert in the field of engineering?
They have not, just a little bit more experience and a little gray hair.
Madam Chair, if he is being proffered as just as an expert in the field of engineering, I believe his credentials are in order.
So accepted. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks to both of you. Mr. Dominguez, do you have the exhibits?
Yeah, sorry, I had to unmute myself. Yes, is there anything in particular that you want me to pull up?
The first two, the A1 and A2 are are the ones that Mr. Roche will be testifying to.
All right.
And we'll identify those.
Wonderful. Just give me 1 second to share my screen.
Sure.
Sure.
There we go. All right, so start with A1. Okay.
Thanks, Mr. Dominguez. So,
Yeah, Chris, could you, this is Exhibit A1 dated today. Could you identify what it is before you testify to it?
sure, it's a site aerial photograph.
Okay.
The project site we're here to talk about tonight is identified as Block 51, Lot 2.01 on the City of New Brunswick tax map. It's approximately 1.67 acres, and it's bound by Hardenberg Street to the east, Somerset Street to the south, Division Street to the west, and primarily residential uses to the north. The site's currently occupied by the Lincoln Annex School, and vehicular access to the property is provided off of Hardenberg Street and Division Street. The property is entirely within the Healthcare Research Pavilion redevelopment plan, and as noted by Mr. Liebling, our application is fully conforming with that redevelopment plan here tonight. And Mr. Dominguez, if you could transition over to Exhibit A2. Exhibit A2 is just a rendered site plan, or it's also a colored version of the site plan that was submitted with our initial site plan application document. So what the applicant is proposing to construct on the property is an 11-story cancer pavilion, which will include outpatient care, inpatient care, and research facilities. The building will have an at-grade footprint of approximately 69,700 square feet and will provide a total of approximately 519,500 gross square feet. The new cancer pavilion will be connected back to the existing hospital and the existing RCI&J building via 2 pedestrian bridges over Somerset Street. And we'll also be providing a 3rd pedestrian bridge, which will connect the pavilion back to the parking garage, which is proposed as part of a separate application. With regards to the pedestrian bridges over Somerset Street, we anticipate that the western pedestrian bridge, or bridge shown on the left portion of this page, will be primarily utilized by hospital staff for administrative purposes. The eastern bridge, or the bridge shown on the right side of the page over Somerset Street, which will connect back to the existing hospital and into the existing RCI&J building, will be utilized not only by hospital staff, it can be utilized by patients, their families, and members of the general public. I'll also note that all 3 pedestrian bridges will have a minimum clearance of 15 feet, and this meets the requirements of the American Association of State Highway Transportation Officials, or AASHTO, which requires minimal vertical clearance for pedestrian bridges in urban areas of 15 feet. So we are meeting that requirement. For the redevelopment plan requirements relative to parking, the plan requires 1.2 parking spaces per 1,000 gross square feet of building area. Based on that criteria and our total building area of 519,500 square feet, this application is required to provide 624 parking stalls. The applicant is proposing to provide these stalls in the garage to the north of this project, which again is proposed as part of a separate application. The redevelopment plan also requires bicycle parking at a rate at 0.1 bike parking stalls per 1,000 square feet. Using that same building area used to calculate the parking demand, we'd be required to provide 52 bicycle parking stalls. We're proposing to provide 10 of those bicycle parking stalls at the northeast corner of the building, exterior adjacent to Hardenberg Street, and the remaining 42 bike parking stalls would be provided in the aforementioned garage on the ground floor level. From a site circulation perspective, we are proposing a one-way drive between Division Street and Hardenberg Street. This drive is to serve 2 purposes. The first purpose is that it will be the primary drop-off area for the new cancer pavilion, and the second purpose is that it will provide access to the proposed garage as part of the separate application. From a drop-off perspective, we felt it was very important to make sure we were handling all of our drop-off operations on site, not having any spillover into the adjacent roadways. So this drop-off area has been designed to accommodate 12 cars in a single drop-off lane with the potential to accommodate 10 additional cars in an overflow drop-off lane for a total of 22 car accommodation. We're also proposing a secondary drop-off, which we anticipate will be utilized by Uber or rideshare type vehicles, or perhaps people coming to the cancer center for the first time. This secondary drop-off area is located off of Somerset Street. It'll be a one-way drop-off area with a width of approximately 22 feet and the ability to stage approximately 8 to 10 cars in that area. Lastly, we're proposing a ambulette drop-off area off of Hardenberg Street. And the purpose of this area, it'll be utilized very infrequently. We anticipate that ambulette type vehicles dropping off patients will frequent this area 3 to maybe 5 times per day. But we felt it was important to remove the ambulette traffic from the typical passenger vehicle traffic at the other drop-off. So that drop-off area, again, is proposed at the northeast corner of the building along the west side of Hardenberg Street. From a loading and unloading perspective, the applicant is proposing to handle all of the loading operations at the lowest level of the proposed parking garage to the north. I'll note that the redevelopment plan requires 4 loading bays, whereas we're proposing 5 loading bays, meeting the requirements. The loading area will be accessible off of Division Street, and it's been designed to accommodate truck sizes up to WE67 size trucks or tractor trailers. However, I'll note the vast majority of trucks utilizing this loading area will be significantly smaller trucks. We anticipate these to be FedEx trucks, garbage trucks, box trucks, and we're thinking the typical volume we'll see on a daily basis for this loading area is approximately 10 to 12 trucks. Out of those, we anticipate 10 being the smaller vehicle size and potentially 1 to 2 larger trucks utilizing this below-grade loading area. I'll just clarify that this below-grade loading area is connected below grade to the cancer pavilion to easily go back and forth between the loading area and the new pavilion. From a streetscape perspective, we're proposing significant enhancements to the surrounding sidewalks along Hardenberg, Somerset, and Division Street. This will include all new light fixtures, LED light fixtures of the PSE&G standard 14-foot high black pole fixtures, which have been located and designed to meet city lighting level requirements on the sidewalks. We'll be proposing street trees along the entire perimeter, which will include red maples and a mix of ginkgo biloba trees mixed in on the site, as well as providing all new concrete sidewalk and paver areas around the perimeter. I'll note that a small plaza area is also proposed at the southeast corner of the building near the Somerset Hardenberg intersection. We anticipate that this plaza could be used for outdoor seating or small gatherings at that location. Also in that vicinity, we will be proposing significant upgrades to the pedestrian crossings located at the Somerset Hardenberg intersection. This will include replacement of non-conforming ADA ramps, as well as the installation of an additional signal head or 2 to ensure that motorists using this area are able to see the distant traffic signal or new traffic signals once the pedestrian bridge is installed within that area. From a stormwater management perspective, this application is actually going to reduce stormwater runoff leaving the site because we're reducing the amount of impervious coverage on site compared to existing conditions. As a result of that, we're not required to provide water quality or water quantity treatment on the site. However, we are installing completely new stormwater conveyance systems, which will convey stormwater runoff from the northern drop-off area, as well as from the new cancer pavilion to the existing city-owned system within Somerset Street, which is an existing 24-inch diameter pipe. Utility service for the new building will be primarily fed off of Somerset Street. We'll be providing new sanitary sewer laterals, new water lines, as well as a new gas line from the Somerset Street systems. Electric service right now is anticipated to be provided via a new central utility plant, which is proposed at the lowest level of the parking garage. Of course, we will talk about this in much more detail at the future parking garage hearing. So I'll wrap up my high-level overview by just stating we did receive some comments from the city engineer, the city engineering consultant, and the city planning consultant, and we have no problem complying with those comments.
Thank you. Does, Madam Chair, certainly Mr. Roche is available for questions from the board and from the public.
Do any of the board members have any questions?
This is Bob Kartika. I have a question for Mr. Liebling.
Yes.
You tried to explain this. I'm not sure if I got it. Why is the cancer pavilion and the associated parking deck and utilities and other associated structures and function being submitted under a separate application? And just as a corollary to that question, why are you requesting both preliminary and final approval for this site plan.
I just want to step in for a second. When we're going through these witnesses, the questioning period after is specific to the testimony that the witness just gave. So those questions that you're asking, Bob, you can ask at the end of the presentation. So now,
That's
because
fine.
this is just relevant to Mr. Roche's testimony.
That's fine. That's fine.
Okay. I just don't want to go down that path and have everybody start steering off. So if anybody does anybody from the board have questions that are relevant to the testimony just given? Does anybody from any of our professionals have any questions? Hearing none. Dan, do you want to take a list if there's any public that have questions?
Certainly. All right. So just bear with me because this may take a while. We have a lot of callers.
Okay.
Dan, I'm sorry, Dan, you're muted.
I am muted. All right. Arvind, would it be reasonable to go with the same language of the public comments for this section?
This is strictly for cross-examination purposes. So as you're reading queuing up the people for questions, as the chairwoman had indicated earlier, this is strictly for cross-examining Mr. Roche, the engineer. The members of the public who wish to ask any questions on cross-examination of regarding the testimony of this engineer related to this application.
All right, thank you. All right, so just give me a second. I'm going to have to unmute I'm going to unmute all the public callers, at which point I'm going to go letter by letter to see who would like to have questions for Mr. Roche. So just bear with me.
If I may?
Yeah.
Through the chair, if I could just ask that if you're prior to unmuting, if you can advise members of the public if they have televisions or radios or barking dogs, maybe they can remove those things from the room so that we don't start to get massive amounts of feedback.
Yes, that would be appreciated. All right.
Madam Chair, before this starts, if I could just inquire whether any of the individuals who wish to speak are an attorney or represented by an attorney? Or are these all members of the public?
One thing I would say, Mr. Liebling, is that there are several folks on the call who are strictly on the phone, and so they would not be able to answer without me unmuting them.
And Mr. Liebling, to the best of my knowledge, the board secretary did not receive any correspondence from any individuals purporting to be an attorney, that they're representing the individuals, nor in the beginning of the, obviously you were here for the beginning of the meeting itself, no one identified themselves as being here representing, as an attorney representing any party.
Yes, I did not receive anything to that effect as well.
Okay, all right.
All right, so let us proceed. All right, so everyone who is on call, who is on the phone number, has been unmuted. Everyone else is on a computer and has the mechanism to be able to unmute themselves. So at this time, we are opening for anyone who would like to cross-examine or ask questions directly of Mr. Roche and his engineering. Letter by letter. So anyone with the last name with the letter A would like to cross-examine Mr. Roach. Letter A. B. C.
Elizabeth Ciccone.
Elizabeth Ciccone. Ciccone. Okay. E. Wait, no, we were with C. Sorry. E.
Yes, B.
Who?
B. Jean-Luc Berger.
Can you repeat that? I'm so sorry.
Jean-Luc Bourget.
J.
Bourget.
Okay, so that's so I'll put you at B. E.
Yes.
Who for
What?
who with the last name F? I wasn't able to hear.
Oh, yes, sorry. Rachel Ferrante.
Bronte?
Ferrante.
Okay. Okay.
Mr. Dominguez,
Yes.
I'm sorry to interrupt again. There is some feedback, and some of your the letters that are being called out. B sounds very similar to E, Echo, which sounds very similar to C, Charlie. So perhaps we could just also have the individuals who identify themselves spell their last name.
Yes. All right. So whenever you get name, last name also. So we were at H. I.
Hold on. I'd like to. Will we be able to ask questions later on during this meeting, or is this the only public section's comment?
Ask questions of
You have to unmute the phone, Ron. You have to unmute the phone.
then.
Wait, sorry, can you repeat that? Someone else started speaking.
Sorry. You'll be able to ask each individual questions for them, and then there will be a general comment for the application, and then a general public comment for the meeting.
Okay, thank you.
All right.
Excuse me, you missed the letter G.
I did it, but it's just hard to hear everybody. Do you have a last name with a G?
There's an echo. There's an echo. I can't hear nothing.
Yes, there's someone with the letter G.
Who with the letter G would like to be added to this list?
Gonzalez.
All right. Mr. Gonzalez. G.
May I ask Mr. Dominguez, if I can interrupt you?
Yeah.
Can you quickly mute everybody?
I can go
momentarily.
Okay. I'm muting everyone. Muting everyone. Okay.
When you unmute everyone and they're asking questions, I think it's going to be very difficult. So what I would suggest to the chair is that maybe when they identify themselves by name, you also find out where they are on the, whether if they're calling on the phone, the last 2 digits and the first 4 digits appear. So if we could just verify that, then you can individually unmute people so that their cross-examination of Mr. Roach is understandable, because I think Mr. Liebling and Mr. Roach are going to have as difficult a time as I am having in hearing.
Yes, please do that, Dan.
All right, let's give it a shot. There's like 30 or 40 people on the phone, so it's going to take a while.
Okay.
And I'm going to restart because we may have missed people.
Dominguez?
Yes.
You don't need to restart. There are 4 people that have identified themselves, so you're up to the letter G.
Yes, but there's possibly a lot of people. All right. Okay.
So,
but here's the thing, Arvind, I did not take down their phone numbers, so I don't know who they are.
I understand. So when you unmute, you would just ask Mr. Bourget to please identify the first 4 numbers and the last 2 numbers of the telephone.
Okay. All right. Let's try this again.
Would it be possible to join in now? Or would it be possible to sign up late to speak?
Mm-hmm. Okay. All right. So all the members on the phone have been unmuted. So I ask the 4 people one by one if they could just re-announce themselves so that I can find where they are and mark them for comments. So first it was Elizabeth Saccone. Ms. Saccone, can you speak up so I can find where your number is on the list?
It's Saccone.
Saccone?
It's Saccone.
Can you speak up one more time? I have a long list to go through. It's hard to find.
Yes. Elizabeth Saccone.
Okay, I think I found you. All right. Elizabeth Saccone. Okay. All right, thank you. Next we had someone by the name of Porge.
Yes, Jean-Luc Bourget.
Porge. Can you please announce yourself again? Please announce yourself again, Mr. Bourget. Can you please announce yourself again, Mr. Bourget?
Jean-Luc.
Yes, Jean-Luc Bourget.
All right. So hopefully it is. Rachel
Do you
Fronte.
need a phone number?
My name is Rachel Ferrante. My last 4 digits of my cell phone number are 7779.
779. All right. Thank you. All right. And Mr. Juan Gonzalez.
Yes, this is me. My last 4 digits are 7144.
44.
Can you add my name to the list as well?
Go through everybody. Don't worry. I have to find Mr. Gonzalez again. Mr. Bourget, give me his last 4 so I can just be sure that we have him.
Yes, the last 4 digits of my phone number are 0973.
73, thank you. 7373. Good, I think I did get you. Okay, all right, so we were at G. H. I. K.
Yes, I'd like to speak.
Hey,
I'm
sorry.
Sorry, I missed the call for Jay.
Okay, so let's go to J.
Ming Jia.
Can you please repeat that?
Yeah, Ming Jia.
Ming Jia. Okay, what's your last 4 digits of your phone number? I can find you.
5587. I'm calling from my computer.
5.
It's listed, Ming Jia.
Oh, okay.
CIA.
All right, thank you. All right, so I think with K, we had a couple of people trying to get on.
Jay, sorry, I'm Jay.
Yes,
So the last name is Juarez, Juarez. The last 4 of my cell phone is 48. 68, I'm sorry, 13.
Ms. Juarez, what are the last numbers?
813.
6843.
681.
Did you say 6843?
6813.
6813. All right. Wow. All right. Hey.
I would also like to speak.
Who's trying to speak?
Brian Ulas.
What's your last name?
Ulas, K-U-L-A-U-L-A-S as in Sam. I'm also going to type it in the chat box. So B-R-I-A-N capital K-U-L-A-S as in Sam. Brian Ulas.
Thank you. Are you on the computer or on the phone?
Chat box.
All right. Anyone else?
Yeah, I'd like to speak.
Who?
Me, Eric Niddle. K-N-I-T-E-L.
Can you please repeat your name?
Niddle, K-N-I-T-T-E-L.
Okay. Mr. Niddle, are you on the phone or are you on computer?
Computer.
All right. So you're. Anyone else for Ken?
Hang on. Putting their names. I want to put the name in.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear any of it.
My name is Nick Dada.
Nick what?
Dada.
D.
A. T as in Tom. A.
D-O-H-N-A?
Delta Alpha Tango Tango Alpha.
Okay. Are you on the phone or are you on the computer?
Computer.
All right. Anyone else for Ken?
Yeah, Jessica Cladeville.
Okay. Anyone else with Ken? Anyone else with the letter K? L? M?
Yes, Laura Mers.
Or Laura Mers?
Mers, M-E-R-Z, as in zebra.
Thank you, Ms. Mers. N?
Danielle Moore.
Danielle Moore, okay. And Ms. Mers, are you guys on the phone or on the computer? Computer or on the phone?
I'm on the phone. My last four digits is 4346.
434. 4346? 34.
Abby? Think some people should mute the phone.
Hey, Laura Mers, are you on the computer or on the phone?
I'm on the computer.
All right, thank you. All right, N.
Wait, I have
another
N.
M. No, N. Metropolis.
Hello?
Yes.
Can anybody hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Okay.
I have a comment for M. Yeah, can you take M down?
Yes, are you on the phone or on the computer, Mr. Macropolis?
I'm on the phone. 5438.
38?
Yeah, it's kind of difficult to hear, but yeah, 5438.
5438. There, Mr. Macropolis, there is no phone number that ends with 38 in our list.
Hold on, let me check. 8735.
35. There we go.
8735.
All right. Macropolis.
Matthew Muni.
Okay. All right. Else for M.
M, yes, McGaffney. McGaffney.
All right, McGaffney, are you on the phone or by computer? All right. All right. Anyone else for M?
Yes. Matthew, Matthew, Meoni,
Check this out.
Meoni.
You gotta just watch this for a second. They're taking
on
the
the
name. So
phone.
this guy is the civil engineer,
Last digit
gave his
is
testimony about the
9129.
project. And now there's going to also be an architect and somebody else. Like, this guy,
If
this guy
Mr.
works for the mayor of New
Please
Brunswick.
mute him.
He's on-
Hello.
You know?
Oh, I literally heard of Matthew's last name. Someone was talking to someone else and being very rude. That was very uncalled for. Please, if you're not giving your name and speaking to me right now, please do everyone a favor and mute yourself. It's very
I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Mr. Dominguez. I think that was me. I'm sorry.
Okay. All right. Now, Matthew was speaking, and I was trying to figure out what his last name was.
Thank you. My last name is Meoni, M as in Michael, E as in Echo, O as in Omega, N as in Nancy, I as in Indigo. I'm on the phone.
Yes.
And my last 4 digits are 9129.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Oh, is there anyone else with the letter M that would like to make it onto this list? N. O. P.
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 Yes, Michael Peterson, P-E-D-E-R-S-E-N. I'm on the computer.
All right, thank you, Mr. Peterson. Anyone else for P?
Aquí estábamos en otra llamada sobre el planning board del ayuntamiento de la ciudad.
Carly
El plan
Rubens.
de la construcción de demoler Lincoln.
Hello?
Carly Rubens?
Yep. And I'm on the computer. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Rubens. R. Anyone else for R?
Un desastre total.
Q-R. S.
Un desastre total en la meeting.
Anyone for S?
Amber?
Yes.
S.
Jenny P.
In the Stork, S-T-O-R-K. The last 4 digits are 3805.
Ms. Stark, I think you're actually on the computer.
But
Okay.
because I tried
Something
to
that
find
said
it on
that.
the computer and I couldn't. I'm on my phone now.
Okay, you're 05?
No te entendí, Marlene. 3805.
Okay. All right. So, was there anyone else with S?
Amber Saravia?
Can you please spell your last name, Amber?
Yeah, so it's S-A-R-A, D as in Victor, I-A.
Saravia. And are you on the phone or on the computer, Amber?
I'm on the computer.
All right, thank you, Amber. Anyone else with S? Anyone else with S?
Yes.
No, pues ahorita no. Realmente no hemos planeado.
G-J-E-N-N-I-E S-H-I-H.
S-H-I-H. And Ms. Shi, are you on the phone or on
I'm on the computer.
All right, thank you. Anyone else with S?
Yes, Mr. Dominguez. This is Herb Tarbous, T-A-R-B-O-U-S.
All right.
And I'm on the computer.
All right. Anyone else with T? All right. U. E, X, Y, Z. Is there anyone that I missed who wants to ask questions of Mr. Roach? Please try to calmly state your names and I'll add you to this list.
If I may, I'm Faraya Hodges. I have a question I would like to ask. That's Hodges, Hodges.
And computer or phone?
Computer.
Okay, so you're already spoken for. Anyone else? Anyone else? Okay, last call. I'm going to mute everyone, and then we'll start going through the list.
You got me, right?
Who?
Yeah.
Hodges?
Charlie Craddock.
Charlie, I did not get you, Charlie. Are you going to speak to Mr. Roach?
Of course.
Okay, but I got a Jessica Cradaville, I believe.
I'm also here. Thank you.
Do you happen to be on the phone or digitally, Ms. Cradaville?
I'm here on the computer. Thank you.
Wonderful. All right, so now I'm going to mute everyone, and we'll go through the list alphabetically.
Oh wait,
Whoever that is, going once.
wait, can I add my name?
Yeah.
Oh, hello.
Yes, please add your name.
Hi. Melanie Doran.
Doran. Okay. Ms. Doran, are you on
Hopefully
the phone
that's-
or-
I'm on the Cisco WebEx meeting on my computer.
Okay, wonderful. All right, so now I'm going to mute everybody, and we'll go in order. And that was Doran, right? Doran?
Doren, sir.
No problem. Thank you very much. All right, so muting everybody. And the first up is...
Madam Chair, before we start, if I may, Madam Chair, this is Arvin Ital.
I have to unmute her. All right, go.
Madam Chair, if I may, this is Arvin Ital, the board attorney. Based on the number of witnesses that we have, if I may, through the chair, advise the members of the public that they are cross-examining, that is, asking questions of this engineer based on his testimony that was provided. So it would be limited to his testimony as an engineer. I can't imagine that the 20-something people here all have unique questions, but if they don't, if they could be respectful and not ask the same question that was just answered in different words, so that there would be no repetition and we can get through everyone and everyone will have an opportunity to cross-examine.
Yes, agreed. Hopefully everybody can respect that.
All right, wonderful. Okay, so the first up in alphabetical order is Miss Ciccone, Elizabeth Ciccone. So let me find her on the list, and we will unmute Miss Ciccone. Miss Ciccone, are you there?
I am here, but I believe there's a gentleman with the letter B ahead of me.
I did
Mr.
not.
Bourget.
Oh, I had him down as Bourget. I am so sorry. I will go find him now. I apologize.
0973, I think it was.
Yeah, but I think I got it. Why is my head is spinning on this? N-O-P. Maybe I put him down as Bourget. There it is. I did have him as Bourget. Mr. Bourget, are you there?
Yes,
I
sir.
apologize for skipping over you, Mr. Bourget.
Quite all right.
All right. So first, I'm going to swear you in, Mr. Bourget. Do you swear or affirm to tell the whole truth and nothing but the truth?
Absolutely, yes, I do.
All right, Mr. Bourget. I am going to start the timer.
And how much time do I have again?
You get 5 minutes. I'll warn you at 1 minute.
All right, thank you.
All right, Mr. Bourget, your time begins now.
Okay, this is something that I've been following for a great deal of time. Tonight's meeting is the first time I've heard of talk of also...
Madam Chair, if I can just interrupt Mr. Bourget.
Excuse me, I would like to just interrupt for a second. This is specifically questions that go to the testimony of the engineer, Mr. Roche. This is not for general comment on the application.
Right.
That
Sorry.
will come at a later, that will
So,
come at a later
yes.
part of the meeting.
Yes, my point is, what exactly, where exactly will the parking deck and this power plant go?
The power
What
plant.
are the technical? What are
Go
the
ahead.
technical details of this?
This is, am I unmuted, Dan?
You are.
Okay, yes, the plan that was shown by the engineer showed specifically the footprint of the future garage. It is not the subject of this application.
Madam Chair,
what about the power plant?
The basis of the objection would be that it's irrelevant, and I believe that it would be in fact irrelevant to this application.
Do you have any other questions for the witness, sir?
On a technical, I would like to know the location of the power plant project, if that is relevant to this current discussion. Forgive me my confusion if I have. I see.
No, it's not relevant to the application before us tonight. Do you have any other questions for the witness?
That would be relevant. I do not think so. I would like to apologize.
No, that's quite all right. And there's opportunity later in the hearing for general comments on the application as well. This is just specifically to witnesses at this point.
Yes, I'm sorry. I guess I misunderstood the point of the cross examination for this.
That's quite all right.
My comments would be relevant here. All right. Thank you. I will speak again later at the end of the meeting.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bourget. Okay, so next up is Miss Elizabeth Ciccone. So let me go find her again. Here we go. Miss Ciccone, are you there?
Yes, I am. Thank you.
All right, Miss Ciccone, do you swear affirm to tell the whole truth and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Miss Ciccone, your 5 minutes begin now.
I would just like to ask about the environmental impact statement of this site. I would like the engineer or their representative to speak about the various levels of environmental impact that are caused by the ground coverage.
Sure, I'll answer that two ways. And if I misunderstood the question, feel free to jump in and correct me. With regards to the ground coverage on site, I did mention from a stormwater management perspective that we're actually reducing impervious cover, meaning we're going to have more grassed areas on site as part of the proposed development, which would reduce the amount of stormwater runoff leaving the site. I believe that was a section in the environmental impact statement. Was that in the realm that you were asking, or did I misconstrue?
I'm sorry, you were really breaking up at the end. Could you repeat that?
Sure. I apologize for that. I was just stating relative to stormwater management impacts from the proposed project that we will be reducing stormwater runoff leaving the site during rainfall events because we are reducing the amount of impervious coverage on the property. And then I was asking if when you were talking about ground cover, if that was the question that you had in mind, or if I misunderstood your question.
No, I was referring to that in terms of the sewer problems that the city has, particularly with runoff. Also, if you've done an environmental impact statement, have you checked the Section 106 issues related to the site?
I'm not trying to, can you describe what Section 106 issues you're referring to?
Well, I mean, the Section 106 required when public funds are being used for this sort of development. Do you have grant funds for this project?
I think that would be a better answer by the attorney. I don't know the financial backing of the project.
Well, normally part of the environmental impact statement includes the Section 106 review. Are you familiar?
No, I'm not familiar with that. I don't believe we included a Section 106 review as part of this environmental impact statement, and I don't think it's something we've included in numerous previous environmental impact studies that we submitted to other applications in the city.
So I would suggest that your environmental impact statement is incomplete. Do you have any experts on your staff that deal with historic properties?
I'm still a little confused why you would consider the application incomplete by that. When you say historic properties, I mean, we could go down, we're talking SHPO, registration of historic properties. We're talking about former uses on the site.
Correct. Have you received clearance from the State Historic Preservation Office for your plans, especially because they're grant funded? You should have a Section 106 review that passes through the State Historic Preservation Office, which is an arm of the Environmental Protection Office. Have you done that?
No, we have the threatened and endangered species letter, including the appendix of environmental impact statement. We have not done anything with this Section 106 review.
Well, that certainly sounds like your paperwork is incomplete to me, because normally when grant funds are used, especially federal funds.
Madam Chair, this is an
there's
opportunity to ask questions of the witness, not to make statements.
Excuse me?
Ms. Saccone, this is Charles Liebling, I'm the attorney. There is no historic property on this site. It's not subject to Section 106 review. Nonetheless, our approval will, if granted, be conditioned on us obtaining all necessary approvals from all governmental bodies. And if it turns out that Section 106 review is required, as unlikely as that might be, we'll be required to obtain it.
But you don't even have anyone on your engineering staff that's capable of doing so. He didn't even know what it was.
He's a civil engineer. I can tell you that as representative of the applicant, we haven't identified anything on this site that would render it historic. It's a 60-year-old school building.
Determine what's historical. Why would I trust your assessment of what's historical? And it sounds like you haven't even checked. So if you haven't checked, it's plausible that there is this historical distinction there that you just haven't identified. That's the whole point of the 106 review in the first place, is to make sure that you're not impacting
Madam Chair,
anything that.
this is Arvin
Mr. I was going to say, Mr. Eichel, is this relevant to Mr. Roche's testimony?
It appears that he's already answered the question. Mr. Liebling's provided further clarification. And if we could perhaps have Ms. Ciccone limit her testimony to the public comment portion and perhaps just focus on asking cross-examination questions of the engineer.
Engineer, the protection statute.
If there are no other questions, Ms. Ciccone?
Well, I'd like to know why you're not answering the questions I have.
I believe they did answer your questions. Do you have any other questions?
I don't think they did. No, not at this time. Thank you.
Thank you. Who's next, Dan?
Mr. Dominguez, you'll have to unmute yourself.
Thank you. Thank you. I believe it's a Mr. Dada. I may be getting.
Here.
Are you there?
Yep, present.
All right, Mr. Dada, do you swear affirm to tell the whole truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
All right, your 5 minutes begin now.
Yeah, my question for Mr. Roach is has he visited the site personally himself, and would he be willing to live next to what he proposes to build?
Mr. Roach can answer the first question. The second one is completely irrelevant.
Yes, I have visited the site several times.
Do you have any additional questions?
I mean, I do, but I'm assuming that they're going to be deemed irrelevant anyway, so I'll just wait until public comment.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Dada. Next up is Doran. I believe Ms. Doran.
Hi. I actually do have a question regarding two aspects. One,
Ms. Doran, I have to swear you in. I apologize.
Oh,
do you swear or affirm to tell the whole truth and nothing but the truth?
Yes, sir.
Okay, your time starts now. Sorry.
Okay. Thank you. I know previously there's been a question regarding runoff, and hopefully I'm not repeating it, but I was just wondering, considering I believe I did see in when I was watching the presentation, the presence of a parking garage. I know that you guys said that there would be, you would introduce like smaller patches of grasses, but with the influx of use of cars that are using fossil fuels, considering not all cars are electric quite yet, what would you say about the fossil fuel runoffs that will come as a result of this in terms of the environmental factors, if you can give that perspective on it, please?
Sure. So from the regulatory perspective, we would not be required to provide water quality type treatment, which I believe is what you're talking about. It's typically utilized to treat individual parking areas or areas that are exposed to potential vehicles driving over them. What I will note, though, is that we are going to be installing a completely new stormwater conveyance system to convey runoff to that area. And I certainly don't have any objection to looking at the potential installation of water quality measures where they seem reasonable. So, for example, if we have a driveway that's going to have a lot of vehicular traffic, if we were able to put a water quality device in there for sustainability purposes, we'd have no objection to that.
Okay, thank you. Also, I just have another question about just like the materials and terms that are being used. I'm sorry, I did join a bit late. I am a student. But the materials being used for the building themselves, what's being focused on being used for the building?
There will be an architect who will describe that much more eloquently than I can in about 20 minutes or once we wrap up the questions.
All right, then in which case, I'll allow the panel to absorb the rest of my time.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Next up is Ferrante. I know I'm butchering the name, and I apologize. Don't.
Rachel?
Yes. Are you there? Or maybe you didn't. Maybe I didn't get your number blocked. I'm going to go through this just real quick.
Hello?
Yes, Ms. Ferrante?
Yeah, hi.
I just a
Okay.
quick, is your last 4 digits 79? I mean, your last 2?
Yes.
All right. Sorry. I failed to get you named before.
Okay, that's fine.
All right. Apparently, I don't actually have to swear in for cross-examination. I apologize for that. Your 5 minutes begin now.
Okay, so I guess I don't want to give any testimony, but I do understand this pitch, and I also am personally empathetic towards the previous historical argument. However, I really want to focus on the fact that this is in some ways public land, and I do have a question.
This is not a question.
I would need. Okay. I do. Yeah. Sorry. No. My question is this. Sorry, I got a little confused. But my question is this. To Mr. Roche, what is the complications with the fact that it is school zoning and it was a school zone? Is Rutgers taking advantage of the fact that it is a educational institution to use the Lincoln Annex space? Is that kind of what's happening, or do you have a better explanation for that?
So when we were brought on to design in this building during this process, the zoning went
Mr.
under.
Leapley, I'm sorry to interrupt. Mr. Roach?
Yeah.
So the zoning happened prior?
Let me handle that question. It's not a civil engineering question. Ms. Ferrante, the city adopted a redevelopment plan which includes zoning for this site last April, and that is how the zoning was established. The same way zoning is established for any parcel in the city.
Okay, so that was my question, because I think a lot of the questions may come from the idea that this is not properly zoned, and the zoning question occurred years ago. And my other question was about title, intent, and purpose, and I actually do think it was answered because he answered it prior. So thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you. Who's next, Dan?
Thank you. So next we have, I believe Ms. Hodges. I can.
Actually, my pronouns are he, him, so it's Mr.
I apologize. I was trying to remember. I apologize. Your 5 minutes begin now.
All right. Something tells me you're going to say it's irrelevant, but the construction site. The site is right next to a hospital and a church, both of which likely contain people going about very delicate tasks that require quiet. In fact, from personal test. Oh wait, you forgot to swear me. I just remembered.
No, I realize that I don't have to swear in for cross-examination, so I apologize. You can just proceed.
All right. Continuing on, I know from personal experience out in that street that there is an expectation for not a lot of noise to be made for patients recovering in the hospital. So I must ask, how exactly are you going to prevent noise that would disrupt patient recovery while you're doing active construction work on that facility?
So the first answer to that is just all construction operations would be performed during normal hours, which are allowable by the current city ordinances. It's not our intention at this point to do any type of night work or weekend work. If for some reason we needed to or requested to do that, we would have to go through city council, apply for whatever work we're seeking, whether it's at night or on the weekends. We wouldn't be able to perform work during those time periods without getting those approvals down the line.
So long story short, you're not taking it. You're basically you're not taking it into consideration.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear the comment.
It's basically the long story short is basically it is none of your concern.
Are there
basically the noise pollution generated that would affect the hospital is none of your concern.
Madam Chair, if I may, this is not a public comment portion. I'm sure that Mr. Hodges has public comments that he'd like to make. And just for Mr. Hodges' benefit, as well as other individuals, this is cross-examination of the civil engineer based on the testimony that he's provided.
How did I see this coming? Well, there you go. Something tells me anything else I could bring up will probably be deemed irrelevant. So in that case, how about you move on to Mr. Gonzalez?
Yes. Thank you. Apparently, I don't know the order of my letters, so H goes after G, so not before. So Mr. Gonzalez, your 5 minutes begin now.
Yes, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can. I'll restart your clock. You can begin.
Okay, thank you. I have a couple of questions for Mr. Roach. First of all, Mr. Roach, in looking at the documents that were submitted on the website, it seems to me, correct me if I'm wrong, that in the building of the Cancer Pavilion, there is historic fill underneath Lincoln Annex that the Catholic Church, that is contaminated, that the Catholic Church covered over with an impermeable, concrete cap. My understanding of the documents is that Robert Wood Johnson intends to dig up all of the historic fill and take it out of the site. If that's so, why was that decision made to remove all the historic fill from underneath the current Lincoln Annex site?
Your statements are correct, Mr. Gonzalez. There is historic fill present on site. The reason that we are proposing to remove and properly dispose of all the historic fill in accordance with state regulations is because we are going to be constructing a 17-foot high basement area, and we'll be excavating 17 feet below grade. And by doing that, we'll be needing to remove all of that historic fill from the property to accommodate the basement footprint.
Okay, thank you for the answer to that. I have a second question. I'm sure because as the planning board attorney mentioned, you have been certified previously as an expert in civil engineering. So I assume that you have built a lot of buildings or been involved in the construction of a lot of buildings and come before public authorities in the past. Is that correct or not?
I've been involved in, yes, several construction projects in the past. I would not say I've done many public projects. You said public authorities. That's not projects I typically get involved with. But yes, I've been involved in numerous construction projects previously.
Okay, have you ever come before a public authority like this or an agency and sought approval to build a building that does not include the plans for its power supply, that does not include the plans for how trucks will come in and out of the cancer facility, and does not include plans for how the 600 new jobs, employees, and the patients will be parking to go to the authority? Have you ever built a building like that? If you can just give me the name of the building and the date, or roughly, it doesn't have to be exact date, but like 2 years ago, 5 years ago, can you tell me if you've ever done plans like that previously and had them approved without these critical components of a project included?
It's a little unique, but yes, we have. You know, the example I'll use most recently was the Somerset Medical Office building, which was approved by the city of New Brunswick maybe 4 or 5 months ago. At that point in time, we were required to hit a certain parking demand. And what the agreed to condition of approval was that prior to issuing that building a TCO, the parking supply had to be made available adjacent to the project site. There's been other projects that we've worked on where the electrical service locations were still being coordinated at the time of site plan approval. And the way they typically handle these are they're listed as conditions of approval on the resolution. So meaning if you're unable to meet the conditions of approval, for example, if we testify tonight that we're going to have 624 parking stalls in that garage north of the building, where that our electrical service is going to be coming from the central utility plant in the building, and then we're unable to do that, we're unable to construct the cancer pavilion if we're unable to meet those conditions of approval. So we would have to come back if those plans change to the board for a modified site plan approval, describing what those changes are and how the new modified design would accommodate those.
Right, but in this case, you're talking about a 5 to 7 megawatt power plant that is not only going to power the new facility, but it's going to power the entire campus of Robert Wood Johnson. And you're saying that it's appropriate to approve the cancer pavilion without first getting a sense of its power source and how that fits into the general community? Is that what you're saying?
I think another way I could word it, I would say, is that construction of the cancer pavilion should not begin until those issues are vetted and that the garage would have a final site plan approval in place.
Okay, but I'm asking about the power plant.
Right. When I was saying garage, I was including power plant in the garage.
The power plant belongs to the hospital. The garage I can see being separate, but I'm asking about the power plant and the loading docks for the hospital, for the new pavilion. Why is it necessary to separate them?
Mr. Gonzalez, they're part of the same. They're part of the same application. The garage, the power plant, and the loading dock are all part of the same application. That will be back before the board. They're in a single building, and it will be.
Who is speaking there?
It's Charles Liebling. I'm the attorney for the applicant. I just wanted to.
Okay, Mr. Liebling, yes, I understand that you have constructed separate financial arrangements for different parts of this project, but the building, you cannot operate a cancer pavilion without its power. You can't operate it without its loading docks. What is the reason for having separated them, put them into separate proposals?
As I said at the beginning, we can't get through all of this simultaneously. We can't have split screens with dealing with one and dealing with the other. So that was the reason we agreed to make it a condition of this approval, because that's the closest you can get to approximating that. We can't move forward with both at the exact same time.
But
one is following in 2 weeks. So it's a condition.
But how is the public supposed to assess the environmental impact of a whole project when you split the project in two?
Madam Chair, if I may, if the witness has, I'm sorry, if
That's fine, Mr. Lawyer. I made my points.
Thank you.
Do you have any other questions, sir?
No, I don't.
Thank you.
I apologize, Mr. Gonzalez, I didn't catch your name.
Let me myself. Okay, so After Mr. Gonzalez, we have, I believe, Ming Jae. Ming Jae.
Yeah, Mingjia. My question got answered, but thank you.
Okay, thank you. All right. I believe then next up is a Ms. Suarez. Let me see if that was on the phone. Suarez. I mean, not Suarez. Juarez. I apologize. There it is. Unmute. Okay. Ms. Juarez?
Yes, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Your 5 minutes begin now, Ms. Juarez.
Okay, yes, I was just calling to find out if the architect, I think you said, you know the school that is currently there or the 11-story hospital that they're planning to build there would lead to more traffic? Which one would lead to more traffic?
We have a separate traffic professional. It's going to be the architect who gives his presentation next, and then our traffic engineer will provide an overview of traffic and be happy to answer any traffic-related questions.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thanks.
Okay, thank you. Next up is Mr. Charlie Cradaville. You there, Mr. Cradaville?
Yes, I am, Mr. Dominguez.
All right, Mr.
I think you skipped me. I'm sorry. I'm really sorry to do this, but I think you skipped me.
What's your name?
Knittel, Knittel.
Yeah, it was one of those weird letter things where I forgot what letters were in. You were here. I just had you in the wrong.
No, yeah, I'm sorry. I understand
Sorry,
that. I'm sorry, Mr. Cradaville.
Mr. Knittel can proceed. I apologize, Mr. Knittel.
No, yeah. Yeah, I just had a few questions, I guess, as far as public use of the parking lot itself. Is it strictly for the people who are going to be working at the new Cancer Institute or Robert Wood Johnson employees in general, or do members of the public have access to that as well?
Mr. Knittel, when we're before the board with the parking garage application, which includes the power plant and the loading dock, we will have that information. You'll have it before the hearing, and we'll be able to respond to all that. The parking is not part of this application.
Oh, okay. Sorry, I missed it because I thought the lot and the power plant and the loading dock are all the same one. So it's not the specifics of the parking lot aren't a part of this. Just to confirm, like, is it like is the dimensions of it, or just like not like the specific use of it, not a part of it?
All aspects of it will be presented and testified to the same way that is happening right now with the pavilion.
Okay, wait. I'm really sorry. I just want to. It's just the loading dock and the power plant for this then. The use of those then.
No, again, those. I'm sorry, Madam Chair.
No, go ahead, please.
None of those are part of this application. They are on a separate block and lot. This is for the pavilion exclusively, and the pavilion, if an approval is given, it will be conditioned on an approval also being given for the loading dock, the power plant, and the parking deck.
Wait, so if it's passed, then those all will be in the pavilion, but this is just for the pavilion itself.
If it's passed, the condition will be that the pavilion cannot be constructed and opened unless there is an approval granted also for the parking, the loading dock, and the power plant. So the public will have the identical opportunity they're having tonight to hear about and question the experts with respect to those components.
Okay, so this is essentially, so we're talking about like the building before the building then of it then, like that's.
We're talking about, we're talking about the tall building now that will have the research and the patients.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Okay, sorry, I got sort of thrown around with a lot of the talking. We've been talking so long about so many different things. I'm sorry, I kind of got mixed up with everything.
That's fine. I know. We want to make sure that it's clear.
No, I honestly, I really appreciate you guys giving so much of your time to this. I guess honestly, I just had like a real like for right now, I just have a lot of questions about like the parking situation and things like that. So I guess I honestly, if that's really all I guess I'll give my time back if that's the case. But I really do appreciate you guys. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Niddle. All right. Now it's Mr. Charlie Cradaville's turn. Are you there?
Yes, I am.
All right. You can begin.
Thank you. Just a few questions. I wanted to hear from Mr. Liebling. Why can't both projects proceed simultaneously? You've said that, we can't have split screens, but of course, projects all the time get approved with a parking deck and a building as one. Why is that not possible this time?
It's a separate application. It's a separate applicant.
Right, and that's you made that choice. I'm asking why.
It just for ownership and structuring reasons. It has nothing to do with land use reasons. It's not. If what you're implying is that it's to avoid having the garage vetted, which is what I'm guessing you're implying. I'm telling you that's why we agreed. And the first words out of my mouth, it's conditioned. That's the only other. That's the identical situation.
Yeah, no, I just was asking because I'm curious what the reason is. I mean, I've heard a lot of things about the parking deck. I've heard that the parking authority was going to do it. Are they still?
If I may for a second, do you have any questions for Mr. Roche regarding the engineering? That's what this is. That's what this portion is for.
Okay. Well, I do want to ask him if he can give any insight as to the capacity of the garage. He did mention the garage. He mentioned that there's a requirement for 675 spaces. Is the is the application going to be for 675 or is it going to be for much more? Can he give us any insight into that?
I don't think we're testifying as to the garage. He can tell you, and he did tell you that the garage will accommodate the required parking for this building.
So at least 675.
I don't have the number. I'll let Mr. Roche answer the exact
Actually, Madam Chair, this is Arvin Eitel, the board attorney. If you can advise Mr. Cradaville that this would be cross-examination of the testimony that is provided, which is for the application for the Cancer Center, the pavilion. Specifically the civil engineering testimony that was provided by Mr. Roche.
Sure. And did that testimony include statements about the garage?
Charlie, the number you're asking for that I did state is that a minimum of the garage would provide 624 parking stalls, but that is what was required for the redevelopment plan parking standards for the new pavilion.
Okay. And is the parking authority involved in the project?
Not relevant to this application.
Madam Chair, that would be irrelevant to the application.
Do you have any more questions, Charlie? Mr. Cradaville?
Yeah. So if you're not able to answer that one, I only have, I guess, questions about the turning movement counts. I know Langen did those. I know there's another witness from Langen. Can Mr. Roche tell me anything about the turning movement counts on April of 2019? Was he involved in that part of it, or should I ask the other witness?
I can tell you I know the counts were performed in April of 2019.
Okay, and they were done by who? By Langen?
We have a subcontractor who performs the counts for us, but they are arranged by Langen, yes.
Okay. And are those the first counts that were made for this? Or is there any?
Correct. We had only done one set of counts, and we took a regional approach as we were just studying the entire vicinity. We counted 8 intersections. And the reason we did it in April 2019 is when you're doing traffic counts in New Brunswick, oftentimes you need to do them before the spring semester ends, before the fall semester ends. Because if you do them on winter break or spring break or summer session, the traffic volumes tend to go way down. So that's what motivated us to hit that date, 2019.
Sure. And indeed, a lot of things have changed since then. not just the closures and the pandemic, but also some new developments have been built. So do you know if the reports that Langen issued, that I guess the traffic impact report and the traffic statement, do those account for the new 9-story building called the Verve? I think maybe you were a witness for them. The 88 Easton Avenue project, is that accounted for in the Langen paperwork?
So we had, yes, we were the engineers on that, the Verve project. We do a build out analysis comparing whether it is pavilion were built, and then we call it a no build scenario just for normal growth in the area. But I will let our traffic engineer, Mr. DeSario, more eloquently describe that than I am right now.
Okay. And well, bear with me. I did want to just make sure on the environmental impact statement, I was intrigued by some of the testimony that was evoked on that. I understand the reason that the historic fill is going to be removed. Do you have any estimate of, how many truckloads that's going to be and how that's going to impact traffic?
I don't have an estimate on the amount of truckloads that will be. It will likely be removed over the course of 2 to 3 weeks. But no, we do not do traffic projections on the trucks leaving the site during construction.
Okay. And then finally, I know it's the other application, but in the same vein as you were able to give me a little bit more on the parking garage, can you tell me the sort of capacity or the size of the power plant that's proposed? I've seen, again, heard a lot of things. I've seen slides that say 5 megawatts, 7.5 megawatts in an emergency. Do you have any gauge on how many megawatts, how big of a power plant is proposed or will be?
I don't at this time, Charlie. I do understand the public concern over the power plant. We're fully willing to answer those questions at the garage here.
Okay. Well, that's all I have for questions. I'm going to have a lot of comments. Thank you, Mr. Rowe.
Thanks, Charlie. Good seeing you.
Thank you.
I got you.
Next up, I believe we have a Ms. Jessica Cradaville, if I remember correctly.
Yes, hello. Thank you.
Hi. Your time begins now.
Thank you. Mr. Roach, I had a question about, I know that it came up a lot in the Board of Education meetings, how it was unsafe for the children to be attending the school there because they might get hit by an ambulance. How about the cancer patients getting hit by an ambulance? I was really interested to hear about that.
One of the main driving factors that we have with the proposed pedestrian bridges is to limit the amount of vehicular pedestrian potential conflict points. That's why we're proposing pedestrian bridges from the parking garage, where we anticipate most patients will park with their loved ones. They'll have the ability to walk through a pedestrian bridge to the cancer building. And if they had to get back to the existing RCINJ building or the hospital, they would be able to do that walking above grade in the pedestrian bridges, not at the roadway surface. We're also, as I mentioned during initial testimony, looking to do some signal upgrades at the Somerset Street Hardenberg intersection, which include new ADA ramps, new striping, and likely the installation of some new signal heads.
Okay. I did have another question. I looked through your environmental impact statement and I did a control F to look for air quality and nothing came up. Anything you have to talk about the impact of the Cancer Research Center or the adjoining garage or power plant in regards to affecting the air quality in the area?
So with the garage, when we issue the final submission documents, there will be a updated environmental impact statement, which touches on air quality for the power plant associated with the garage application. The only thing I will note on air quality relative to the Cancer Pavilion project, we will be performing full air monitoring, perimeter air monitoring throughout construction. It's something we do on all our projects, something DevCo likes to do on all their projects, just to make sure if there's any significant dust or air particles leaving the site, we immediately get alerted and we shut down the contractor if we're causing any air quality issues immediately.
Okay, but there's no proposed air quality standards for the building. I maybe this is a question for the architect, but LEED certification, how environmentally friendly is this building that's going to get built going to be? Or is that something you can answer for us as an engineer?
I think the architect's probably best to answer that. I will say I know there's some green roofs going into the building from a stormwater management perspective, but our architect will describe that in more detail.
Okay, but you don't have anything to add on the air quality?
But not at this time.
Okay. Thank you for the time. I appreciate your answers.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Cardaville. Next up, Mr. Koulas.
Yes, thank you. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, I can. Your time
All
begins.
right, thank you very much. Okay, thanks. My name is Brian Koulas. I have a couple of questions. First off, I would like to address just some traffic concerns. I understand that's going to be discussed later, but I have one question I have is with the timing of the lights. From Albany Street to Somerset Street, which is basically coming from Route 18 to Somerset Street, you have 4 traffic lights.
Mr.
From
Koulas,
Landing-
I can just tell you it's best saved for the traffic
Okay,
traffic
sure.
engineer.
Not an issue.
Yeah.
All right. Is with the development of this, even considering the construction process, is there going to be any impact on the train station? Are they going to have to move certain parts of the train station at all? Anything like that having to be sent, like move any infliction on the train station during the construction process or once the building is built? As far as like the structure of the train station at all?
No, not as part of this project. There's no impacts proposed to the train station.
Okay, all right. Because one of my concerns is there's a street called Wall Street that carries that is utilized by the cabs and the MCAT and other things right on that wedge where Summer Street, Easton Avenue, where Somerset Street, Easton Avenue is, and then Wall Street kind of comes up the train station. I'm trying to figure out in this project how it is you're going to manage to keep that intersection flowing when you have ambulances followed by paramedics. You have emergency vehicles coming in and out. During the construction process, you have tractor trailers bringing bulldozers and dump trucks. How do you plan to configure the construction of this project with this very narrow intersection?
I'm trying to confirm the intersection you're talking about. Are you talking about all the way down almost by George Street where Wall Street meets?
It's actually, I'm sorry, it's Easton Avenue, Somerset, and Wall Street. It's Easton Avenue. So Easton Avenue, Somerset, and then there's Wall Street that runs along the train station. How do you plan to keep all this traffic flowing during the construction of the building and when it's raised? Because that's your primary intersection, Easton Avenue and Somerset. How do you plan to make that work?
That intersection is significantly further off-site from where our construction operations are being taking place. One thing we do with the contractors during most projects, and something we work with the city as we put together construction and logistics plans, if there's preferred routes that we would like to send construction traffic to avoid congested intersections, that's something that we would look at as we're planning those exercises with the city. But I will note that intersection is 2 or 3 blocks away from where this project is being built.
Not that I know of, but okay, we'll look into that. Have you consulted at all with the New Jersey Department of Transportation?
We have not, no.
Are you required to consult with the New Jersey Department of Transportation?
At this point, we are not.
You're not?
At this point, we're not required because we're not fronting on any state-owned roads.
Okay. All right, but isn't Route 27 a state-owned road? I mean, to that extent, some portion of the hospital. Robert Wood Johnson is connected to Route 27, so that is a state highway.
It is, but the way they delineate whether or not you need to go in front of the NJDOT is whether or not your project site fronts on a state highway. And our property does not. It fronts on Somerset Street, Hardenberg Street, and Division Street.
Okay, my next question includes the heliport. Now, this hospital is going to be 11 stories, is that correct?
Correct.
And can you give any information as far as how high the parking deck will be?
I believe on the preliminary applications, and this is subject to change, I believe there's 9 stories.
9 stories. Okay, so you got 11 stories, 9 stories. And how tall is the actual Robert Wood Johnson Standing Hospital right now?
It varies throughout the hospital, but I believe it's similar heights to that.
What
Maybe
floor?
9 to 10 stories.
What floor is the heliport on? Is it on the roof?
It is.
On the highest floor? What floor is that?
I believe that's somewhere between 10 and 12 stories. And just to be clear for the record, I don't know that for a fact. I am just stating an assumption from working on campus previously. But what I will say, because I think I'm getting to your question, all of this building, the garage, the new RCNJ building, all of this gets approved by the FAA. So for some reason, the FAA came back and had issues. There are certain warning measures we have to put on the building to accommodate the helicopter traffic, flashing red lights, and a host of other potential measures.
What also about, having another building kind of, gets in the way of the heliport? It really does. You're almost cutting off a route that the helicopters can take, which are carrying which are holding patients in urgent need, immediate need. Sometimes heliports bring organs right away for transplants. What happened, in 1999, we had a major hurricane. 2011, there was another hurricane that caused drastic flooding in New Brunswick. What happens when you just have a major storm and now you're cutting off another route for the heliport? How is this, can this really be a serious matter for the helicopters coming in? And has the FAA reached out to you? And have you reached out to the FAA? Has there been any communication with the FAA?
Yes, we have an application pending with the FAA right now.
Pending. When did you file that?
Approximately 2 to 3 weeks ago.
2 or 3 weeks ago. You have this plan for the hospital and you only contacted the FAA 2 or 3 weeks ago?
Yes, that's typically when we contact the FAA as we ramp up the design.
How long do you think it might be before you hear back from them?
Typically, their review time is 45 days.
45 days. Okay, are we going to get that complete report that you get from the FAA regarding that application? That will be made public?
That's a question for the attorney. I have no objection to it.
Yeah, I mean, it's a public document. An approval issued by the FAA is a public document. If the city asks,
so,
go ahead.
Will it be posted on the city website?
That's a question for the city.
Once the report comes back, will there be a separate meeting for the public to address this heliport issue? If anyone has discrepancy with the report, has questions, anything of that nature?
That's not a requirement of this board's approval. The board will, I'm assuming, will approve this subject to all additional required permits and approvals. And to the extent that's one of them, we'll have to obtain it.
Okay. Has there been any public steering committee put together about this project? Bringing in people from the public, not related to the city, not working for the city, any type of public steering?
I can answer. This is not something Mr. Roche either testified to or necessarily know. I don't know.
Okay.
Mr. Cool, I just wanted to say you're at your 1 minute warning. So just saying,
Okay. I appreciate that. All right. Just one last question. I guess this is okay to ask as far as the redevelopment plan. Have you consulted any of the other municipal governments, mayors at all about this project and the impact it might have on traffic on their neighborhoods?
Chris, is that something that the traffic engineer should answer? Or is that something you can answer?
I'll let our traffic engineer answer that. I have not personally been involved in any contact with any adjacent mayors or any adjacent municipalities.
Okay, thank you. I think that concludes my time. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thanks, Mr. Cools.
Okay. All right. Our next speaker is Ms. Mers.
Yes.
Are you there?
Yes, that's me. I'm here. I'm here.
All right. May begin.
Thank you. All right. So just to clarify, Mr. Roche, will you be here in 2 weeks' time for questions related to the parking garage?
Absolutely. Yep.
Okay. All right. Then I will skip all my questions related to the parking garage. All right. So the Cancer Pavilion, can that run fully and be fully operational without the proposed power plant, or does it require the proposed power plant in order to be operational?
The pavilion could be operational without the central utility plant, and there would be a host of significant design revisions. There'd be a host of relocation of mechanical equipment, but from an electrical perspective, PSE&G could provide service to the pavilion without having the central utility plant.
Okay. Has your firm required or gotten the required DEP environmental justice assessment that is now by law required in all of New Jersey for any proposed power plants for communities of color to assess the cumulative impact on health? Has your firm acquired that yet? Has there been a DEP assessment on that?
Ms. Mertz, this is Charles Liebling. We're well aware of the new law, and we'll be addressing it at the hearing in which the central utility plan is included. There's nothing on this pavilion.
Okay. All right. And so the other thing was that there was no air quality assessment, as mentioned before by Jessica Cradaville. So will we get the air quality assessment at the next hearing in 2 weeks?
Yes, we'll provide an updated environmental impact statement. I'm not sure yet whether it'll be a standalone document or just an update to an environmental impact statement for the parking garage, but there will be some additional air quality data in what's submitted.
Okay. All right. That's all I had. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thanks.
All right. Let's see. What some reverberations. All right. So next up is Ms. Danielle Moore. Let me make sure Ms. Moore is not. Actually, that's out of order. It's actually Mr. Macropolis. I apologize, Ms. Moore. Mr. Macropolis, are you there?
Can you hear me?
I can. Mr. Macropolis, you may begin.
So the expert witness is Mr. Roach, civil engineering.
That's who you're asking questions to.
Yeah, I'm asking. We're speaking to Mr. Roach right now, civil engineering.
You are?
Okay, Mr. Roach, how can you, as an expert, in civil engineering, can you promise? Have you seen the location at Jersey Avenue?
This application is not about Jersey Avenue.
Okay, the pavilion across from Robert Wood Johnson, the Lincoln Annex site.
That's the site that this application is.
Okay, as an expert in civil engineering, how can he promise when they remove the cap from the like the one gentleman previously spoke to the cap that New Brunswick, St. Peter's that they used to cement fill what they said was contaminated. When you go and you remove that whole thing, as was said earlier, how can you promise that later on the contamination is going to be completely gone? Can you promise that?
Yeah, and the reason we can, we're referring to any contamination of historic fill on our property is because that contamination is related to soil, and all of that soil is going to be taken up and removed and disposed of off-site.
What's it been contaminated with? What's inside the soil?
There were a few isolated areas of PCB, and then the rest of the historic fill generally just consist of construction type debris.
Would you say there's a carcinogens in the soil?
I wouldn't say there's carcinogens, no.
But there are in small percentages.
Yes, and what I'm saying is those areas of contamination are going to be properly disposed of through protocols to get those off-site and to the proper facilities for disposal.
But you're an expert in civil engineering. You're not an expert in waste contamination. So how can you tell me that there the lower percentages or whatnot there are basically the moral of the story, there are carcinogens present in the soil, and you want to where it was completely blocked off, cemented, and everything. Now you just want to bring it all back up again and possibly create more contamination in the area.
Let's start by saying you are correct. I'm not a certified expert in environmental engineering. My expertise lies in civil engineering, site design, stormwater management. So that's a perfectly fair statement. I was trying to keep this at a very high level, meaning that the DEP has certain rules that you have to deal with when you're disturbing caps and disturbing of soil in this situation. And we will follow all those rules as we're disturbing a cap and removing the soil off-site.
Okay. Well, it looks like, how many minutes do I have left right now?
You have about a little over 2.5 minutes.
A little over 2.5 minutes. So, Mr. Roach, are you aware about the other site on Jersey Avenue happens to be massive contaminations, and that's where they want to send the kids. They have no care in the world.
Again,
Mr. Macropolis,
yes,
excuse
ma'am.
me for 1 minute. Yes, this is, questions need to be directed towards Mr. Roche pertaining to this application only, which is the Cancer Pavilion on Somerset Street. So
Okay,
any
Mr.
questions
Roach.
relating to that?
Mr. Roach, if you were a member on the New Brunswick Planning Board, would you be voting for it, even after all the students and parents have been advocating for months now to keep their school
Madam
open?
Chair,
It's
this is When I told the board attorney,
district.
I believe that this would be an improper question to be asking this witness.
Why not? Why not? It's
you have
not
any-
improper. He's an expert in civil engineering, and I want to know, in his expertise as an expert in civil engineering, that had he have a seat on the board, would he vote yes or no? I mean, me as a member of the public, I would really love to hear.
Madam Chair, if the witness has any, if Mr. Macropolis has any additional questions.
Do you have any additional questions, sir?
Yes, Mr. Roche, where did you get your you say you're an expert. Where did you get your expertise? What diplomas do you have?
He answered all those questions in the beginning of the hearing.
I wasn't here earlier. I'd like to hear for myself right now, Mr. Roach. I still have my time on the clock, Mr. Roach. What qualifies you as an expert?
I have bachelor's degrees in civil engineering and business from Lehigh University, a master's degree in civil engineering from North Carolina State, professionally licensed in the state of New Jersey, and I've been practicing land development engineering now for over 15 years.
That's all. I just wanted to use as much as my 5 minutes as possible. I'll yield my time and wait for the public comments. Have a nice day.
Thank you, Mr. Martinez. Next up is Ms. McGaffney.
It's okay. You can just say McGaffney. I don't need a gender.
Okay, that's fine.
So I live on Hardenberg Street. So I'm heavily affected by this project. I have a skyscraper in my backyard, which means I've lost half of my sunlight. And another skyscraper in my front yard means I'm going to be living my entire life in shadows. Has your team considered the quality of life on the residents surrounding this project and like our gardens and things?
This is Charles Levy. I'm the attorney. Let me just respond that the zoning that the city adopts is a decision of the governing body of the city, to which then property owners respond. So that question is really one for the city council, who permits this building to be built on this site. Once that decision is made, then this process is undertaken of seeking site plan approval. I know that's probably not a very satisfactory answer to you, but that is how this process goes.
Madam Chair, this is Arvin. I tell the board attorney. This is a conforming application in regards to the zoning and the bulk standards in the zone. So Mr. Liebling's absolutely correct. Any questions regarding why the zoning occurred would be more appropriate to another body.
Okay, then I'll ask another body. So my next question would just be some clarification. You said earlier that you're not required to report on the effect of groundwater on the buildings.
Let me clarify that statement. What I was saying had nothing to do with groundwater. I think one of the members of the public had asked a question about potentially providing water quality treatment from a stormwater management perspective. Nothing to do with groundwater, but sometimes when you have runoff leaving parking areas or vehicular traverse ways, you could potentially provide water quality treatment. Sometimes they're mechanical treatment devices, sometimes they're filtration devices. And I stated, although we're not required to do that, we don't meet the threshold in order to be classified as a major development, without getting too technical here. But although we're not required to provide water quality treatment for the stormwater, I said we are willing to look at that and potentially add it to the project.
I also work in the community, and like most of the service community, we work alternative hours. So I'm not at all comforted by your kind of dismissal about the effect that the construction is going to have on the community. So can you tell me how long you expect construction to go on for, and how long I'm going to have to go without sleep?
I can give you an anticipated construction schedule. The construction, I think, depending on how the next few weeks and meetings go into the future, if we're able to start construction, say early 2021, the building would be planned to open in the summer of 2024.
And so as many people who are doing construction around this area should be aware of, there was a terrible accident which I found myself under a crane that had fallen last summer. What safety precautions are you going to be taking during this project?
That would generally be a question for the yet to be named contractor.
Madam Chair, this is Arvin. I tell the board attorney. In regards to construction protocol, safety, sequencing, not only if this application is approved by the board, and if they're able to get their outside agency approvals, and if they get a construction permit, there will be a pre-construction meeting. And following that, they will not only be required to follow the guidelines of the Uniform Construction Code, but they would also be required to follow a myriad of outside agencies, including OSHA, in terms of how they will go about sequencing the construction, how it will be done. But in terms of whether that's an appropriate question for this board to consider, it would be inappropriate.
Well, I guess it wouldn't be the first time I've been called inappropriate.
No, ma'am, I was not calling you inappropriate at all. If that's what you took away, I apologize. That's not what I meant at all.
All right, those are my questions for Mr. Roach.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next up is Matthew Mione. Let's see, where's Matthew Mione?
That is me.
All right, you have the floor.
Okay, thank you so much. And for Mr. Roach, I'm saying that correctly. It's Roach, correct?
Yep, Roach or Roach, not picky.
Okay, thank you. Regarding a question earlier, kind of have a branch off question. When you said that more patches of grass will actually be there after construction, so it actually will be able to help the environment. How do patches of grass help the environment if no trees are being planted, for example?
So we are planting a significant amount of trees around the perimeter of the site, Division, Harveyburg, and Somerset, as well as mixing in some trees into the internal development. What I was referring to specifically with the patches of grass was the ability for water to infiltrate on the site, and I was making a comparison between how much stormwater runoff is produced when it rains and runoff hits a parking lot area compared to when it hits a grassed area. When you have a grassed area, you have the potential for the water to infiltrate. When you have a parking lot area, all of that water goes off site.
Okay, that makes a lot of sense. Thank you for clarifying that. And do you have the answers for what trees, what type of trees are going to be planted?
Yeah, I believe it is. No, give me a second to pull up the notes to give you the exact numbers on it. It is red maple trees are primarily going to be the street trees. And then there's 14 of those going in, and then we have 15 ginkgo biloba trees going in on the generally on the site.
Okay, thank you. And I have a couple more questions. In regards, kind of in passing in the previous question, you mentioned that the power plant isn't necessarily needed to power the pavilion and the parking deck. It actually could be done through PSE&G. So why is the power plant necessary?
We'll certainly talk about this in a lot more detail at the next hearing, but the power plant does provide the ability for resiliency, redundant services to the hospital and the new cancer building, which is advantageous to us. It's also more efficient because we're able to place larger size equipment in that area as opposed to placing it into the pavilion building. And again, we'll talk about this in much more detail in the next meeting.
Okay, I look forward to it. And another question. You mentioned as well that the contaminated soil will be moved off-site. So where is this contaminated soil being moved to?
There are disposal facilities all across the state of New Jersey, depending on what the material characteristics are. Some of these are landfill type facilities, and that's typically arranged with the contractor once you move into construction procedures on the exact location the material will be headed.
Okay. And will the contractor, or for the contractor as well, was it a better question to ask them about how much soil is going to be removed and moved?
Yeah, the contractor could probably provide you with a more exact value. I just don't have an estimate in front of me right now.
Do you have an estimate?
I'm sure I could calculate an estimate. I don't have one currently.
Oh, you don't need to calculate an estimate while drawing up the plans?
No, not for off-site disposal. It's not part of a site plan application requirement. Typically, we do it as we're finalizing, design and construction documents and prior to the full start of construction.
Okay. Okay. And sorry if I'm asking redundant questions. It's my first time ever calling into a city meeting. I'm a little nervous on the phone, so I appreciate you bearing with me. How much time do I have left as well? It seems like I've been on for 10 minutes already.
You have, I just paused it. You have 3 minutes and 10 seconds.
Okay, thank you. I believe that's all my questions for the civil engineer as of now. So thank you, Roach.
Thanks.
Okay, so next up is Danielle Moore. Are you there?
Hi, yes, can you hear me?
Yes, I can. You may begin.
Hi, yes, first question I have for the engineer. It was about 2 or 3 months ago, Mr. Chuck O'Donnell wrote a story in Tap, New Brunswick that's saying that DEFCO was not allowed to build Farron Mall, do the project for Farron Mall because of COVID-19. Can you please tell me how DEFCO is going to be able to do this project without dealing with COVID-19?
Mr. Eichel, is this relevant to Mr. Roche's testimony?
I was hoping that Mr. Roach would be able to determine whether there was an engineering issue there. I'm sorry, I couldn't see when Mr. Liebling, Mr. Roach, is there an engineering issue that you feel
No,
in that question you can answer?
I assume the member of the public is simply asking about safety protocols, which I thought Mr. Roche perhaps could provide her with assurances.
Yeah, Ms. Moore, I'm not sure if this witness can speak. Obviously, he is not elected to answer that question, but I'm not sure that that's really an engineering question. Regardless, perhaps you have another engineering question for Mr. Roach.
Oh, I have plenty, but like I said, Mr. Chuck O'Donnell got the news from the president of DEFCO stating that they could not do the project for Farron Mall because of COVID-19. So how are you going to do this? Build this?
Yeah, maybe a more specific question, because I'm not sure that I can understand the engineering implications within that question.
I'm pretty sure you can understand what I'm saying. You just don't want to give me an answer on it.
This is Arvin Eitel, the board attorney. I'm not answering your question, ma'am, because I shouldn't be answering questions that you have that the witness should be answering. But I'm trying to understand what the question is to make a determination as to whether it's relevant to his engineering testimony. And as far as I can tell, it doesn't appear to be relevant. So I'm asking politely if there's another question that you have, or if you can perhaps clarify this question.
I will move on. So we're not talking about the school just being knocked down. Would you please tell me how many houses would have to be knocked down as well? How far down towards Hamilton Street this building would take?
Yeah, I believe on the Hardenberg side, it goes to up to 30 Hardenberg. And I believe there's 2 structures on Division Street. But if you bear with me, I'll confirm that. You can ask another question though while I'm pulling up a document.
We're just talking about the school site right now. There's no all the.
You're still talking about how big it is with the floors, with the parking lot. So yes, I would like to know how much more space is this going to take along? How many more houses are going to be taken away? Because all this is not going to be fit on just the school's property. I hope you did pause the clock.
Let me just. I think the question you're asking, the application that's before the board tonight for the Cancer Pavilion is exclusively on the site that the existing Lincoln Annex School is on. The garage power plant loading dock is across the street on an additional site. We will address that at that hearing. I don't know, and I don't know if Mr. Roche knows about the count of buildings on that site. It's not before this board.
Madam Chair, this is
like
Arvin
I said,
Eitel, the board attorney. I'm sorry, Ms. Moore, if I could just clarify that question. So Mr. Liebling, the lot that you're talking about is lot 2.01 and block 51, is that correct? That's the application before the board. I don't see that there are any residential structures on here, Mr. Roach, if you see otherwise.
No, to clarify, my previous response included the parking garage. If we're just talking about the pavilion site, block 51, lot 2.01, it's just a Lincoln Annex.
I have to say, I think something is being hid, because I don't see how this big building, 11 floors, this and that, is going to be built just on the school. But okay, I'd like to move along. Getting back to the traffic, what the gentleman was saying with the ambulance. This is going to create a big issue due to where I just resolved the situation with the Middlesex County freeholders on Somerset Street, due to how they fixed the road by the creek there to make it smooth for the ambulance to pass through there so they can get to the hospital quicker. Now, once you shut off Somerset Street, as the gentleman was saying, the ambulance is going to have to go all the way through Front Street, through every traffic light. come back around Eastern Avenue to go up a side street just to get someone to the emergency room, where you will be putting many people's lives at risk due to where like I said, I recently just resolved the case with the county, and I discussed with the
Madam
ambulance
Chair,
the
if I
purpose
may.
of doing that road.
Madam
Yes,
Chair, if I
ma'am.
may. I'm sorry, Ms. Moore.
Yes.
Madam Chair, if Ms. Moore has any specific questions on cross-examinations related to civil engineering, perhaps this, certainly her comments are more than welcome in a public portion.
You answer, you can answer everyone else's questions.
Ms. Moore, I just want to clarify with you also that there is going to be someone testifying to traffic. Is that correct, Mr. Liebling?
Yeah, yes, it
Do we have
is.
a
I was
traffic
hoping
engineer who's going to speak?
we do.
Right. So Danielle, you can ask your questions about traffic after the traffic engineer speaks. This is Mr. Roche was giving testimony regarding civil engineering. So that's what these questions would be directed toward now.
Well, I will still say, even with this building that you're putting there, another situation you're putting at risk due to where Robert Wood Johnson just put their new helicopter station in the front of Robert Wood Johnson. They took it from French Street, and now due to where all these high-rise buildings that they're putting in, it's been a difficult situation for the helicopters to even get through. I live on Somerset Street. I see what goes on.
Madam Chair, if we did answer a question about the helicopters, if Ms. Moore could pose this as a question, perhaps Mr. Roche could answer it. And just for the record, Somerset Street will not be closed.
Okay. Ms. Moore, do you have a specific question regarding the helicopter?
Once you put an 11-story building up, would Robert Wood Johnson have to change the location again for a helicopter to land?
No, our understanding at this point in time is that the helipad location would not be changed. If something that we hear back from the FAA during the next 45 days changes that, we will certainly let the city know.
Because with all these high-rise buildings coming up, it's going to be a situation due to where you have another high-rise building being put on Plum and Somerset Street. You're going to cause a big issue for saving someone's life. But the last question I do have, about 3 weeks ago, I don't know if that was you and the engineer, over to Lincoln Anna School where they were drilling holes in the building to discover what type of material was behind the bricks to see how they were going to take the building down.
That's true. There was a asbestos or abatement investigation. And it's my understanding that based on future work done 5 or 6 years ago, all of the asbestos containing material was removed from the interior. Okay, I'll start over and let me know if I break up again. I was saying your statement is true. There was some hazmat abatement work going on the exterior of the building. We were testing for any potential asbestos containing materials behind the brick veneer. It's my understanding that all of the interior materials within the school building had previously been abated and removed as part of the previous renovation project on the school several years ago.
So was that to see how you were going to take down the building, other than asbestos is being tested?
Correct. The purpose of an investigation like that is if you do find asbestos, there are certain demolition procedures you need to follow prior to taking down a building.
So have you gotten the test results back saying is it asbestos? Would that cause cancer? Have you gotten the results back?
We have gotten the results back. There were limited areas that showed potential asbestos containing material that were located on the exterior of the building, not the interior.
Well, like I said, I was there. I had pictures. Like I said, I saw what was going on. And if anyone really wants to know, if you go around the Lincoln Annex School, you will see that every red brick that is on the Lincoln Annex School, that's where they replaced it. That's where they drilled it at. And I say you're making a big decision, trying to make a big decision before you're even getting the evidence of everything.
Do you have any more questions, Ms. Moore, for the witness?
Maybe I'll go to the comments, but like I said, due to where you're still just doing a little, get too much guessing before you have the proper test results of anything, the proper paperwork, you're doing too much guessing to be an engineer. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Moore. So next up, okay, I believe it's Peterson.
Yes, I'm here.
All right, you may begin.
Mr. Roach, how long has the planning has been going on for this building?
The design of the new building,
Yes.
approximately on the order of 8 months, 8 to 10 months, somewhere in that ballpark.
Got you. And have the board seen the full plans of the building?
When you say full plans, they've seen the plans that you guys have seen on the website, the formal site plan application drawings.
What do you mean by that?
Madam Chair, if I may
If you-
interject. I'm sorry. This is Arvin Itel, the board attorney. Madam Chair, if I may.
Yes.
Just so that the witness is clear, all of the submissions that are made are currently on the website. Those are the submissions and the only submissions that this board ought to consider.
So so the board doesn't have to see everything before they vote on it? Is that what you're saying?
Sir, Mr. Peterson, this is Charles Liebling, the attorney for the applicant. I'm not sure what you mean by everything. A full site plan application, as required by the site plan ordinance, has been submitted.
Okay.
So they have everything they're supposed to have in order to hold this hearing.
Okay.
Okay.
Now, Mr. Roach, have there been other sites considered to build this building on besides the school?
I don't know the answer to that. We were brought involved. We knew they were considering several sites in the area when we decided to do the traffic counts in April and May. You know, details on those sites I don't have. I don't know how many sites they would have considered. When we were engaged to start doing formal design documents earlier this year, earlier in 2020, it was for this site.
Who made the decision to build on the school?
I don't know the answer to that.
Does anyone or?
Do you have questions for Mr. Roche regarding his civil engineering testimony that he made tonight? You'll have plenty of opportunity.
Yes, I am.
To ask civil questions.
Mr. Roach, when you demolish things, especially in older school, what kind of hazardous material do you plan to encounter when you're demolishing the school?
In this particular instance, we're not anticipating a large amount of hazardous material or asbestos-containing material, because as I was mentioning before, the interior of the building had been fully abated previously. If we are to encounter any type of asbestos or hazardous material, I would anticipate it would be beneath the brick veneer or potentially below grade on the exterior foundation walls.
And is there a contingency plan set up if accidents do happen in terms of hazardous material or something like that?
Yeah, certainly we will be providing full site oversight with professionals on the construction site to observe the contractor's work every day. We will be performing full-term air monitoring to make sure we're not generating any significant dust leaving the site. We'll also be performing vibration monitoring around the perimeter of the site to make sure we're not impacting any of the neighboring existing structures to remain. And then there's certainly procedures that are documented for the demolition contractor prior to starting work on the site. If you were to discover an unknown environmental condition, we outline the steps that they need to follow, of course, which is to notify potentially, if needed, the NJDEP, New Jersey Department of Environmental Protection, notify the owner, notify the engineer, and stop work right away until those environmental issues are addressed.
All right, and in terms of vibration, obviously it's a residential area. What are the acceptable areas of vibration allowed in construction in this downtown area?
Typically, we try and limit any vibration impact from leaving the site. There are some thresholds that we can establish outside the site with the geotechnical engineers. I don't want to throw out a specific acceleration or velocity relative to the vibration limit that we would consider acceptable or not here. I'll just say we'll limit that to the minimal extent practical, and certainly keeping it below any type of levels that could cause any damage to adjacent structures, sidewalks, or site features.
Have adjacent structures been looked at in terms of any potential vibration damage, or will that ever be done?
It will be done. It has not been done yet. Typically, we require our contractor to do a pre-demolition site survey where we go around photographing certain structures to remain, just so there's a clear record of what was in place prior to any type of demolition work. And then depending on the adjacent structures or adjacent owners, if they're willing or if they want us to potentially survey the existing structures, we've done that in the past previously too, meaning we would put survey monitoring points on those adjacent structures. And then if during construction we felt that the vibration levels were high, we'd go back out, survey those monitoring points to ensure that the structure hadn't settled or there was any movement in that adjacent structure.
And do you have any rough idea of how you would demolish the school if this passes?
No, that's something that the contractor decide as far as means and methods on how they're going to take down the building.
Okay. And in terms of removing the rubble, do you have any information on that?
That would primarily be the contractor's decision.
All right. I yield my time.
Thank you.
Dan?
Yes, I had to unmute myself. I had trouble with my.
Okay.
Okay. NOPQR. Rubens.
Hello. So my first question is about how much disruption to the surrounding homes and businesses are you anticipating from demolition and construction?
Madam Chair, if I may, I believe that question was asked in terms of vibrations. I realize that this is slightly different, but maybe she can clarify that question.
Vibrations are very different. I'm just asking about general disruption to the area through either just traffic, general construction.
Sure. So when we develop construction and logistics plans, it's not something that the civil engineer does by himself. Typically, we work with the selected contractor, whoever that will be, as well as the city professionals, the city engineer, to develop construction logistics plans. And there's two main priorities we have when we're putting these plans together. The first priority is the safety of the workers and the adjacent community. And then the second priority is to try and limit the disruption to the surrounding community. So what I can say is at this point in time, we are not planning to close any of the surrounding roadways. We will likely have some pedestrian alterations, whether there's some mid-block crosswalks to get pedestrians away from the construction site and have them use the alternate sidewalk. That's certainly something that's possible. But we do realize how highly traveled this area is, which is what's driving our desire to make sure we're not having any long-term roadway closures.
Right. And on the note that this is a very high pedestrian traffic area, can I just ask, you might not have the answer to this, why such a high traffic area that a structure already exists on was chosen as a building site?
I don't have the answer to that.
Great. Thank you. I yield my time.
Take care.
Thank you. Next is, I believe, Saravia. Let's see.
Hi, I'm here.
Okay.
So I
Just
just
give me
want to
one.
start off by saying I'm sorry if I ask a question that's been answered in the presentation. I came in a little late due to an exam. My first question is there an estimated timeline for each project? And if there is there a favorable starting period?
I'm sorry, I apologize. My computer cut out for the first half of your question. I heard the end about the timeline. Can you repeat the first part?
Yeah, so I asked, is there an estimated timeline for each project? And if there is there a favorable starting period?
Yeah, if all went according to what we hope relative to schedules, planning board approvals, outside agency approvals. We would like to get into the ground in early 2021. By getting into the ground, I mean starting excavation work, potentially the new buildings. And then we anticipate that it'll be about a 3.5-year build, which will put completion of both buildings into the summer of 2024.
Okay. All right. Thank you so much. My second question is there an area that can be better for the development of this project? And then, yeah, that's my first question for that section.
Could you clarify your question?
Yeah. So my question is there an area that may be better for the development of the project?
This is the area that is the subject of the application.
Okay.
That's really all Mr. Roche can testify to.
And then currently, what is your main concern for the construction of the project? Is there any main concerns when you think about development in the area?
Chris, I mean, do you have any concerns related? I'm just trying to channel the question whether or not you have any particular concerns related to this project.
Sure. I wouldn't necessarily call it a concern, but once design is complete, our number one priority is working with the contractor and developing a safe work site for not only their workers but also the community. So once the design process would be complete, my main concern would be working with everyone on the team to figure out the best way to handle construction logistics while building the project.
Okay. All right. Thank you so much. I yield my time.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next is, I don't remember how to pronounce this, She.
Hi, I'm here. Okay, so I mainly have some sorry, I'm kind of nervous. Yeah, I kind of just have some clarification questions because I'm also not too familiar with this type of proceeding. So I've noticed that a lot of us have environmental safety concerns, etc., moral concerns for the well-being of children and the local community. So as far as I can tell, this is not the forum to be speaking about those.
Correct. That this portion of the meeting is to ask questions of the civil engineer and the testimony that he gave regarding this piece of the application.
So does that apply to the whole meeting, that these questions won't be relevant, or is it just for this particular section of the meeting?
There will be an opportunity after each witness speaks. You have an opportunity to question them, and then at the end there is also public comment portion for the project overall to voice any concerns. But this specific piece right now is just to question the witness on the testimony that they gave. But there will be opportunity later to speak, to your concerns about the entire project.
Right. Okay. So by the project, you mean the Cancer Pavilion specifically, and still not the garage, not the power plant?
Correct. This evening, yes. That's what's before the board this evening.
Okay. So I'm also just wondering how the questions and the comments from the members of the public will be taken into consideration.
Madam Chair, if I may, it appears that Ms. Shi is asking just general questions.
Yeah, that's I was just going to say. Do you have any questions for the engineer at this point? If not, you can address your concerns in the public portion of the meeting. But this is specifically, you have to have, if you don't have, do you have a specific question for?
No, I yield my time. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, Dan?
Is Miss Linda Stork.
Okay, hi. Mr. Rose, did I understand you to say that I might have heard this wrong? I'm having a little bit of a hard time hearing here. That the plans were started a year and 8 months ago, but the site-specific plan was started early 2020?
No, I think I stated that the plans were started 8 to 10 months ago.
the site-specific plan.
Correct. We're started 8 to 10 months ago. And then the other statement I made was relative to the traffic counts back in May or April of 2019. At that point in time, we knew the cancer center was under consideration. We didn't know the site location at that point, which is why we counted so many intersections in the surrounding area.
I didn't see the intersection of, I saw Easton Avenue mentioned a lot, but coming Easton the other way, people would cut across on Saddam Street. Lewis Street, rather. Well, yeah, actually Ray Street. Well, whatever you know what I'm talking about, the cross street. The intersection is Somerset. So then the intersection, if they come across on that, then they come into Somerset Street at Lewis Street. That is a horrendous light to sit through at traffic. You can sit through the light 3 or 4 times without moving through. It gets gridlocked. And that's now. We really have gridlock at rush hours. I don't know how the count was done. And apparently that intersection wasn't included, but it's going to really be a terrible problem. I know you spoke a lot about the internal, drop-off place and the thing, but the thing is everybody has to get in there. How many lanes will be entering? Because I saw one study that said during the peak time, there will be a car entering every few seconds. But a car can't enter.
Mr. Liebling, would this be more appropriate?
Chris, I kept hoping that member of the public would get to the question on it. Chris, is this something that you think you can respond to, or is the study of the various intersections really a question for Mr. Desario?
Mr. Desario can better answer the question.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry.
Okay.
I'll wait with the traffic related then. I had really wanted to know about the timeline of when a site-specific plan was started, because we were still being told for a long time that the site was up in the air and nothing was definite. And
Miss Stork.
Madam Chair.
Yeah.
So that has been.
Madam Chair, if I may, if
months?
Ms. Stork has any additional questions.
Well, yeah, I'm asking for coverage at 8 to 10 months, but can you narrow it down? When was the site-specific plan started?
I believe that was answered already.
Is that
the answer was 8 to 10 months ago.
Right.
And I'm asking if you can narrow it down.
I guess that's a yes or no question, Mr. Roach.
Yeah, maybe 8 to 10 months ago, we started doing some site concept plans on various sites, and this was one of those sites. As far as when we again start putting together detailed drawings, I think that would probably be somewhere in the, and I'm approximating here, March, April 2020 time period.
The site-specific plan.
Yes, and again, I'm approximating. I don't have an exact date in my head.
Do you know anything about previous plans that had been drawn up that were in the lobby of the hospital, like years ago, showing a cancer center across the street?
No, I'm not aware of any of those.
Okay. And my last question is about the solar panels from the building that you're tearing down. What happens to like 4-year-old solar panels?
I'll let Mr. Liebling, our attorney, answer that.
I can just help you out here. They're being relocated to another property owned by the Board of Education.
So they will still be used.
That's my understanding.
Yeah,
Okay.
Because to see solar panels going down and a gas power plant going up, like that's not good planning. That's like going backwards.
Do you have any more questions?
So that was my last question. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Last speaker for cross-examination, we have Mr. Torbus.
Hi, thanks, Mr. Dominguez. Hi, Mr. Roach. You clearly know your trade. Thanks for your patience tonight in answering these questions. You spoke earlier or answered a question that there were other sites involved or being considered. Could you tell us what those other sites were, where they were?
Approximately, I can throw out one of the site locations. We had been looking at another site to the east of where the site is.
Regardless, I'm not sure it's relevant for this application. This is the one that was selected.
Yeah, Madam Chair, this is Arvin Ital. It appears that it would be limited to, that would be irrelevant. If we could just ask Mr. Tarbus to perhaps ask civil engineering questions related to his testimony.
That's fine, but he had testified to that. He had provided
No,
that
I understand.
information
I just
to
wanted
us.
to clarify that issue.
Okay. In your testimony, which I was here for several hours ago, I believe you talked about the pedestrian bridges, right, over Somerset Street, and you did mention there were going to be a clearance of 15 feet, which is, I believe, in the civil engineering discipline. But you also talked about the sort of which parts of the bridges had different traffic of types of pedestrians. You said that you knew that, well, one of the bridges was going to have staff only, I believe, and the other bridge was going to be more of a general use bridge. But that's not really part of civil engineering, though, is it?
No, it's not. And I'm sure the architect will testify to something similar. But you're right, it's not part of civil engineering. I'm just providing some.
Okay. But and related to that, you also talked about I forgot, I didn't get the terminology, but pedestrian vehicle interactions. Is that something that the civil engineer is generally concerned with?
It is if we have the ability to limit pedestrian and vehicular interaction. So by providing the pedestrian overpasses, if you're able to have pedestrians crossing the street on an overpass, you eliminate the potential for pedestrian vehicular conflict. So that's something that traffic engineers look at. It's something that we as civil engineers take into consideration.
Okay, and does that include the building egress and ingress points? Is that part of the scope of civil engineering?
Not as much. You know, we look at the vehicular interaction with pedestrians. Really, the ingress and egress and where those points are required is something that the architect would be better suited to address.
Okay, thank you. During the cross-examination, I believe I learned about something called historic fill, and there's some, and I don't mean to duplicate, but did you cover the existence of the contaminants in your testimony?
I believe I did briefly, and I believe I also put the caveat on just that, you know, I can talk at a high level on environmental issues, but I am a site civil and land development engineer via training, so I'm able enough to describe some of the issues, but not go into detailed technical environmental background.
Right. Was that part of your initial testimony, though, or was that in response to questions under cross-examination?
It was a response to questions on a cross-examination.
Right. So you did not include the very significant issue pertaining to civil engineering during your testimony, but you did include details about that are really an architect's purview. Is that right?
I don't know if I would phrase it like that, but I did not include historic fill from a factual perspective in my initial testimony.
Okay, thank you. You've become somewhat familiar, it seems, with the existing structure on the site.
I have limited knowledge of it, yes.
Do you think that from your perspective, are there any deficiencies with the current site?
Deficiencies in what sense?
From a civil engineering perspective, like, are there any improvements that would be needed? Like, if in order to continue using the site, are there major renovations or improvements from a civil engineering perspective that would be needed?
Madam Chair, I don't believe that's a relevant question. It's not being
Madam Chair,
proposed
this is the
for
board
use.
attorney. Yeah, I believe that would be irrelevant.
Do you have another question, Mr. Tarbor?
Yeah, I'd like to try and rephrase that one, actually, because, you know, the testimony did talk about the removal of the school. So the removal of that school is clearly in the scope of this application, right? I mean, that's, I'm assuming, is that part of the application, the actual removal of this current building?
Yes, that is. There's a demolition plan.
Okay, thank you. So is the demolition of that building due to any type of structural or civil or deficiencies, or is it just being done because it's basically an arbitrary decision being made?
It's being done for a different use, which a redevelopment plan was adopted to permit. So you can't leave what was there and also construct the new building that the redevelopment plan calls for. So it has to be demolished.
So the answer is that it was done for nothing related to the current condition of the school that's there now.
I can't speak to what findings were made when the redevelopment plan was adopted.
Okay. Now we also heard about the conditions set with the power plant and a parking garage. Was that part of your? I believe that was part of your original testimony, right? That it was conditional. There was separate application and they're conditional, right? Is that right?
Yes. It wasn't my testimony. I'm not testifying, but I did make that statement on behalf of the applicant.
Okay, that's fine. Are there any other conditions that have not been disclosed yet tonight that are, where there are other things in addition to the power plant and the parking garage, or any other conditions, either environmental or of any type?
Madam Chair,
this application?
For this, I don't believe that would be a question for this witness.
Which witness would it be for?
Well,
I think
Madam
that
Chair,
would
if I
come
may,
as
this is the witness for.
civil
I'm sorry,
engineering.
Madam Chair.
No, go ahead. I'm sorry.
No, I said I believe this witness is a civil engineer. Well, I know this is a civil engineer. So the testimony that's presented before by this witness is subject to cross-examination. So we can't really answer Mr. Tarbus's question at this point. If he has any more civil engineering questions, he can certainly address those, and he's certainly free to make comments during the public portion.
Is the power plant? Yeah. Okay. Is the power plant? The condition on the power plant, is that part of a civil engineering scope or domain?
This is the application for the pavilion only, Mr. Tarbos. That's all
Okay.
this board is considering this evening.
So the condition, but there is a condition on this other application of some sort, right? That
Mr.
somehow
Tarbos,
Mr. Roach was testifying about it. Sorry?
Mr. Chairman, Madam Chairman, I'm sorry. This is Arvin Itel again. So if I may, there are no conditions that this board has imposed because it is not opined about this application yet. It has not rendered a decision.
Okay, but Mr. Roach did talk about a condition of some sort. Is that condition, where does that condition exist?
If you have any other questions for this witness.
I have a question. Yeah, he spoke about a condition. Where does that condition exist in the documentation or the application of this project?
If you can give me 1 second to interject, and I apologize, just giving you your 1 minute warning, Mr. Tarbus.
Thank you.
So the answer to the question, Madam Chair, if I may, would be that this board can certainly attach conditions to approval. I believe Mr. Liebling's indicated and the engineers indicated that would be conditioned on their approvals, and that's something this board would consider. We have not opined on that yet.
So is the answer that this idea of a condition is just something that's anticipated? It's not actually documented? Is that my understanding then?
That would be fair, Madam Chair.
All right, thank you.
Yes, we haven't heard the complete testimony from the applicant yet. So
Okay.
we have to take everything into consideration, and that would be made towards the end of, at the end before we took a vote, or, during our discussion. As are all conditions. All conditions are set forth at the end of the application process with this board.
So the board becomes the source of the conditions for the approval. Is that right?
Is that the legal process, Mr. Reichel?
No, I want to be very careful because I'm not sure how Mr. Tarbus is using those words, but this board renders a decision based upon the municipal land use law and the applications it's provided, and on the ordinances, the city ordinances that are applicable on this application.
And that would, so any approval would come with or without conditions, right? Is that, I'm just trying to clarify. I've never been through this process.
I understand, Mr. Turbis. I'm not trying to be difficult. I just want to make sure that you're not cheated of an opportunity to ask Mr. Roach questions.
No, not
These
at
are
all. I
general
mean,
questions about the hearing process that have nothing to
that's,
do with
well,
Mr. Roach.
well, that's fine, but he did testify about the condition, so I was just asking what, I was asking about, I didn't know about the condition before his testimony, so that's why I was asking. So it was related to his testimony. Thank you. I yield my time.
Okay. Thank you. We have no more members of the public for cross-examination of Mr. Roach.
Okay, at this time, I'd like to ask it's 10 o'clock. Our normal time is, I think we normally don't go past 10:30, but I would like to ask the board, the professionals, and the applicant if there are any objections about extending the time tonight and continuing with this process.
Madam Chairperson, this is.
Are there any objections?
Well, this is John Petrolino. What time are you suggesting we extend it to?
Not any specific time. We're just going to continue with the hearing.
No, I'm sorry. I can't commit to an indefinite period of testimony to my chair.
Madam Chair, perhaps we can ask Mr. Liebling how many more witnesses he has?
Yes, we
You said you had
have
two,
our,
you have two more.
yes, we have an architect, and we have our traffic engineer. I would surmise that the architectural testimony would be less detailed and trigger fewer questions given just the nature, the content of it. But that's just me surmising.
Would it be acceptable to hear the testimony of the architect and the comments that follow from the board and the public pertaining to that witness?
Madam Chairperson, I can't commit to going beyond 10:30 this evening. This is Mr. Petrolino again. I apologize, but I've got other things that unfortunately require me to be up extremely early tomorrow. So that's all I can give you.
Well, we still have a half hour. Mr. Ital, what do you suggest? We just go
I
until
would suggest
10:30?
that we call the next witness and perhaps with the if the board is inclined, maybe have the public comment period following the next two witnesses.
Okay.
If we can get through to two witnesses.
Yeah, and that's acceptable procedure-wise?
If
So
the board
we'll
is
hear
okay
both.
with that, we should, yeah, if the board is okay with that, we should probably go ahead and at least get the next
Okay.
witness on.
Do I have any objections from the members of the board to hearing both witnesses and then questions to follow?
No objection. This is Bob Cardigan.
John Petrolino.
Do I have any objections from the applicant's attorney?
I'm sorry, Madam Chairperson, John Petrolino here. I just want to make sure that we're making appropriate plans to hear public testimony. When would that take place? If we're cutting off at 10:30, listening to the two remaining witnesses, when will we then have an opportunity to accept public questioning of experts?
As with any other time when this happens, it would pick up at the next meeting. It would just be a continuation of this hearing.
Thank you.
Okay, can we hear your next two witnesses then, and we'll reserve questions till after both have testified.
Yeah. My next witness is our architect, Ken Drucker from HOK. Oh, there you are. Okay, I see your picture. Mr. Dominguez, do you want to swear him in? And
Sure. Mr. Drucker, are you there? You're muted.
I'm here.
Okay. Mr. Drucker, do you swear or affirm to tell the whole truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
You have the floor.
Mr. Drucker, could you describe your involvement in this project, your role in this project?
Yes, I'm the design director of HOK's Northeast practice, and I'm the design principal responsible for the design of this project architecturally.
Okay, great. And could you provide your professional qualifications?
Yes, I have my Bachelor of Architecture from Cornell University and my Master of Architecture from Harvard Graduate School of Design. I'm a registered architect in the state of New Jersey. I have 40 years of experience and a fellow member of the American Institute of Architects, and I'm a LEED certified professional. And I've presented expert testimony in front of many municipalities in the state of New Jersey.
The witness is accepted as an expert for this board.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Dan, we'll be looking at the remaining exhibits that were posted with you.
So Dan, I'll just say next as we go through each of the exhibits. And you can advance them for us.
Next.
Next. Next. So I'm going to be going through the floor plans in the building section and the building elevations and walk you through what's happening on each floor as a follow-up to Chris's testimony. So on the first floor plan, you can see the Somerset entrance to the south and the drop-off to the north entrance to the north. And you can see represented in yellow is the main lobby space where there is a 3-story atrium above grade and 1 floor below grade with the core immediately to its left to the west. Around the perimeter of the project, you can see at the south corner on Division Street, a retail food service space, which would be for patients, staffs, and visitors with access from the atrium and access from Somerset. Moving around the building from west, you can see the PT gym with views to the outdoors, admin space, and then moving along the drop-off, you can see where there's collection for incoming patients, registration intake, and then the conference center on the corner of Somerset and Hardenberg. The bike racks are located on Hardenberg, just to the right of the registration intake, and the ambulance will also be placed at curbside on Hardenberg at that location. You can also see the locations of the 3 bridges. Pedestrian walkway A is a 2nd floor connection that connects to the existing hospital and the existing legacy building of CINJ. Pedestrian walkway C is an administration connection to the western portion of the hospital building. And then between the garage to the north and the face of our building along the north entry drive, you can see a 3rd bridge location for which we call walkway B. Next. So this is the building section that represents the overall uses of the building. And you can see from the bottom of the drawing, I'm going to work my way up, that the lower areas are used for radiation and imaging equipment. That's where the heavy equipment needs to be. The atrium connects you from the ground floor down to that level, so you get natural daylight down to that level. On the right-hand side is the south entry off of Somerset, and the left-hand side of the drawing is the passageway underneath the bridge connection to the garage, which is the north atrium building entrance. The lobby level is on the main ground floor. And then we have research labs, and all the bridge connections are happening at the 2nd floor. We have clinical program on the 3rd and 4th floor, infusion on the 5th floor. And then on MEP, an intermittent MEP area in gray that you see halfway up the building. That provides for fresh air and circulation and ventilation to the surgical floor above, you see in green. And then in the 3 floors above, you see basically where we will have patient rooms, 96 total patient rooms, with a major setback on that floor for a respite garden. The building is less than the 225 feet that's allowed. The building height is 212 feet to the top of the screening wall. And when you include the screening wall, it's 218 feet. So it's an 11-story building. And the setbacks allow for light and air to hit Summer Street, and also provides for light and air to get to the passageway, entry passageway. In terms of employees, the question was asked what the population count is of the building. Our CINJ currently has approximately 650 daily employees. And over the next 10 years, approximately 500 employees could be added. At the maximum build out, approximately 50% of the employees working in the building could be new employees compared to the existing employee count in the current building. C&J currently sees approximately 500 patients daily, and we anticipate that the new facility, this number could increase by 200 to 300 new patients, or an increase of 40 to 60%. Next slide, please. I'm going to quickly go through the floor plans. This is the basement level that shows that we're building out to the entirely to the property line on the north, south, east, and west sides of the site. The yellow represents the ground floor of the lobby with the passenger elevators to the west of that yellow area. And this is also where we'll be having our connection below grade to the parcel to the north. Next. On the second floor, this is the primary circulation floor to connect to the existing legacy building, the hospital, in 2 locations, and to the parking garage. And this is our research floor. This is an inpatient and outpatient building, but research is critical. So there's real-time learning for Rutgers faculty and staff, and for the researchers and for the physicians. Next. The third floor represents where the clinics are, and you can begin to see the void that's created in the atrium itself that provides for a visual connection from the Somerset drop-off to the vehicular drop-off on the north side, with bridges connecting both sides of the atrium. And then there's a portion for clinical trials in the angular piece, which is focused on New Albany Street and a visual connection to the legacy building. Next floor, the fourth floor. This is similar in terms of the clinics that will occur on this floor. And the focal point will be the pediatric clinic on the fourth floor as well. The fifth floor plan, please. The fifth floor is the infusion floor, with also an opportunity for extended outpatient on the east side. So this is where most of the infusion occurs for all the cancer patients. Sixth floor. This is our intermittent mechanical floor that provides for ventilation up and down through the building, through this level. We also have a pharmacy on this level. This pharmacy is not a retail pharmacy. It's for the staff and for the patients. And there'll be faculty offices at this location. The seventh floor. The seventh floor is our primary surgical floor. There are 9 surgical units with central sterile located on this floor to provide for service, and a series of pre-op and post-op beds for basically providing pre-operative procedures and post-operative procedures for the surgical suites. The 8th floor. The 8th floor is our first patient floor, and there's an opportunity for a lot of green space on the setback. You can see the footprint of the base of the building from floor 7 below is much larger than the footprint. We call that the diagnostic chassis at the base of the building. And the typical bed tower floor is much narrower to provide daylight into the units themselves. And then facing the corner of Little Albany, Hardenburg, and Somerset, where the lounges are for each of these bed floors. And then we also have a healing garden on this. The 9th floor and 10th floor are similar in terms of their layout without the gardens, since they're tower floors. And then the 11th floor, which is drawing A16, illustrates the size of the mechanical space at the top of the building. You can see how that portion of the building is also narrowed down to reinforce the setbacks of the building to get light and air down to the street. And then the cranked portion you see on the southeast corner becomes basically a beacon for the project, an iconic beacon, which you'll see in the final exhibit in terms of the rendering. So next I'm going to go through the elevations, and according to the redevelopment plan, the building needs to be contextual. We believe that using terracotta in 2 different colors will allow us to relate to the brick vernacular found primarily throughout New Brunswick. There are several other terracotta buildings within the area, but most of the existing hospital is brick. And terracotta is a unitized system that allows for you to create a very modern building out of the same organic materials that you could find in brick. The window fenestration patterns relate directly to the program of the building that's happening beyond. This is the Somerset facade, so you can see the glass entrance, which is underneath a small overhang. There'll be an entry canopy. And then the building sort of floats over the ground. We want to promote pedestrian activity all the way around the perimeter of the building. You can see the amount of extensive landscaping, and there's a cross-section that you can see on the left side, which is the administrative bridge with its 15-foot clearance. And on the right-hand side, you can see a cross-section through the patient, staff, and physician connection to the legacy building and to the hospital. You can also see the glass beacon at the corner in this elevation. We'll go to the next slide. Basically, going to go drive around the building. We're going to go to the east elevation next. This is the Hardenberg elevation. You can see how where all the amenities are on the ground floors, the lounges all occur on this southeast corner. You can see the bridge connection to the hospital, to the legacy building to the left, and the terracotta on the facades to the right. And you can see the connection to the parcel to the north with the second floor bridge for the convenience of people coming from the garage and to pavilion, the cancer pavilion. So the base of the building is primarily glass, and we've played with the scale of the masonry openings to create a combination of double and quadruple height openings within the masonry to deal with both the urban scale and the pedestrian scale. The next elevation, the next exhibit is the north facade, which is the north entry drive. Once again, you can see the three-story atrium in the middle. There'll be an entry canopy, and there'll be a canopy along the edge of the building from the atrium all the way to vision to allow for queuing underneath the canopy that's protected from the weather. This connection will be landscaped so that we basically have street trees all around the perimeter of the building. And you can see the fold in the upper 3 floors of the building, the mechanical space and the setbacks that represent that diagonal shift towards the southeast at the top of it. And then finally, in terms of the elevations, we have the west elevation, the Division Street elevation. Once again, the retail is on the lower right-hand corner behind the glazed facade. We've got street trees to buffer how the building gets to the ground. And you can see the stepping of the building. This is probably the side that relates mostly to the height of the hospital to the south. And you can see the major setbacks of each of there, basically 4 setbacks along this elevation. And then on the setback on the upper left, you can see that's where our wellness garden will be. And then finally, the last exhibit is the view from the corner of Hardenberg and Somerset, showing the view from the legacy building at grade. At the ground floor at the corner, we have meeting spaces, conference spaces with a potential breakout area onto that corner area screened by trees. And then all of our lounge and shared functions are programmed along this glass facade facing southeast. In terms of the facade itself, it's a high performance facade. This building is not a LEED building, but we pride ourselves on sustainability being part of our DNA at HOK. And we are selecting materials that promote wellness and well-being with very little off-gassing for the materials themselves. We're looking for locally sourced materials. And then we've got green all around the base of the building. We're harvesting daylight deep into the building through the atrium. And then we're providing a wellness garden at the major setback on the first bed floor at the top of the building. And we believe that the overall architecture is in full compliance with the development.
Thanks, Ken. Mr. Drucker is available for questions at this point.
Arvind, were we going to question this witness now, or were we going to move forward with the next witness?
I meant the board, Madam Chair, but that's obviously your call.
I think Arvin's mute. Hey, you were muted.
I'm sorry, I'm unmuted now.
Yeah.
Apologize. This is Arvin Itel, the board attorney. Madam Chair, I
Yes.
believe it would be
Yes.
appropriate for the board to ask questions, and then we can check with the applicant's attorney to determine if he wants to. Number one, he's got the right to continue with 5 members if he wishes to continue with 5, or if he wishes to put in his case but not go to a vote tonight, and then we could come back in 2 weeks when this would be the next planning board hearing, and we could go to a vote, and Mr. Petrolino would be able to review the transcript of the testimony that was presented after he had to leave. But I would leave that to Mr. Lieberman.
And what is your preference, sir?
Yeah, I think our preference would be to have the board and the public question Mr. Drucker, and then present our final witness, and repeat that process. And obviously, depending on how late you're willing to continue, and also board member Petrolino's agreement that he will be willing to review the transcript or view this taped WebEx or however it's presented.
Okay, yeah, it would be his duty as a board member to review that. Are the other board members willing to continue with the application? I don't hear any objections from anybody, so I'm going to proceed. When Mr. Petrolino leaves, he can get the, I don't know if it's on CD or how they put it, but he can listen to the hearing, the rest of the hearing that he is not participating in this evening before the final vote that'll take place at the next time. So now I want to open up questions to the architect, to the board members. Do any of the board members have questions for the architect?
Chairwoman Petrolino here, just a quick question. So if I review the testimony in transcript form, will I have any way to ask questions of any of the members of the any of the witnesses, or would I simply be expected to vote based on the record?
No, we will be back. If I understand correctly, we will all be back, and there will be an opportunity for you to question before we render a vote.
Perfect, thank
you. My understanding. Is that correct, Mr. Ital?
That's my understanding as well, but I want to clarify with Mr. Liebling. You wish to proceed with 6 members, and you do not wish to go to a vote tonight, you think?
Well, I honestly, I think if the questioning is as long as it was the first time, or even close to that long, and then we have another witness and more questions, I think I would just evaluate it at that point. But that seems like that would be quite an accomplishment. So.
Understood. So we'll
okay.
Put on the witnesses tonight. We'll to answer Mr. Petrolino's question, the witnesses will be back at the next scheduled meeting. And Mr. Petrolino, if you had any questions to follow up, they would be available for your follow-up questions.
Perfect, thank you.
Did you hear that?
I did, thank you.
Okay. So now do any board members have questions for the architect? I'm hearing none. Do any of the professionals have questions for the architect? Again, hearing none. I think we are finished with this witness. If you have your next one, sir. Oh, I'm sorry. We have. Are we doing the public portion now?
We are.
Yes.
Yes, right? Okay. So
Yes.
now we're going to open it up to members of the public with questions for the architect relevant to his testimony only, the same as we did last time with the civil engineer. So please stand up and go through your alphabet.
Excuse me, is the full board even present right now?
Yes, they are.
We have a quorum. Even if John has left, we still have a quorum. 5. Right. So I the speaker registration process.
Hello, are you taking questions from the public?
We're working, we're going to be putting together a list.
Well, we would have to look. We're not. All right. Everyone is unmuted. So if there are any members of the public, let's go through this first. Anyone who wishes to speak Christian Roach did not get to cross-examine him because they were unable to get through the noise at that juncture. If they would like to question him in cross-examination of Christian Roach, I would like you to announce yourself, and I will add you to a list to deal with that. If there's anyone who wants to cross that.
Yes, then.
Yes, who is that? Can I get your name?
All right, Catherine Hunt. I did put my hand up there. I don't know if it was very effective.
Ms. Hunt, are you on the phone or on computer?
Oh, I'm on computer. Let me.
Well, I just have to make sure because the people who are on a phone call.
There we go.
She's the lady who's.
Can you hear me better?
All right, so I've noted Miss Hunt. Is there anyone else who would like to cross-examine Mr. Roach, who did not get a chance last time because of the confusion? Okay. Seeing none, we'll just mark off Ms. Hunt here for a second. And now I'm opening it up for those who want to cross-examine Mr. Drucker. And I'm going to go alphabetically. So, A, by last name, A. B.
Yeah, Lindsay Bushong.
Sorry. B's. Can I get those? Two people spoke up with the letter B. I didn't get either of them.
Yeah, Lindsay Bushong.
Lindsay, how you spell your last name?
It's Bushong.
Are you on the phone or by computer? Pam, are you on the phone or by computer?
Computer.
Thank you. Is there anyone else with the letter B?
Yes, Jean-Luc Bourget.
Mr. Bourget. All right, C. E.
Madam Chair, perhaps we should again announce do not talk during this section, or to mute if you're going to talk.
Yes, if anyone who's got background noise, if you could mute yourselves while we're trying to do this, thank you. Or not. All right. E.
I'm sorry, I want to put my name in for D.
Your name?
That's Nishad Data, D-A-T-T.
Okay. Noted. Anyone else for D? E. E. F. G.
Yes, Gonzalez.
Noted, Mr. Gonzalez.
Yeah.
Eight.
Oh,
wait, hold on.
H-U-N-T, Hunt.
Okay.
Hunt,
hold on.
H-U-N-T.
Noted, Miss Hunt.
Thank you.
Anyone
Hold on,
else
if
for
I'm-
H?
Yeah, me, Brian Hodges. I wanted to ask: are we redoing? Is this for people? Is this for people who didn't get to speak last time, or are we just?
This is for folks who want to cross-examine the architect. But I also had opened it up for anyone who was unable to cross-examine Mr. Roach because they weren't able to get through the muddiness last time.
Ah.
So,
Is there any way we can mute that last?
creating the noise. Trying to find. We got quiet suddenly.
Yes.
Okay. All right. So we had H. So I. J.
Yeah, Mingjiao.
Okay. Anyone else for J?
Hey, Marcus tried to call me and I couldn't grab it fast enough.
K.
Yeah, Eric.
Charlie. Sorry. All right.
Jessica Cladeville.
Okay, Jessica. I think I heard Charlie and Nittel. Yes.
Eric Nettle.
Okay.
And Brian Kulas.
Mr. Kulas, gotcha. All right.
Thank you.
L. M.
Yeah, Laura Mers.
All right, Mers. Moore. Anyone else?
Still Macropolis.
Macropolis.
Mr. Dominguez.
Mr. Macropolis.
According to the Open Public Meetings Act, you guys don't have an infinite amount of time. I mean, there's only a certain amount of time you can extend your time. It's a finite amount of time, and you guys are getting dangerously close to having this meeting be completely illegal at a certain time.
Mr. Ital, do you have any comments on that?
We're still going through the alphabet. We made it through M.
Okay.
I have a comment. I'm an M.
What your name?
Matthew, M as in Michael, A as in Alpha, Thomas, H-E-W, Leone. Middle name is Joseph.
So N. O. P.
Peterson.
Noted, Mr. Peterson. R.
Harley Rubens.
My name is Brian Rack. I'm here. What time do you think the public should be forced to wait on this until? We're already at 10:30. I mean, that's pretty unreasonable.
Brian, how do you spell your last name?
R-A-K.
R-A-K. Thank you. N-O-P. S.
Did you get Rubens for R? Thank you.
Noted. Anyone for S? We had 3 last time, so I'm just double checking. Okay. T.
Yes, Herb Tarbus.
Okay. U. V. W. X. Y. Z. Is there anyone who did not make it onto this list who would like to cross-examine the architect?
Well, I want to make sure you got me, Charlie Cradaville.
I did. I did.
Thank you.
It was a lot of folks talking then. Yes, I got you. Anyone else? Seeing no additional members of the public, do we want to, Mr. Liebling, would you like to start with the one person who would like to cross-examine Christian Roach before we jump into the architect cross-examinations?
That makes sense. If it makes sense to the chair.
All right, so I'm going to go ahead and mute everyone. Actually, I need to make one note here. Mr. Brian Rack, are you on the phone or by computer?
I'm on the computer.
Okay, all right, so I'm going to mute everyone, and then Ms. Hunt, you'll have your chance to cross-examine Mr. Roach. Hold on one second. Ms. Hunt, are you there? You'll need to unmute yourself.
I think this is it. Does this work?
Yes, it did. All right, Ms. Hunt, you have your 5 minutes begin now for you to cross-examine Mr. Roach.
Okay, great. I just want to be able to understand what about the structure that we're talking about is the part that Mr. Roche would talk about versus the part that the architect would talk about?
I can give an answer to that. The civil engineering side, my area expertise really focuses outside the building. Anything dealing with the building would be the architect. I would talk about anything relative to on-site circulation, utilities, and stormwater management, and some of the other topics covered tonight.
Okay, so I got it. All right. Well, I'm thinking that one of the things that was talking about the application and that there were conditions that the application would be conditioned on approval of the power plant. Is that correct? Or did I understand that correctly?
Can you hear me?
Yes, I do.
Madam Chair, if I may, this is Arvin Nautel, the board attorney. And Ms. Hunt, perhaps you weren't here when we had a discussion about the conditions of approval. There is no approval. So there are no conditions at this point. Mr. Liebling, the applicant's attorney, and Mr. Roach certainly made representations as to conditions that they would, I guess, agree to or approve upon if there was an approval by this board. But this board has not rendered a decision yet. So this is your opportunity to ask Mr. Roach questions about his testimony, which hopefully you'd heard, regarding civil engineering.
Okay. Since I'm not, I'm not real familiar with that, so that's why I was asking for that, guidance on that. But I remember that there was a discussion about conditions that had to be decided by the board, and I was wondering if Mr. Roach knows about any agreement to approve this, or in other words, you testified about condition, but the conditions decided by the board in the approval process, and was there a pre-agreement, for example, because it's a big project, and it seemed like, I just thought I should ask, was there a pre-agreement maybe?
So, Ms. Hunt, so we've addressed your question about the issue of, did this board render any conditions? The board has not rendered an opinion yet. So that there are no conditions because there's been no approval. There can't be conditions unless there's an approval. There's certainly, it would be meaningless to have conditions if there's a denial, but in terms of approval, I think I've tried to answer your question. If you have any specific questions related to civil engineering based on Mr. Roach's testimony, this would be your opportunity to ask those questions.
Okay, I think I understand that part. I think I understand what you're saying is that it's not there's no pre-agreement as far as the planning part of it goes. As far as the planning part of, like the conditions that have to happen before you can finalize the plan. I think I got that part. Is that about right?
This board has not rendered an opinion about this application. We haven't approved it, we denied it, and we haven't conditioned it. So whatever discussion there were about conditions that they would agree to, that's something for the board to consider when the board deliberates, and it will be done openly. But this is not, this is your opportunity to ask Mr. Roach questions about civil engineering testimony that he's provided.
Okay, and you're saying that it has mostly to do about maybe the location of the building and the outside part of the structure of the building?
Right. Did you hear Mr. Roach's testimony?
I have heard a good part of it. Okay. And I didn't come in on the exact beginning, but I heard a lot of it. And so I just wanted to clarify that. And then I just wanted to ask him, about, he said something about the stormwater drainage, is that correct? What about the structure would be part of that stormwater drainage planning, say from the top, which from the top floor, suppose you have a big storm and you have the stormwater coming off. What is the actual flow that you envision of the stormwater? What is the flow and the pattern of the flow of the stormwater that you envision?
The pattern of the flow is we're maintaining the existing drainage pattern in that all new rainwater that hits within the project site will be transported either via roof leaders, meaning drains on top of the roof, or via catch basins at the ground level into a surrounding stormwater management system, which will direct the flow into the existing Somerset Street system. There's a 24-inch diameter storm line in Summer Street. It's owned by the city right now, and that's where we're going to discharge our stormwater. I don't have the exact flow number. If it's critical, I can certainly look it up while some of the other witnesses are testifying. But what I will say is the flow that's going there as part of this proposed application is actually less than the flow that's going there currently with the school and the asphalt pavement there. And then the reason for that, as I mentioned previously, is that because we are increasing the amount of grassed areas, so we're slightly reducing the runoff.
Yeah, about what percentage would you say has been decreased?
On the order of 1 to 2%. It's not a massive reduction, but it is a reduction in impervious coverage.
How could that be increased?
I'm not sure I understand the question. How could the reduction in impervious coverage be?
Yes, that's what I mean. How could the reduction be increased?
Ways that, not that we're currently proposing this, but ways that we could increase that reduction in impervious coverage is if we were to add some more tree pits around the site or potentially some small landscape beds. I also know too, though, that as part of stormwater management design to be very conservative, this building is proposing some green roofs, which the architect can talk about, which they in themselves will also reduce the amount of runoff leaving the site.
Yeah, I could see that. And I'm thinking of, can you think of ways to green the site and to increase the amount of water that soaks in rather than in proportion to what runs off?
Certainly, we did put some thought into that as we were developing the initial site plans. It's always a trade-off when you're doing this about making sure you're providing adequate space for pedestrian movements, adequate sidewalk widths, while also trying to provide a balance of appropriate green space. And we think we did that with a significant amount of new street trees that are being planted, significant amount of landscape beds, specifically in the southwest corner of the site, working your way around the building on the western portion of the site and then to the northwestern portion of the site. Since we weren't able to provide a vast amount of grassed area within the site to fit the building program we wanted, that's when we was led to the decision that we would have some green roofs as part of the building to help aid in that process.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. And you think that you could increase the you could increase the amount of greening in the site, but like you say, it would maybe decrease pedestrian movement a little bit, or
yeah, I think what we're proposing is appropriate level of landscaping for an urban environment. I stated before, from a stormwater management regulatory perspective, we wouldn't be required to enhance that green space anymore. We chose just as a design team, we thought it made more sense rather than taking up more space at the ground level where we already had a significant amount of landscape areas to consider the green roofs. That was the rationale behind our thinking.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. So, okay, I wanted to know something about that. And then in terms of the power plant, what would be the energy source?
Again, like the other power questions, they'll be addressed at the application on the building that includes that facility.
Oh, I see. And the need for it would be, you know, I guess in terms of power outage. You said redundancy. Is that what you were thinking of to keep that basically the whole facility running, even if there was a power outage? Or were you thinking of it in terms not of just emergency, but in terms of day to day?
We'll have a full presentation on that at the hearing.
Okay,
on that
because
building.
he mentioned the power source, so as part of what his purview is, so I thought I should ask about that. And then what about the structure? Do you feel is really makes, you know, is really appropriate or special to a research facility? It looks like a patient treatment facility, actually, quite a bit more than a research facility, but both.
Ms. Hunt, I think that's a question for the architect who I know you've put your name on the list for.
Oh, okay. All right, because he said it was a structure, so I was trying to, you know, not understanding the differences between the boundaries of civil engineering and architecture. I kind of was trying to get at what is the difference here. Yeah, so is there anything about the structure that would pertain specifically to the mission of the building that you have addressed?
Just to cut in, I apologize for everybody. Hunt, I'm just giving you your 1 minute warning. Please continue.
Okay, I just wanted to know and about that. Is there anything that you feel is, you know, pertains specifically to the mission of that building?
I think the architect is much better suited to answer that question.
Okay, so
Shortly.
okay, all right. So I wasn't quite sure. Yeah, okay, I wasn't quite sure how that affected your work in, you know, your purview there. So, but if there's anything that does, you know, pertain to that particular mission, I was interested in knowing what your point of view was. That wasn't a part of your considerations?
No, generally with the civil engineering design elements, we're given the building footprint by the architect, you know, showing us where the proposed door locations are, and we work with them a little bit as far as laying out where the hardscape areas are going to go, where the pedestrian route are going to go. But as far as what was driving the building design and the structure, the architect will handle that question in a few minutes.
All right, that kind of lays it out for me. I just didn't really know how that would affect what you do, and you know what effect that would have on your point of view and design.
Time
of your building. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Hunt.
Thank you.
All right, so now we'll slide over to the cross-examination of the architect. And our first speaker is Mr. Bourget. Fine. Mr. Bourget, are you there?
Arvin Ital, the board attorney.
Yes, I am present.
It may bear repeating, just so that the folks that have lined up.
Hello?
And the folks that have lined up to cross-examine.
Hello?
Architect. Mr. Bourget, if I may just finish, this is Arvin Ital, the board attorney. Just so the folks that have lined up to cross-examine the architect are aware, this is related to cross-examination of the testimony that Mr. Drucker provided as an expert in the field of architecture related to this site. So the pavilion application, which is the only application that's before the board this evening, it would be related to just this site and to Mr. Drucker's expertise as an architect related to that application.
Is that all, Mr. Bechtel? Okay. Mr. Bourget, we apologize for that. You may begin whenever you're ready.
Yes, understood. Thank you, Councilman. I hope the questions I had earlier may be more applicable to the architects. Where exactly would this build be happening? The power plant? Where, like what sort of like municipal resources would have to go to this? Like, would any sort of additional new additions to the power grid? Any sort of like new like municipal underground lines?
Sir, again, this is
form they may
about the
be.
this is about the building. This is about the building that Mr. Drucker testified to. He didn't mention power plants. This is about the building that on the exhibits that he showed you, the floor plans and the stacking and the elevations.
Yes, I'm terribly sorry. So then, would any sort of new municipal underground lines like water, sewage, etc., what would that look like? And what cost to the town would that take?
I'm not sure if the architect is testified to the underground infrastructure, but maybe Mr. Drucker, if you had and I just missed it.
No, I did not testify to the point of entries for the utilities around the perimeter of the site.
Mr. Bourget, did you have any questions?
So what sort of? Yeah. So what sort of new infrastructure would have to be constructed for this new facility?
I can't answer that question.
I think that was entirely within
You cannot?
No, that was entirely within Mr. Roche's testimony. All of the improvements, on the ground and below ground.
Was?
Yes, it was.
Oh, I'm terribly sorry. I don't recall hearing that information.
So, Madam Chair, if I may, if the witness has any other questions for Mr. Drucker, the architect, otherwise perhaps move on to Ms. Bushong.
Once again, I'm terribly sorry. It appears that I've misunderstood this once again. I will keep this in mind for further cross-examinations. Once again, thank you, council members, for your time. I appreciate it and your service to the great city of New Brunswick. Thank you.
Right. All right. Thank you, Mr. Bourget. Next up is Lindsay Bouchon.
Hi, yeah, thank you. Before I ask my question, just there seems to be a lot of confusion in the chat, like how late this meeting is going. I don't know if anybody can offer any clarity, like are we going to finish the questioning here? And that's the end of the, just for the public, because it seems like there's some confusion.
Yeah, Ms. Bushong, this is Arvin Eitel, the board attorney. Madam Chair, if I may, as I understand it, this is cross-examination. We'll put on the next witness if we're able to. So I don't have a time, but Ms. Bushong, if you have some questions that you'd like to ask Mr. Drucker, the architect, related to this site and this testimony regarding this application.
Okay, yeah, certainly.
The other members of the public are waiting patiently, or you.
Yeah, okay, I got it. Thank you. So my question is, you mentioned that you were LEED certified as an architect and also that you value sustainability in this project. Is this building going to be LEED certified?
No, it will not be LEED certified, but it will include a lot of the same items that are in a typical LEED certified checklist.
Okay, could you elaborate on maybe some of the ones that, I don't know, you're most passionate about or you think are going to be the kind of highlight of the building?
Sure. So the exterior wall will be a high performance wall, which means that there'll be very little heat gain or heat loss going through the exterior wall. The green roofs that we talked about will be expensive at the setbacks, and those green roofs will limit the amount of storm runoff and calm that storm runoff down. We have daylight penetration going deep into the building for the wellness of its occupants. We have daylight going deep into the lobby from both the north and south sides, so that we'll have little impact on sort of how dark the space is. This is a very large site, and so the idea is to get daylight as deep into the space as possible. And then all the materials that we select will be of low emitting materials, so there won't be any off-gassing coming from the materials on the inside and the materials that we select that meet the guidelines for designing hospitals.
Awesome, cool. And in terms of materials, are you guys thinking about your sourcing at all? Are there like any intentions to like locally source materials or to tap into, you know, like the East Coast area for that, or?
We would optimize the selection of materials to hopefully be within a 500-mile radius of the site. Like I said, we're following the principles of LEED. We're just not going after a LEED certification.
Is there a reason you're not going after certification?
Just that some clients are more concerned about the performance of the building than necessarily putting a plaque on the building.
Okay.
So, you know, we follow as standard procedures within our practice, talking to all of our clients about water use, energy use, material selection, when we're dealing with the contractor, how to separate all the trash so that it's all recycled. We care about the recycled content of the steel, and we care about the use of low emitting materials, and we look to reduce the amount of carbon footprint in our buildings as well.
Okay, cool. And this sort of relates, you sort of touched on this already, but just thinking about that it is a cancer center and kind of like what Catherine was saying earlier, thinking about how to make those patients feel like more comfortable, sort of like what features are you adding to the building for that?
Well, you know, most of the people coming to this building don't want to be there. So what we try to do is eliminate as much stress as possible. So their whole arrival to the building, the reason why we have remote entry is that a lot of people will be coming for the first time with their family members, and we want to basically whisk the cars away quickly into the project to the north. And all the wayfinding will be very intuitive within the building, and the atrium will be very clear in terms of how you maneuver between the different floors. So wayfinding is very important, but it's all about reducing stress. And so we'll be selecting calming materials, natural materials. And once again, you know, daylight is incredibly important, access to daylight and views.
Okay, awesome. Thank you for that. I really appreciate it. That's all I have.
Thank you. Next up is Dada. Make sure they are there and not muted. Dada?
Oh, yeah, sorry, I'm here, yeah.
Yes. You're up.
Okay, so my first question for you is, Mr. Drucker, what is your design philosophy going into building a project like this?
My design philosophy is basically to design a building from the inside out and from the outside in. That it has to respond to the context. It has to respond to the typology of this particular building. And it's really all about creating an environment for wellness. My philosophy is to do basically a building that adds value to the client and is a long-term solution for the client. So their investment in architecture basically relates to the community and relates to a sense of place.
Okay, so have you worked on similar projects before, and can you give me examples?
Yes, I designed the $1 billion Koch Center in New York City, in Manhattan, which is a 18-story building that basically is an outpatient building. In New Jersey, I designed the Princeton Community Hospital in Princeton, which is now part of Penn Medicine. And in Harlem, I designed the Harlem Hospital, which integrates African American digitized murals into the facade.
Okay, my next question has to do with sunlight, because someone previously asked when it was Mr. Roach's time for questions, what you were going to do to mitigate the fact that this is going to literally be blocking out the sun for many of the residents in town.
The building has significant setbacks. The base of the building, what I described as the diagnostic chassis, requires a lot of adjacencies to operate efficiently. And so we build basically street wall buildings, but then as soon as we can, we break out from that street wall and we create as many setbacks as we can. Some would call it a wedding cake building. So we've created as many setbacks as we can, especially on the south side. And the north entry drive provides a nice setback to the residents to the north.
Okay, and I believe this might be my last question for you, Mr. Drucker. What is the expected timetable for the I guess just what you gave testimony on thus far?
What do you mean by timetable?
I'm sorry. Yeah.
I think my colleague described when we anticipate starting construction and completing construction.
Okay. Mr. Dominguez, how much time do I have left?
You have 3.5 minutes left.
Okay, and I don't know if, Mr. Drucker, you're the most appropriate person to ask this question to, but for the people who are going to be working on this project, are you going to be using union contractors?
I'm not the appropriate person to answer that question.
I see. And I think that about does it for me, but thanks so much for taking your time to answer my questions, Mr. Drucker. I'm very impressed with your credentials, and I hope you have a great night.
Thank you.
All right, next up is Juan Gonzalez.
Yes, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Drucker, I have a few questions for you based on your testimony. And I'm sure you probably haven't been in too many meetings that have gone this late because there is so much public concern over what is happening here. I hope you appreciate that. Okay, my first question to you is, in your drawings, you mention that the basement area, because it will house all of the radiation facilities, and obviously they need to have much more protection, the radiation facilities, extends to the property line. I want to, can you elaborate on that? Is the basement area, because I can see from the drawings that Mr. Palladino presented back in July, it is really quite extensive, and also it goes underneath the set-in for the cars, where the cars are being able to cut in. I'm sorry, the cut-in for the cars. Are you going all the way underneath the sidewalk on Somerset Street with the basement, your basement configurations?
No, we're going to the property line on the Somerset Street side, and we're going to the property line on the north side. We're probably around, the site slightly tapers on the Division Street side. I would say that we're about 10 feet, 15 feet away from the property line on the west and 10 or 15 feet away from the property line on the east side. The footprint's about 67,000 square feet, and most of our radiation oncology equipment is in the southeast corner. There's no equipment underneath the drive, the north access drive. The kitchen is underneath that area, and some other offices.
Okay, and how deep is the basement? Because the civil engineer talked about the need to remove a historic spill because the basement is, are you going to have a sub basement or just one basement? And how deep down does it go below the grade level?
It'll be one basement, 17 feet deep, and the elevator pits for the 4 passenger elevators and 3 elevators will have elevator pits that are slightly deeper than 17 feet.
Okay. Now, another question. You mentioned that there are going to be considerable outpatient facilities. It's not just a 96-bed hospital, but clearly there's all kinds of treatment facilities for outpatients. I think I heard you say that there will be 200 to 300 a census in terms of there's 96 beds, but 200 to 300 patients. Are those the inpatients at 200 to 300? Because I have to assume that the outpatients on any given day will be considerably more. Do you have any estimates about what the capacity is for outpatients in the floors that you have outpatient services?
The number of existing daily patients are 500. The number of new daily patients within the new facility will be 200 to 300. Net change in the daily patient volume, excuse me, I'll turn that off, will be the number of existing, the new change in daily patient volume will be 200 to 300 patients. The total increase in new daily employees and patients.
The net gain. Are you talking about the net gain? Because the Cancer Institute has already an existing facility. Are you saying that there are going to be what will the new facility generate in terms of actual outpatients and inpatients?
The total number will be 700 to 800 throughout the day.
700 to 800 throughout the day. Okay. And you also mentioned that you believe that you're building a building that will result in a net increase over several years of 500 workers, right? Because although understanding that some of the workers will come from the old cancer center into the new one, but that there'll be a net increase of 500 employees, right?
Yes, that's a 10-year projection.
That's a 10-year projection. And that's about 100 less than Mr. Palladino has been trumpeting in all his previous pronouncements, because they were saying 600 permanent jobs. So you're saying 500. I appreciate the better information on that. Another issue, will there be proton therapy rooms in this new facility?
No.
There'll be no proton therapy. Okay, just
I don't believe so.
Rooms.
Infusion rooms, I don't believe so, no. There'll be MRIs. There'll be infusion rooms.
Okay. All right, and then one last question. Someone else has asked you previously about the issue of shadows. Have you done any, in your architectural drawings, any extrapolations of what the shadows will be like? Not only from the building, because that's one thing, but I'm sure that there's not going to be a whole lot of setbacks with the garage in terms of the shadows that this entire project will create for a neighborhood that is which is residential on 3 sides, right? Division on Hardenberg side and on the back side. It's all 1- and 2-story houses around there. Have you done any renderings of shadows created by the buildings, the entire buildings that are going to be erected?
Yes, when we do our site analysis, we always do shadow studies, but this actually falls within the guidelines of the redevelopment plan and within the height limit of the redevelopment plan.
I'm sorry, within the guidelines, what do you mean by the guidelines of the redevelopment plan? There were guidelines for shadows in the redevelopment plan?
There were guidelines for building height for the entire site. We could have extruded the entire project 225 feet high around the perimeter of the entire site. So we feel like the setbacks that we provided at the 8th floor and above the patient rooms have provided a lot more light and air down to the street level.
Okay. All right. Well, those are all my questions. Thank you for your responses.
Thank you, Mr. Gonzalez. Next up is Jai.
Yeah, it's Mingjia. Thank you. I would also like to reemphasize the fact that it's now 11:10 and this is outrageous for all public members, but in any case, the only question I have regarding the architecture of this building, I guess, is as an individual and community member with disabled as a community member with disabled family members, what's most immediately relevant to me is kind of how accessibility is going to be involved in the production of this building. So I was just wondering for you, Mr. Drucker, as an architect, how accessibility centers, if at all, in your planning and execution.
We believe wholeheartedly in making sure that the building is accessible to everyone. The north entry provides for immediate access for wheelchairs directly into the lobby, as does the south entry. And we believe that the circulation system provides for convenient movement between levels, horizontally and vertically, for all individuals. So we agree it's very important.
All right. That's all the questions I have. Just many thanks to you, Mr. Drucker, and the wonderful, outstanding members of this council in making the members of the public stay up this late. Outstanding.
What? No, that's all right.
All right. Next up is Niddle. I apologize if I butcher anyone's names. I really am sorry. Wait, I thought I saw it. Wait, why is it? It's not letting me unmute. It's not letting me unmute. Oh, there. There's it. Mr. Niddle?
It appears that he's left the meeting.
It looks like he just did.
Maybe we should recall him. Maybe he just got disconnected.
But if he left and he comes back, could have him still marked.
At the end, maybe. Why don't we go on to Mr.
Yeah, of course. Mr. Charlie Cradaville, you there?
Yes. Can you see me? Can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Let me get the timer going. You can start.
Sure. So, Mr. Architect, I would like to ask you which, street or which part of the building do you view as the main entrance or the front of the building? Would that be the Somerset Street side?
I think the building address is on the Somerset Street side, but we want to encourage people to use the north entry drive.
The north one would be the new road that would be built.
The new entry drive that extends from Division to Hardenburg, yes.
Right.
Will be where we want most people who are repeat visitors to the hospital, to the cancer pavilion, to come to.
Okay. And would that road be a public road or a private road?
I don't know the answer to that question.
Okay, I think it's an important one. The reason I ask is I know that, a lot of buildings, when they build them, they try to at least set the upper floors back a little bit from the street. Now, I understand that if you look at it from that driveway or that new road, there are setbacks as you go higher up. I think starting at the 6th floor, you have, less and less of a sort of imposing, towering building because it's purposely set back to allow people to still see the sky. Yet on the Somerset Street side, at that corner, you're going right up to the corner, all the way up. And for the record, how tall would the building be?
It's about 218 feet tall.
218 feet, and no setbacks at all on the Somerset Street side. It just goes right up.
That's correct. That's correct.
Okay, and why? Why did you design it that way?
We felt that there needed to be a iconic element to the building that announced this cancer pavilion as a major landmark in Brunswick. And we felt like it was responsible to build out to the street walls on the other sides as we do in many of our urban projects. Yet when the building hits the ground, it's slightly set back so that we can allow for some greater widths as the building hits grade. And we wanted to create a component that expressed the verticality of the building at the corner, facing the existing CI engine building.
Okay.
Building.
And do you feel it's really necessary to have both, walkways over top of Somerset Street, just maybe 100 feet apart from one another? Why is it necessary to have, two walkways so close to one another? Wouldn't one suffice?
When we do hospitals, especially when we add bridges, typically we want a behind the scenes connection and we want a public connection. So usually there's a back of house connection, which is what the Western Bridge is for. And then there's a front of house connection where patients and staff can move freely back and forth between the hospital and the Legacy building and our new cancer pavilion.
Okay. And, I'm not sure how much you know about this, but I was intrigued by some of the testimony from the last witness that came up after my turn. And did you look at any other potential sites for this building? It was mentioned that there was a site to the east of the building that was considered. Did you look at any other sites, or were you just involved with the one?
Before we were retained, we understood that they were looking at the site to the east of our site. We did some studies for the east of that site during the selection process when we were selected. And there were other sites that were looked at as well to the south of the hospital.
Okay. Can you tell me, was one of those sites the large vacant property across from the train station?
No.
Okay. I'm not sure why that wasn't considered. It's certainly an area that's much more in need of development than a school. Do you have any concerns about taking the school away and building on this site?
That's not for me to answer.
Okay. I guess, do you feel that the 200 and I guess 218 feet, height, do you feel like that's in character with the neighborhood? This is, it'd be replacing a 3-story building. It's immediately right now next to some 2-story, 3-story homes, 2.5-story homes. Do you feel like this building is at all out of place or out of character with the neighborhood that it's in?
No, I do not. I think it's adjacent to the main University Hospital to the south. There are taller condominiums to the east. Some of the other sites are too small. If we'd gone to some of the other sites, we would have had to have gone taller than the university.
And for the record, would this be the tallest building in the hospital campus?
I believe it would be close to the size of the University Hospital. I don't recall the elevations of the hospital to the south. But it would be amongst the family of tallest buildings for the hospital.
Mm-hmm. And I guess I'd like to know why you arranged, or if it was your call to arrange the certain floors for certain purposes. I know obviously you mentioned you have experience building medical facilities, cancer centers, and I know those are some of the most complex buildings that exist. Can you just tell us a little bit about why you chose certain functions to be on certain floors? For instance, I see a mechanical floor midway through the building. What led you to do that? And what about some of the other services that hospitals need, like environmental services, specifically house, linens and those kinds of things? Where would that be located? And tell me about the strategy of why you put things where.
Well, I went through all the floor plans, but the strategy of placing all the heavy equipment in the basement makes a lot of sense, and also to screen all of that. The reason for the mechanical floor halfway up the building is that it sits above the surgical floors. And usually when you've got surgical suites, it's important. There's a lot of air movement. There's a lot of fresh air changes that are required. So typically you put that mechanical floor above those surgical floors to provide for that fresh air ventilation. The clinical floors want to be close to the atrium, and the research floor on the second floor was a place where leadership wanted the science to be on display so people could see that research was being done in this building. And then, of course, the floor plates for the bed floors are smaller. We have to fit X number of patient rooms around the linear feet of the perimeter of a bed tower. And so that's usually a skinnier floor plate. We call that more or less like a bar building, double loaded corridor or an extra wide corridor of support. So the stacking of the building was very logical based on over 60 meetings with different user groups, 4 or 5 user group meetings during the course of the programming and schematic design process. And that's what developed into the current stack that we're presenting today.
Okay. And so, one of the main reasons that I've taken time out of my day to be here and to study up on this is because I am concerned about the school being displaced. And I wanted to ask, was there ever any consideration to including a component that could replace the school, public education on the first couple of floors of this building? Was that an idea that that you as the architect ever entertained? Was that something that you, would be open to? Because this neighborhood needs a school. We can't afford to lose a school.
We placed the conference center on the ground floor with potential access to the community at the corner of Hardenberg and Somerset, but not an entire school.
Right. So a community.
Mr. Krause, sorry to cut you off. It's just 1 minute warning. That's all. Please continue.
Thank you. If I could just learn a little bit more about the community center or community room.
It's a conference center with potential access for the community.
Okay, so as the leader of the 5th and 6th Ward Neighborhood Association, I could just reach out to Jack Morris or Barry Ostrovsky and book the room.
I think you'd have to make an arrangement with CINJ and with Rutgers. But the potential is there for that to happen.
Okay, because I do feel like the community is getting shortchanged. I know you probably didn't make the decision on what site they're using, but this is a site that's served an educational purpose for over a century. And while the Cancer Institute's a noble goal, I don't see it being a proper replacement for the school, and the school really needs to be replaced first. Is there any insight you could give into alternatives or ways that the projects could coexist and that the students of Lincoln Annex could not lose their school?
I don't think I can answer that question. This is the site for the Cancer Pavilion.
Okay, we'll see. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Cradaville. Next up is...
Hello. Did you skip over me? I'm Catherine Hunt. Just thinking the order of the alphabet.
Yeah, you know what? Because I had it over here off to the side, I did. And I missed Hodges as well. So let's...
Okay.
I also, I had technical difficulties as well, so I need to still go too. Just to let you know.
Yeah, I think that's Mr. Niddle is back. And I apologize. I meant to note that Ms. Ciccone was trying to get on this list. And she was unable to. I don't know if she was muted or not, but I'm going to pass that along. Thank you.
Let me see if she happens to be still on. I can get her on, and we can get her on.
Maybe she had to go to bed to go to work tomorrow.
Oh, where is she?
Still here.
Tony, would you like to take your 5 minutes and cross-examine the architect?
So, which one of us is going?
Miss Ciccone, she would be C. So if we missed her, she would have gone ahead of everybody.
Okay. In that case, she can go first.
I'd like to question the architect, but I would also like to protest how late this is. I'm willing to allow the other people to go ahead of me, but I think that this has all gone way too far already. When do you plan to adjourn? Hello?
Arvin's muted. Hold on. Arvin, you're muted.
If I may, this is Arvin Eitel, the board attorney. I think we've answered this once before. I think we're going to get as many witnesses and the members of the public on record as we can. I don't know that there's a time certain, and I appreciate that the board members who are volunteers here are staying late to hear this testimony because there is such a public interest, and there are many members of the public who are still on board. So with all due respect, Mr. Cohn, if you wish to ask questions, this is the time. I don't want to hold you up, take
All
away
right.
your.
Well, I'd like to.
That's
Then
ridiculous.
I'll take
That doesn't answer the question.
It's 11:30.
Yeah. If I can do my section of questions now, I would like to then.
Ms. Saccone, you can proceed whenever you'd like.
Thank you. In terms of the design aesthetic, you've selected terracotta because you feel that it goes along with the brick of the neighborhood. But in fact, it's a modernist building when the majority of the homes in the neighborhood are late Victorian or early 20th century arts and crafts. So I want to understand how you think a terracotta box fits in with an arts and crafts home. Hello?
Well, yes, I'm here. It's a different scale. You can't compare the scale of domestic residential architecture with institutional healthcare architecture. And
You're still wedge that building in amongst these residential homes, but yet no tip of the hat whatsoever to the fact that you are doing so. I don't understand how that's a suitable design aesthetic for a neighborhood.
well, we believe it's a very good aesthetic for a civic-minded institution that wants to sort of celebrate optimism about how one treats cancer. And we believe that it's a very modern building made out of a very organic material. It's not cottage style, it's not Victorian style, it's not colonial style. I agree. But the building's about texture, it's about reflecting light. The terracotta will have 3 different textures, it will have 2 different colors to break down the scale of the building. But the floor-to-floor height of domestic architecture is 8 or 9 feet. The floor-to-floor height for a medical pavilion is anywhere from 15 to 17 feet per floor. So there will be a scale difference. And by creating terracotta pieces that are handmade and handcrafted, hopefully locally sourced within 500 miles, we believe very strongly that it's the suitable material for this site.
Can you talk to the cost of the site? Can you talk to how much this building is expected to cost and where the funding is coming from?
No, as the architect, I can't define that for you.
Who can define that? The engineer couldn't tell anything about that either. Is there anyone on your panel that can talk about the cost and the funding sources?
I can say that it's not relevant to a site plan review.
In your opinion?
Well, in New Jersey law's opinion.
Well, it's certainly relevant to me as a taxpayer in the city who's going to have to foot the bill for this multi-million-dollar thing unless someone tells me it's grant funded, in which case I want to see the Section 106 review. So you see that there's kind of a catch-22 there of what I don't understand. So can you clarify the funding for me or not?
Do you have any other questions for the architect?
How many $1 million is the plan scheduled for right now, regardless of the source? What is the cost of the building?
Mr. Cohn, I don't know that those questions can be answered by this witness. Do you have any questions related to architecture and his testimony? And
how does the architect not understand the cost of the building he designed? That makes sense. He obviously spec'd all the materials, including some terracotta. So how much does it cost?
I understand you want an answer to your question, but this is not the witness. He's indicated he cannot answer that question. So,
oh, well, what will appear that will be able to answer? How long do I have to stay up for that witness?
Mr. Liebley.
What time will that witness appear?
That's correct.
Pardon me?
Sorry, you're breaking
You
up,
have a
sir.
traffic. You have a traffic.
We have a traffic engineer.
Yeah, I
Follow.
believe that the traffic engineer
They
will
can
be.
speak to the cost of the building?
No, he won't be able to.
Okay, Mr. Cohn,
Well,
I
then
don't
who can?
think any of the witnesses that are going to be put on are going to be able to answer your question.
Well, how late do I have to stay up till someone shows up that can answer?
Do you have any questions for the architect?
Yes. What is the cost of the building? Oh my goodness. All right.
Mr.
Very
Cohn,
well
we
then.
heard your question.
I'll
not sure if
hold
you heard
on
the
for the
response.
public comment at the end because
Right.
I'm sure that's going to be at 4 a.m. I'll speak at the public comment at the end.
I don't understand. How can an architect design a building and not know the cost of the design? He went to Harvard after all. They don't teach you how to assess the cost of it that you take yourself at Harvard?
Really seems like a basic skill you should be able to know.
Madam Chair, this is the second time that Mr. Dada has interjected out of order. It would be appropriate at this point to admonish him perhaps, and if he continues to do that, as the board rules permit, we can.
Oh, come on.
We can remove him from the meeting. But in order to have an orderly meeting, perhaps Mr. Dada should refrain from interjecting when he's not called upon. Mr. Cohn, did you have any other questions for the architect, or did you want to save for public comment?
I will cede the rest of my time for the public comment later, at 4 a.m. when we finally get to that part. Thank you.
All right. So.
Can you hear me, Dan?
Yes, I can. I unmuted you. Sorry.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Okay, so going back, now we are at Hodges.
Okay, finally. I would like an answer to my previous question of this whole point of making this cancer facility, and the whole argument behind it is it's supposed to be beneficial towards patients and such. But at the same time, you're going to make this facility under construction and such is right next to the hospital, which will probably interrupt the patient care. And you mentioned you have no precautions for that, and you seem to be very dismissive of that. So, can you give an answer for that?
Yes, as the.
Is it that
you're going to let me answer?
Go ahead.
As Chris described in the earlier testimony, ideally construction will happen between 7 a.m. and 3:30 or 4 p.m. We've designed hospitals where there's been vertical expansion on top of a functioning hospital. We've done urban healthcare campuses in New York City and in Chicago and in Los Angeles. And the contractor is responsible for means and methods. But there are requirements in terms of decibel levels and how construction is completed and done adjacent to existing inhabited buildings. So it happens all the time. And there's not going to be any blasting on this site. And so, usually blasting becomes an issue, but on this particular site, that's not going to be an issue. And even in New York City with the Manhattan Trust, sometimes there's blasting right next to very sensitive buildings for other healthcare institutions. And these tall buildings get built.
Well, I'll remember that the next time someone tells us that we can't make too much noise when we're protesting in front of a hospital. I'll remember that next time. Let's see, moving on. I guess I would relate to everyone else. Why can't you why is it so important that this spot in particular be chosen for the construction? Right in front of, I'm talking about the school.
In the past, you've indicated when you're able to answer a question or not answer a question. I don't think that this is one that you testified to or were involved in the selection process.
Correct.
I see. Seems to be a common theme. They still ask questions able to be answered. Let's see, what else is on my little wish list of things to ask? I guess outside of that, I suppose that's sort of it. I just have like one comment to make before I end. And this is sort of addressed to the board as a whole. I'm going to dispense.
Mr. Hodge, if I may, you may
Well,
want
I
to
say that I know you guys don't actually care about all these legalities or care about the fate of the city or care about the well-being of the citizens, but I can imagine you do care about your careers. And there's going to be an election in like a few weeks, so
Madam Chair,
this
this
is
is
on our.
not a question for Mr. Drucker.
Mr. Ital, this just seems out of line to me.
Madam Chair,
Indeed it is.
I've asked Mr. Hodge
suck it.
occasions to limit his questioning to architectural questions if he has any additional questions. And I saw that when you preface a question with, I've just got a comment to make, I'm not a smart man, but I know that it's not going to lead to a question.
Well, suck it up.
Questions to ask the architect, this is your chance. If not, perhaps some of the other folks that have been waiting, we can address their questions.
Do you have any other questions for the architect?
Not at this time. Now.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Now, farewell and screw you all.
All right. So next is Ms. Hunt. Are you still there, Ms. Hunt?
Okay, I'm trying to unmute. Did I unmute effectively? Did it work?
Yes, it did. We can hear you.
Okay, great. All right. Well, thank you very much. Thank you very much. And I just wanted to, I was looking at the map and was trying to figure out what the actual parameters are of the hospital, or I guess it's called a hospital, cancer center. And Somerset I can see, and the other side, does it go all the way to Hardenberg Street?
Yes.
It goes all the way to Hardenberg Street, like right where the Ronald McDonald House is, for example. It goes, it will go past.
Our site is bound by Somerset Division and Hardenberg.
Oh, okay. So it does go over the Ronald McDonald House. And then I guess there's, and then Easton Avenue is the other side. Does it go all the way to Condict Street, or does it go just like halfway down the block?
No, not for the Cancer Pavilion.
Not for the Cancer Pavilion, just like halfway, because I think there's a church there. If you go from Somerset down to Hardenberg Street, I think there are about 4 buildings there that border, well, that are on Hardenberg Street, and one of them I think is a church, if I'm not mistaken. Am I correct?
The church is on the other side of Division Street.
Oh.
West.
Do I have the wrong direction?
Ms. Hunt, this building is
Easton.
exclusively on the site of the Lincoln Annex School. It's no other property involved.
Okay, so over there, I got you. Okay, so I had the wrong area. So it's actually Hardenberg and, oh, okay. So it doesn't go as far as the New Brunswick Spanish SDA church. So it goes down like, a third of the block maybe. And so are you going to have a rear access road back there?
We have an access road on the north side of the Cancer Pavilion that basically connects Division and Hardenberg on the north side of our building.
Oh, okay, great. Okay, now I see I have the right picture. Okay, great. So, and then I just wanted to know, and what were the purpose of the setbacks that you were describing? Was there any structural purpose?
No, there's no structural purpose. There's a programmatic purpose.
Oh, okay. Okay. And then I was thinking, one thing I was wondering on the inside, one of the things that I've realized in patient care is that there's been a lack of lateral airflow opportunities within structures, within healthcare structures. And we did have some lateral airflow rooms, but they were very minimal and pretty much only used for TB, rarely for, in other instances. And I was wondering, what are the opportunities for increasing lateral airflow rooms within the cancer pavilion?
So when we're dealing with airflow in the rooms, we're talking about exchanges and the makeup of fresh air. And this building will meet all the code requirements for fresh air, makeup air, and building circulation, especially in all of the medical spaces.
Oh, okay. What I'm thinking is of you're familiar with lateral airflow, right?
Yes.
As a respiratory precaution. And I'm wondering, is there any way to expand the number of lateral airflow opportunities, of rooms within the structure?
We're completing the early stages of design. We're about finished with the design development, and we'll be looking at all the mechanical systems at the end of this phase.
Yes. What does it take to install lateral airflow rooms?
Fans and ductwork.
And ductwork. So basically, you could expand. Yeah, you could probably expand the number of lateral airflow rooms. What has been the limiting factor? Because it just seems like it's been very difficult within existing structures to increase the number of lateral airflow rooms.
Well, this is a new building, but in existing structures, you have a lot of permanent partitions that are difficult to pass large ducts through. Most of these ducts have to be very large so that the air movement is slow. So in existing buildings, there are a lot of physical barriers to do that.
Okay, so you mostly structure those for surgical suites for the theaters?
Yeah, the surgical suites have the highest requirements for fresh air, and that's usually done in a plenum above the surgical rooms. That's why we have the mechanical equipment, the air handling units directly above the surgical rooms.
Got it. Okay. And then usually the MRIs and, the proton machines and so forth are all in the basement, but it seems like you have structured it that way. I'm thinking of in terms of chemo waste as well. What opportunities are there for disposal of waste, of chemo waste and other medical waste?
Yeah, we have separate systems for that. We have separate rooms for medical waste, and we have collection rooms for it. It's all separated. We've got separate elevators for waste products.
Okay, I was wondering about that. That's been an issue, different places that I've seen, and I see that are there going to be inpatient facilities, or is this all outpatient?
It's both.
Both. Okay, so about how many inpatient rooms or how many inpatients do you feel could be accommodated by the building?
We have 96 beds.
96 inpatient.
96 inpatient.
That's a fair amount for inpatient. And it looks like you have a fairly large area for the infusion, which people just come in and get an infusion and go back out, walk back out.
That's correct.
Yeah, so there's pretty significant movement of people back and forth there. And then it looks like most of this is about treatment, not about research, but it looked like there's a fairly small amount of research floors available, right?
Well, there will be clinical trials throughout the building. The actual research
Yes.
laboratories will be on the second floor.
The research laboratories on the second floor. Okay.
Excuse me.
Yeah, I wanted to know about the research facilities. And are there any specific types of research that are being accommodated by the research facilities? Any particular accommodations?
Well, we're providing for flexibility in the labs and in the research. There'll be investigators who will have offices on that floor. Dr. Labudi, who heads the program, is a leader in research and studying, oncology treatment, and that research will continue. It's funded, and there's a different source of funding for that type of research, but we've accommodated flexibility based on the variety of funding that they can achieve.
Petri dishes and so forth. And how do you spell that doctor's name?
Labudi, Libuti, I believe.
Libuti.
You can look it up on the CIMG website.
Okay, that's fine. Good. That's good to know. Okay, so these are some things that I was just interested in how it worked. And there again, I wish there were more educational facilities, as this has been an issue in the community, in replacing the school with a medical facility.
Time.
Yes. Okay. Thank you.
Okay. So going back, we were with Eric Niddle, where we all found out that we were skipping several people. Mr. Niddle, are you there?
Here. Oh, because it's so late. I don't want to wake anybody up in my house. And it's been so long, I can't even remember my question. So before I go, I just want to say you're all bought and sold to craving worms, and have a good night.
All right, next is Mr. Charlie Cradaville. You there?
Yeah, yes, I am. As much as I would like another 5 minutes to question this witness, I think I already had my turn.
Thank you, Mr. Cradaville.
Yeah, I didn't remember that. Right, we were at, is it Jessica Cradaville?
Yes, that's correct.
Right. You have the floor.
Good evening, Mr. Drucker. Thank you for sticking with us here at 12 minutes to midnight here. I had a couple of questions for you as to the architecture of the proposed building. There were over 1 billion bird strikes per year. Has there been any provision for mitigation of birds striking windows, especially migratory birds?
Well, you actually hit a sensitive spot. My son is an ornithologist who studies migratory patterns of birds. All the buildings that I do incorporate ceramic grit and bird-safe technology in the glazing as a principle. So yes, this design will incorporate bird-safe technology in the glazing.
Okay, and I had another question as to the green spaces on the roofs and around the structure. Are those going to be native type of plants, or are they going to be ornamental plants that are not native to the area and have the possibility of causing infiltration of invasive species?
No, they will be all indigenous plants found in Jersey and in the region.
Okay, and I'm also aware of a landscape architectural practice of using primarily male plants to prevent the falling of any seed pods or other types of plants from a female plant that has increased seasonal allergies that people may experience. Do you have a plan to follow this practice, or are you going to balance the plants more evenly?
I'm not a landscape architect, but we can look into that. I'm aware that when selecting ginkgo trees, you want to make sure you're picking male ginkgo trees, not the female ginkgo trees, but I don't think they specified any ginkgo trees for this particular site.
I thought I did hear somebody mention that there were going to be ginkgo trees on the site.
Well, then they'll be male, so they don't drop pods.
Okay, and there's no concern that this would exacerbate people's allergies?
I don't believe so. They certainly won't smell, which is
It's
an issue
usually
with
like
ginkgo
the
trees.
pollen that gives people allergies rather than an odor.
No.
But I do thank you for that. Those were all the questions I had. I did have one question for the board. Is this meeting going to continue into tomorrow, which is going to be in about 9 minutes here?
We are continuing the meeting right now. Do you have any other questions for the architect?
Oh, no. Thank you. Have a good evening.
Thank you.
All
Next,
right.
Dan?
Next is I forgot to pronounce it, but Koulis, Brian Koulis. Hold on, you're muted. Brian?
Oh,
I muted you.
oh, okay. So you hear me now?
Yeah.
Okay, good. Hello, Mr. Drucker. I have starting to begin with. Do you feel Robert Wood Johnson is definitely building the maximum state-of-the-art facility here that could be presented?
I do.
Okay, so you mentioned that there's going to be no proton therapy rooms. Is that correct? I think you mentioned that earlier.
Correct.
Okay, so on the Mayo Clinic website, it says proton therapy has shown promise in treating several kinds of cancer. Studies have suggested that proton therapy may cause fewer side effects than traditional radiation, since doctors can better
Madam
control
Chair,
where the
Madam Chair, Mr.
Well,
Drucker is the designer of the building. He's
sure.
got the program of the
I accept your answer. Okay. I would just like to state that the Mayo Clinic website does say proton therapy isn't widely available in the United States. So asking the architect of the building, do you feel Robert Wood Johnson should be considering, I mean, do you feel the building to be state-of-the-art, to be state-of-the-art technology, do you feel your design, Mr. Drucker, should include proton therapy to be truly state-of-the-art?
We have 3 Linacs in our building in the basement, and we believe that that's the proper equipment for this particular building. I don't know where the nearest proton beam therapy.
It's down the street. It's down the street. I don't think this question is relevant, but I can tell you.
Sure, I'm continuing. All right, I'm continuing. All right, back to patients being comfortable. Your rooms are on the 8, 9, 10 floor. Those are
Mr. Koulis, I believe
patient floors are on the 8th.
You're breaking up. I couldn't hear you.
Yeah, you're lagging.
Okay, the patient floors, they're on 8, 9, 10?
Correct.
Okay. Do you feel at all, what if, and you have 96 beds, is that correct?
Correct.
That would be 33 beds per floor.
Approximately, yeah.
Are these rooms single bed, single treatment rooms for the patients, or are they double beds?
They're all single.
Single rooms? Okay. Now, you mentioned earlier that I believe the leadership of the hospital preferred having the more research and advertisement for the hospital on the lower floors, first and second. Do you believe it's wise to have all the patients on the top floors? I mean, what if the hospital had to be evacuated? Shouldn't the patients come first before research and design and community space?
All the life safety exiting meets code. We believe that the patients need to be at the upper floors because it's a smaller floor plate. And we believe all of the diagnostic functions and clinical functions need to be where the larger floor plates are. With modern vertical conveyances, the floor that the patients are on is less of an issue.
Okay, so what would be the evacuation plan then as the architect? How do you have, if there's ever a situation where patients have to be evacuated, what is the process? How long would it take to get patients from the top floors to the bottom floors? And also, being that it's so congested in that area, where would evacuation look like? Would people coming out of the buildings and being exited to the street, what would an evacuation plan look like? How long would it take? And how long would it take to get patients down the stairs or the elevators to the bottom floor?
I don't have those calculations. The building exiting both horizontally and vertically meets current building code. Certainly in vertical buildings, you've seen bed units on higher floors. So we have the appropriate stair widths. So those who are mobile can be taken down by stair. They can walk down the stairs, and those who have the inability to do that will be going in our elevators, which have the capability to stretcher and beds.
Did the elevators, that if the elevators went down and had an issue, there's a backup energy plan for that to make sure that those patients can get down the elevators who cannot take the emergency exit stairs?
There's an emergency generator, and there's a life safety plan so that all the life safety components are still energized.
Okay.
Power distribution.
Next question is the signage on the building. It says Rutgers, big red letters, I'm assuming. Does it have any, could that have any interaction as well? Any patient rooms that have their lights on? Is there any potential interaction with the helicopters coming into the heliport that could be a distraction to the pilots?
The signage is not part of this application, but typically signage is just dimly illuminated at that elevation. And it's also usually timed to go off at a certain time.
So the red Rutgers sign will go off at some point.
Mr. Kula,
distract any.
You have your 1 minute warning. Just throwing it out there.
Sure.
Yeah, the signage is not part of the application for this plan.
All right, but we should look into that then. What else? I had a lot of stuff written down here. Okay, so we're looking at 500 patients, possibly additional 300 more within the next 10 years would be 800 patients. You're talking 650 employees with the possibility of up to 500 more. I calculated that's 2,450 people. What is the maximum capacity of this hospital per floor? What is the maximum amount of people per floor on the hospital?
I don't have those exact calculations handy, but when you do a building like this, you typically count the population of the floor, and you then calculate the amount of exit widths to make sure you've got the proper number of exit widths for the people who reside on that floor, and the proper plumbing calculation counts for the population of that floor. I don't have those statistics in front of me.
Now, we brought up an interesting point about the birds coming into the windows. Do you feel that if a bird flew into a window on the 8th, 9th, and 10th floor, that could make a patient uncomfortable? Even heights being that high, but not having, if a patient can't be brought down to the 2nd floor or 3rd floor for a patient who has anxiety of heights, do you feel that this floor plan, having the patients on the 8th, 9th, and 10th floor, is a little bit not respecting the patients who might have anxiety issues or anything like that? I mean, some patients prefer to be lower, and they should have that availability. They shouldn't have to go all the way up to the 8th, 9th, and 10th floor. Do you agree with that on your professional opinion?
The beds that are on the 8th floor have access to a terrace, and so that their view of the horizon line is somewhat limited by a parapet. If I was on the 8th floor, I would not feel like I was in a tall building. It's surrounded by landscaping, the parapet, and you really, when you're in the bed, won't be able to see the horizon line. So I'm not concerned about it.
So you're not concerned about a patient having anxiety who might want to be lower to the ground?
No.
All right, that's time.
All right.
Okay, so next up is Mr. Macropolis. All right. Mr. Macropolis.
Me up like that. Hello?
Yes, Mr. Macropolis.
Yeah,
Are we going to be able to? Are we going to also get into public comments tonight?
Baby, where have you been the whole time?
This is
No,
your
that's not the intention.
I'm sorry. Madam
When
Chair,
you try, excuse me,
Yes, Mr.
you
Eichel.
think you can just burst into here like that?
if I may interject,
This is
Mr. McCroppoulos, this is your opportunity to ask the architect questions. The sooner we can get to your question, other members of the public that have been signed up and patiently waiting to be heard, they can be heard, and we can move along. But can't answer that question if everyone asks that same question. It takes up more time.
That's the only thing I'm going to be asking. Are we going to also get the public comments tonight? Because if not, if we don't get the public comments and a vote tonight, this whole meeting's illegal. You can't just restart it up on another date.
Right. So do you have any other questions for the architect?
Yeah, I have some questions for the architect. Now, what's his architect? What's your name?
Ken?
Do you live in Middlesex County?
No.
No?
Madam Chair, these aren't relevant questions. You should really be limited to questions about his testimony.
One last question. Are you friends with Jack Morris?
That's
Jack,
not relevant to his testimony.
not relevant.
Do you have any other questions for this witness?
I'll yield my time and I'll wait for public comments. If we don't get to public comments or vote today, this whole meeting's illegal and it has to be struck from the record.
Who's next, Dan?
Next is Mione. Mione, are you there? Matthew Mione?
Yes, I'm here.
All right.
I literally almost fell asleep.
You can go. Floor is yours.
No, I have questions. I have important questions. This is important.
No, that's what I mean. No, the floor is yours. You can go. You can start.
Thank you. I appreciate that. So I have a question we can call you Ken?
Yes.
Awesome, Ken. Now, do you work for a firm? Like, did your firm accept the job for this construction? Or did you accept it personally yourself?
I'm the principal of a large architectural practice.
Gotcha. Okay. And did you know that this building would be knocking down one of the highest performing schools in New Jersey and displacing 750 kids to a warehouse when you accepted the job?
I can't answer that.
Is there any reason why you can't answer that?
It's not relevant to this application.
Yeah, Madam Chair, this is Arvin Eitel, the board attorney. That clearly is not relevant, and nor is it the area that Mr. Drucker is here.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought it was about the construction of the pavilion. I apologize. I'm just trying to keep it as relevant as I can in this, kind of mixed up mind at 12 a.m., on this Tuesday morning. But okay, I got another question for you. What are the specific materials using to build the pavilion?
To build the pavilion, it's a steel frame building with concrete floors, a concrete perimeter wall around the perimeter of the retaining wall and foundations for the excavation, a concrete slab underneath the basement, and then the exterior of the wall is a unitized exterior wall system of terracotta, metal, and glass. The interior is metal studs and sheetrock and concrete block. And the interior finishes are different fabrics and woods and plasters.
And those are?
The interior finishes are wood.
Yes,
Is that the type of answer you were looking for?
You said fabrics and types of wood, correct?
Correct.
And I was asking what kinds of fabrics and types of wood.
The interior design is still underway, but all the wood will be certified, and the type of fabrics that we select for our healthcare projects deal with basically cleanliness and ease of cleaning, and also what the embodied content of that material is to prevent off-gassing.
Okay. And how much will those materials cost?
I'm not at liberty to tell you the cost of the project at this moment.
You're not at liberty, or you just don't want to?
It's not part of this application.
Oh, okay. I got you. Okay. Stick to the application. Again, I'm sorry. It's, literally way past my bedtime. I'm sure as everyone's here, so I'm getting a little confused about what is relevant to you since you are the architect, correct?
Correct. Cost is relevant to me. We want to provide as much of a building as we can to our clients.
Okay. And since cost is relevant, why can't you tell us the cost of the building or the building material?
Madam Chair, that's been asked and answered.
Yes, do you have any other questions?
I do. I got plenty. Don't worry. How much time do I have left?
You got 3:46.
Beautiful. I got plenty of time. No worries, guys. And so I did remember you said before, this is the Kent, that, sunlight access to the patients is very important. You said that before, correct?
Correct.
Awesome. And a previous comment, I know it wasn't to you, but in a previous comment or question really was talking about how residents would potentially, because of this building, be in perpetual shadows in their back and front lawns because there's another high-rise in their neighborhood. So how do you justify taking away sunlight from the actual residents in the neighborhood?
We are allowed to build a building 225 feet tall on this entire parcel from property line to property line to property line to property line. We believe by setting the building back, we have provided ample daylight at street level on all sides of the building.
Okay, and what makes you believe that you provide ample street light? I'm just wondering if there's like a metric, or for sunlight, I mean, not street light. Is there a metric, or is it just your judgment because you're the expert?
It's my judgment.
Because you're the expert?
Because we do sun and shadow studies for all of our projects, and taller buildings do cast larger shadows than shorter buildings, but we believe we've mitigated it by creating the setbacks from the floor up.
Awesome. I mean, I really hope that's true that you did mitigate that, because obviously every single person deserves access to sunlight for sure. And so I have another question. Are you interested enough in this project to make it a priority?
It's definitely a priority in our practice.
Okay, and I think it might have been answered before or asked before, so I do apologize, but what are the biggest kind of challenges you foresee in this project?
Well, I think during this time of COVID, the challenge is, actually completing the project on time, on budget, on schedule. I think that's obviously COVID is our biggest challenge, but we've all risen to that challenge, and it hasn't slowed down the process of the team and of our client and of all the user groups. And we feel like it's important to stick to the schedule because there's certainly a demand and need for new cancer pavilion in New Brunswick.
Jim. And so since you say you believe you have met those precautions for COVID, what are you specifically doing to ensure the safety of the workers?
Because this is a healthcare project, we are providing air isolation rooms, we're providing natural ventilation, we're providing a modern HVAC system. And I can't go into issues like PPE, it's not really within my domain. But we're taking every precaution that we can to make sure that the building can handle the kind of ventilation systems required for that type of isolation.
Awesome. And so what role do you have during this construction specifically? Like, are you expected to work with the contractor directly?
Yes.
And so what is your specific role in that dynamic?
The architect's role during construction is to provide design documents and to clarify those documents. Right now, our client is CINJ and DEVCO, and the contractor will be retained by the ownership group, and our job is to help them interpret our documents and to help them build the building.
Okay. Okay. Gotcha. Awesome. And just generally speaking, obviously specifically for this project, but in your, in your career and stuff, do you regularly integrate low or no cost sustainable design strategies into projects?
We don't think it costs any more to integrate sustainable design into our projects.
Okay, because I just remember earlier one of the questions was about meeting certain standards, and you didn't think it was necessary to meet all the standards, correct?
No, what I said is some clients care about getting a certification plaque or certificate and following the LEED guidelines, and others care about the performance of the buildings. They want to save energy, they want to save and understand the life cycle costs. Rutgers, CI&J understand those life cycle costs, and that's part of the LEED process. So we're not actually doing the paperwork, but we are implementing a lot of sustainable design concepts into this building.
Okay. And what is your track record of completing a project within the original budget?
It's very good. I would say most of our projects are within 2 to 3% of the overall budget.
Okay. And what is your fee for this project?
That's not relevant.
Oh, it's not relevant at all?
Not relevant for this application.
Okay, gotcha, no problem. And how many architects from your firm will be working on this project?
Right now, we have a team of about 35 or 40 architects and engineers working on the project.
You said 35 or 40?
Mm-hmm.
And do you expect that number to increase?
It will increase about 20% during the construction document phase.
Okay. And what means will you use to collect information about the needs of the client?
We've gone through extensive user group meetings and programming meetings with all of the departments of the CI&J, also with hospital operations, up to 6 interviews per department, over 60 interviews to date, all done during COVID online.
Okay. And what are the steps in the design process, and like how do you organize them?
Hey, just to jump in, that's just your 1 minute warning. That's all. Let's continue.
The design process starts with programming, and then we call schematic design, which is about 15% of the work, and then design development and construction documents bidding and construction administration. Each of those phases, the design takes about 1.5 years, and the construction for a complex building like this takes about 3 to 3.5 years. So we're involved from sort of conception all the way to completion.
Okay. And what criteria will be used to establish priorities and make design decisions?
We have a steering committee, which is a combination of Rutgers and DevCo and the Cancer Institute in New Jersey. And we have an approval process at the departmental level. Those are signed off, they're presented to the steering committee, and we meet with the steering committee.
Okay. And do you have experience with green or sustainable design?
Yes.
How much experience?
Our firm, HOK, of which I'm a principal of and on the board of directors and chair of the design board, has won more AIA Committee on the Environment Awards than any other large firm.
Okay, and I believe it was asked before, but I would like a little clarification. How disruptive is this construction going to be for the neighborhood?
I don't think it will be disruptive at all. I think there are much tighter sites in New York City and other major urban areas. And there's been construction in New Brunswick on very tight sites. And the site will have on-time demand for delivery of construction materials, and it will all be controlled by the contractor.
Okay, and did you listen to Mr. Roach's testimony before?
I did.
Okay, because there was a lot of concern raised about the disruptiveness of this project. So did you hear the public comments? Did you take those into consideration?
Time.
I got the question. You should answer.
Answer.
I think, there is construction in urban areas throughout the entire country. It's been done in New Brunswick. it's reasonable to expect that every contractor understands requirements for decibel levels, for airborne pollution, for congestion around the site. It can be all very carefully managed and controlled.
All right. Next up is her first name, but last name Mers.
Yes, I'm here. I'm
All
here.
right. The floor is yours, Mers.
Thank you. So you said that you had experience with green design and that the building was going to be environmentally friendly. Are you planning to use low carbon concrete? You mentioned a lot of concrete was going to be used in the construction. Low carbon concrete is better for the environment than regular concrete.
We're working on our specifications now. Our goal is to incorporate into our specifications as many of these specification items as possible for the recycled content of the steel, the amount of fly ash in the concrete. We're going to have to work with our concrete suppliers to limit the amount of fly ash. And so we're going to be going through all the materials in the building as we prepare our specifications from the CP.
When will those specifications be available to the public for us to determine whether or not you're using low carbon concrete?
I don't know if there's a requirement for it to be made public, frankly.
So the building uses a lot of glass. It has a very large glass facade. Is that glass energy efficient windows?
Yes, it's all double pane glass with a low E coating on the second surface. It's insulated glass. And then it will have a bird-friendly crit either on the first or the second surface.
Okay. You had mentioned the air filtration system within the building. Obviously, you've got like a large atrium there. Cancer patients have significant health concerns. Their immune systems are very low. Will you have air filtration systems such that can withstand COVID? So HEPA filters, that kind of air filtration to protect the patient's health.
We will have HEPA filters. I'm not a mechanical engineer. I can't tell you precisely what everything is in the mechanical equipment, but we will have HEPA filters, and the atrium itself will basically have an exhaust system with air intake at the lower levels, and in the event that anything needs to be purged to the atrium.
Okay. You had mentioned that there were pedestrian walkways. What floor does the pedestrian walkway attach to from the parking garage to the building, to the pavilion?
The second floor.
And will that be ADA compliant?
Yes.
Okay. What's the entryway like of those? Are those going to be automatic doors from the entryways, or are those going to be push bar?
They'll be automatic. They'll be handicapped and ADA accessible.
Okay.
They'll either be sliding or they'll be double opening doors.
Okay. And you had mentioned 4-person elevators in the pavilion. Those 4-person elevators, are those large enough to encompass hospital beds as well, or wheelchairs, or is that 4 standing units?
No. I said 4 passenger elevators.
Okay.
All the elevators can handle ADA, people in wheelchairs and then stretchers. The service elevators, they're even larger on the service side behind the passenger elevators. So they're all, they can all be used for beds.
Okay. So you said that you were had a good track record for bringing projects in around proper budget. Does that include bringing projects in and having projects completed in the time allotted as well?
Yes. Time is money. So anytime we can save in general conditions and overhead costs, it's in everybody's interest to stick to the original schedule. And in many projects, we fast track that construction so we stay on schedule.
Okay. What is the projected timeline for this building? If you break ground in early 2021 as hoped, what would be the projected completion date?
3.5 years later, the summer of 2024.
Okay. Right. And has your firm been approached about building or designing a new school to replace the Lincoln Annex School?
No.
Okay. All right. Those are all my questions. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next up is Ms. Danielle Moore. If I can find her on here. There she is. Ms. Moore.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Yes.
You're
Please
on.
explain this. I know you wouldn't answer, but please tell me that you did say after this one that the meeting would be continued in 2 weeks, or is this meeting going to go all the way to the end? Because people do have to go to work and go to school in the morning.
Right now, we're continuing with this meeting, so if you have questions for the architect, please ask them now.
So you're going to continue with the traffic safety and then the public meeting as well?
We're continuing right now with this witness, so if you have questions, please ask them now.
So would you please, so I know after I want to know, so after I get finished with this, what is the meeting going to be continued or to hang up, and what is it going to continue until 2 weeks, like you said?
There's another witness that is going to be called tonight, but right now there's questions for the architect only.
I know what it is. Like, it is, please, I'm trying to stay calm with you because I just don't appreciate how the way you really talk things instead of just answering my question. You said that this meeting was going to continue to the next meeting in 2 weeks. Did you not say that?
Ms. Moore, I'm not trying to be difficult at all. I said to you, the questions right now are for the architect. There is another witness tonight that is going to be heard. He is the traffic expert. And then the meeting will continue. I don't have a date. I did not say it was not me who said that, but the meeting, there will be a continuation
I know
of this
good and
meeting.
well you said it.
Madam Chair,
Because you said when the man gets the paperwork, he'll have a chance to investigate it, go over everything, and then it will continue in next 2 weeks.
Ms. Moore, you might want
Mr.
to
Icon?
questions of this architect, but it was me who suggested to the board that the applicant's attorney would have an opportunity to determine whether he wanted the application or not. We're trying to get 2 witnesses in, and I think we've spent much time going over the same question.
Well, good. Maybe if someone would just go ahead and explain the whole thing full detail. Will you keep changing it, saying that, okay, you're going to go through, but that wasn't what Mr. Sephora Ludwig said.
Yes, Ms. Socorro Ludwig said exactly the same thing that I've just said, that this witness is going on, then the next witness is going on after that, and public cross-examination will be had of both witnesses. That's what's been said. After that, Mr. Liebling, the board's attorney, will have an opportunity to make a decision as to whether he wants to carry this to the next meeting. So,
well, see, that wasn't she said. That was what she said. It was going to continue to next meeting.
Sure, Ms.
But okay, I will move along now. For people who really wanted to know the cost of this project, it was listed at $750 million to do this project.
Moore, do you have any questions for the witness, the architect?
Oh, yes, I will get to it. Please let me start the way I want, and I will get to my questions to the architect. Thank you. Now, I would like to ask you, would this cost have been cheaper if it wasn't for the glass windows, these beautiful glass windows? Would this project have been much cheaper?
No. You need windows, and actually the windows are not the expensive part of the build.
Because really, the way I look at the way this is built, doesn't look nothing like a cancer center. It looks like more. This is about beauty. Because that doesn't even look like a house, nowhere near hospital. Where a hospital doesn't have windows like that. I say this was just more about beauty than anything. Making Rutgers and Robert Wood Johnson look good throughout the state of New Jersey. Being the biggest cancer place throughout New Jersey.
Madam Chair, I'm struggling to connect this question, these comments to Mr. Drucker's testimony.
Yes,
Yeah,
do you have any questions for the architect?
He answered my question. I asked would it have been cheaper, which he answered my question.
Right, Ms. Moore, we
And so-
heard that. Do you have any other questions for the architect?
Yes, I do. Like I said, I don't know why you guys always do this to me. How you would answer the question that I asked you wouldn't let me answer. Then, wow, someone else asked the question, you answer. Out of this whole building, where there be a place in the building for education for the students?
Yes, there will be a place for every patient in this building, regardless if they're inpatient or outpatient, plus visitors and their family.
Well, my concern is where I'm wondering how much of this would be where the like
1 minute warning, Danielle. 1 minute warning.
Would it be a school, like a big class school inside, to where the county is putting $25 million, where they said for Middlesex Voltech, I believe, or one of the Middlesex County schools, that they will be learning in there. So I'm wondering, what are there going to be classrooms in there to make sure, or can you explain how that would be?
On the ground floor, there's a conference center for education based on the research that's happening within the building itself. So there's an opportunity potentially for that space to be opened up at the request of the community to outside organizations to be coordinated with CI&J and directors.
Be able to say between Rutgers students and Middlesex Voltech, how many students will be included in this?
No students are currently included from the K through 12 level or at the collegiate level within this building.
Well, like I said, the county said they donated $25 million, so the kids can go to school as well, learning in the cancer center.
Thank you, Ms. Moore.
Thank you. Next up is Peterson.
Hi.
You're on.
Just real quick for the board, who can we ask for the cost of this project? I have questions for the architect, but real quick, who can we ask for the cost?
Mr. Leaflet can put on the witnesses that he believes will make out the case. If he does not put on a witness that answers a certain question that you would like to have him answer, or that you'd like the applicant to answer, you can certainly highlight that in your summation or the public portion.
Well, I think everybody wants to know the cost. I mean, that's what we're looking.
But Mr. Liebling, as the applicant's attorney, has not only responsibility, but he bears the burden of proof. At least the applicant does. So those witnesses put something, they can't answer a specific question that you have, you can certainly comment on it, but he's got to make out his case.
So can the attorney tell us the cost now or at a later date through bureaucracy?
Do you have any questions for the architect?
Yeah.
Questions. Everybody wants this question answered though. It's a reoccurring theme here.
I think the attorney addressed this before. They're not answering that question. And if you have any other questions for the architect, please ask them now.
I mean, it's pretty relevant, but Mr. Drucker, in terms of the walkway, have you considered adverse wind conditions that might be taken into account, like if it could damage the walkway at any point?
I think it will be structurally sufficient and sound, so it wouldn't be disturbed by any wind conditions. We will be doing wind studies for the entire building but I don't believe that walkways will be impacted by anything. We do wind studies so that we can understand air entrenchment to make sure there's adequate separation between the intakes and the outtakes of the building, and also just to study the pressures of the wind against the exterior walls.
Okay. In terms of fire safety, what reactionary and preventative systems will you put in place?
There'll be sprinklers throughout the building, and there'll be carbon dioxide.
I'm sorry. I froze. I'm sorry.
There'll be smoke detectors, carbon dioxide monitors. There'll be life safety systems. There's air exiting, and the building will be completely sprinkled.
Awesome. In terms of workers actually building the building, what protections will you give to them, or can you guarantee in terms of COVID?
That's really means and methods are part of the contractor's responsibility. But there are OSHA requirements for building the building, and there are other DEP requirements and New Jersey state requirements. But it's really the contractor's responsibility to control the site during construction.
All right, no problem. On average, how wide are the hallways going to be?
The hallways or the walkways?
Hallways, please.
Now the hallways are 8 feet wide typically, depending on the floor.
Okay. Before you said about timetable. You said if you fall behind, you can fast track construction. What does that mean?
It means that we begin to release packages, early packages. So perhaps you could basically purchase the steel and exterior wall quickly. You could start the foundations sooner than when the documents are complete. It's called fast track construction, where you have multiple bid packages that allows you to accelerate construction.
So, just so I understand, when you say multiple bid packages, you mean you're bidding on like through distributors?
No. There's a general contractor who will be hired for the project, and then they will basically package smaller packages of drawings to subcontractors. So the sooner they can get those drawings out to those subcontractors, the sooner they can start the early work, the demolition, the foundations. It usually takes some time to get down into the ground and then back out of the ground, usually about 6 months. So sometimes we release that package earlier so they can start that work earlier.
Gotcha. And if your child's school was destroyed to expand a hospital, would you be okay with that?
I'll object the same way I did the last time Mr. Peterson asked a similar question. It's not relevant.
Awesome. Can you tell me the cost of the building, please?
The cost of the building is well publicized. It's not relevant to a site plan application.
Well, if it's well, tell me.
I said it's not relevant to a site plan application. We have no requirement to make it part of the record.
Well, I mean, as a taxpayer, I feel like it's required.
That's
Do you have any other questions for the architect?
Well, usually architects answer this question, but I yield my time. Thank you.
Okay. Next is Brian Rack.
Yeah, I'm still here.
All right.
Can you hear me?
Yes,
Okay.
your 5 minutes are up, or starting, rather.
Sure. I've never really gotten to look at a architectural plan like this. Is it normal to have a loading dock for a hospital on a different building than the hospital itself? I can't say I've ever seen something like that before.
It's normal to have loading. It's normal to have parking. It just happens to be on the site to the north of this particular site plan application.
Okay.
Maybe you can clarify, Mr. Drucker, that it's connected to the, it's connected below grade.
Yeah, I just don't see it anywhere on the plans. I've been scrolling through them all the last 5 hours, and I haven't seen anything on it. But
that's why it's a condition. That's why it's a condition of the approval of this building.
The connection will be near the kitchen in the basement plan.
Okay.
And there'll be circulation from the loading dock to the passenger and staff elevators to the west of the atrium. And there'll be a pathway that connects the loading dock, the load ramp underneath the north access drive.
Okay.
To the future loading dock on the site to the north to our vertical circulation core.
Okay. Do you have any sort of insight on what kind of trees are going to survive on a rooftop 8 stories in the air? Like, I can't imagine that's a native environment to any of the trees.
It is. We provide adequate space for root balls and tie downs while the trees are maturing. We plan on using sedum on the roof and some grass areas and berms, and the trees will be irrigated and they'll be in planters. And there are success stories throughout the region of green roofs. We just completed a project for LG in Inglewood Cliffs that has over 2 acres of green roofs with native species on the green roofs.
Does planting all those trees outweigh the cost of building the building stronger to support all that water and soil and trees?
Well, there's adequate structure capacity to handle the extra weight for the water retention of the grass and trees up on the roofs. We think it's important to create an area of respite for the occupants of the floor and for the floors above, in a place that they can go outdoors and get some fresh air. So, we've done green roofs all over the country, and there are systems in place that are lightweight.
Okay. Is the 8th floor, so is the garden going to have any sort of screening? Like, when I've been on the 8th floor of other buildings in New Brunswick, it's pretty windy and unpleasant there. Is that going to be mitigated by walls or something, or is it just the trees are going to provide enough screening from the wind?
There'll be a parapet on that floor, probably about 4 feet high to block the wind for the people on the terrace.
Okay. I noticed on the basement you have male and female changing rooms. Do you have any plans to introduce other rooms for people that don't identify as either male or female?
Yes, there'll be gender neutral facilities throughout the entire project.
Okay, I just don't see them on the plans, so. I mean, maybe they're called
They
something.
might be identified on the plans as family restrooms, which can also be labeled gender neutral restrooms.
Oh, okay. What's the image recovery room on the, I think it's the 3rd floor?
That's a medical programming question. I don't have that plan in front of me.
I mean, okay, I thought it was part of the plan, but I guess I'll move on. Is there going to be any impact on the surrounding residential buildings from the constructing an 11-story building there? Are they going to get hotter because of heat island effects?
I don't anticipate any heat island effect. If you look at the existing building site, it's really a building with a sea of asphalt around it. And we work really hard to make sure that there's a nice soft edge around the base of the building with our tree planting. We're exploring using bioswales and other green areas in the grass areas adjacent to the sidewalks. And with the green roofs, we think we're reducing the amount of heat island effect. We'll also be using a light colored rubber membrane roof that will reflect the sun and not absorb the heat.
Okay. Is the building taking advantage of any of the state clean energy programs? I mean, they seem to offer millions of dollars rebates to commercial buildings that build energy efficiently, but I know you said it wasn't going to be LEED certified.
No, but we'll still be going after as many opportunities as we can to get rebates from ES&G and from the state of New Jersey.
Okay. Is there any plans for solar panels on the roof? I know you said it was going to be white, but is that a missed opportunity there?
And there's not that much surface area for photovoltaics. If you look at the mechanical space on the top of the building, there's air handling equipment, and basically have to keep that all screened. Typically, once again, the project we just completed in northern New Jersey, we generated about 30% of the energy with photovoltaics. But in this particular project, unless we integrate it vertically into the glass walls, we're not going to generate enough energy. make it worthwhile.
Okay, thanks for your time this morning. I think that's all I had for now.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Rock. Believe next is Rubens.
Hi, good morning, everybody. So I was just wondering, between displacing a fully functioning public school, all the workarounds you have to do for the sunlight that the structure will be blocking, and the traffic concerns folks brought up, it seems like this is a pretty challenging, inconvenient site on which to build. And you mentioned that other sites were being scouted.
This is Charles Liebling, attorney for the applicant. This is the site that is the subject of the redevelopment plan that the city selected for the development of this project. And we are responding to that, to the adoption of that plan by programming a new building on this site.
Hi, sorry, laptop died. I'm on a new one. I would like to finish my question, please. So, considering the challenges that this site presents, what were the challenges presented by those other sites that were scouted? And why were they so severe to necessitate building on this particular site?
This application is about this site.
Correct. I'm asking about this site, why this site had to be chosen.
It's not relevant because
I disagree.
they're not the subject of this application.
Are you being purposefully obtuse right now? It's very clearly relevant.
No, there are millions of sites in on the planet for a building. This is the one that the city council selected for this use.
Correct. I'm asking why.
I don't know why. You'll have to ask the city council.
You don't know why? Are people usually this detached from the process of a building that they're directly involved in? I'm very confused right now.
It's not a matter for this board.
Yeah, I asked a question. It wasn't answered. I guess it's not going to be answered. Thank you for your time. We'll be here all night if we have to.
Okay. All right. Next is Linda Stork. There. Linda?
Hi. Yes.
So you're on.
Okay. All right. I have several questions here for the architect. I'm going to start with this whole question about it not being LEED certified because that wasn't important to the I mean, because it could have been in the specifications that they wanted it LEED certified, but what I gathered was that it was just more concerned with the performance than with actually getting all the paperwork filed. And you said that you do in fact a lot of this I can't read my own notes. Substantive. It's getting really late or early or something. The design features, that a lot of the design features that would be for LEED certification are in fact included, but not apparently all of them. I mean, it's hard for me to believe if it really all of them were included, it seems it would be worth filing the paperwork to get the certification.
Do you have a question?
Nope.
Ms. Stork?
That was the question. So is it in fact that not enough of them are included?
No,
Some of them are included?
Let me answer your
Or is it
question.
in fact just the paperwork question?
We have many clients who are emotionally attached to doing sustainable architecture for the purpose of doing sustainable architecture. We have other clients like developers who want a plaque on their wall so they can market their space as a LEED certified space. If you look at the major components of LEED certification, it deals with water, it deals with energy, it deals with reuse of construction materials, it deals with the materials of the building, it deals with access to mass transit and bike racks and other amenities that you get points for based on investments you put in the building. Every client is interested in the savings and life cycle costs. We do the cost analysis of what goes into our buildings. And if you look at the list that's on LEED and you look at the prerequisites in each of these different categories, all of our projects incorporate them. It's just an administrative issue in terms of doing the LEED certification. LEED is about raising everybody's awareness about sustainability as much as it is about tracking that sustainability. So there are social aspects in sustainability, there are environmental aspects, there are ecological aspects, and there are cost aspects. And we balance that out to provide a sustainable project, and we've done that on this project. The energy performance will be excellent. We will save energy on this project. Water and impact of the storm sewers, as Chris described, will be reduced by reducing the amount of asphalt on this site. In terms of water and clean air, there will be HEPA filters, there'll be filtration systems for fresh air. And in terms of access for daylight, we're providing what we call daylight harvesting, so we can bounce light deep into the spaces. So we're following all the principles of LEED. We're just not filling out the paperwork for LEED.
I know that's what seems strange to me. If really all the principles are followed, it would seem like it would be worth it to fill out the paperwork and get the. Are there certain things that would not qualify?
No.
No. Yeah, that doesn't really make sense to me. And when you're thinking about, notice you compare the asphalt to what's there now, so there would be less. So that's a good thing. There'd be more permeable surface area.
Correct.
Yes, that's a good thing. But then you don't want to compare the fact that there's all those solar panels now that won't be there.
They'll be reused.
So that's a negative. That that goes that goes the other way. So yeah, I mean, it just seems like you're going to talk about compare one to what's there now. You should compare that also. And as well, the HVAC, when you were talking about how it has to be such a high quality, because obviously the patients are very vulnerable, and I agree certainly, but also it's kind of ironic because the school we're losing has a good new HVAC system that the taxpayers put in there 4 years ago, and our kids are still going to old schools with horrible ventilation systems. But the one that has a good ventilation system is being torn down. Build a hospital.
Do you have a question, Ms. Ford?
1 minute warning.
I do. Okay, my next question is about the relative small size of the lab area that you referred to. When you were planning that, and did you know that that high school and college students would be coming there to classes? That's what we were told. High school and college classes are coming to use that lab. They put that $25 million in from the county VOTEC system instead of building a lab on their campus so that their students could come there.
Ken, are you familiar with the county grant?
No, I'm not.
Yeah, I didn't think so. I could tell by your earlier question. Yeah, that's. If you can't answer the question, then I would just say that.
You have another question?
Well, he designed it. If he wasn't told that what he was, that should have been in the specifications. It seems to me.
The programming of the building as is can accommodate the programming that these county students will need. That's my understanding of this. No specific design for them is necessary.
Well, it just seems like it would need to be a little bigger, but okay. So my other question is about the when you were picking the terracotta, did you consider ultra high performance, ultra high? Well, I wasn't.
Your time is up, Ms. Stark.
No, I was ultra high performance concrete. Did you consider that as opposed to the terracotta facade?
No.
And do we have?
Yes. So our last speaker is Mr. Torbus, if he's still on. Yes, he is.
Yeah, I'm here.
Floor is yours.
Oh, hi, Mr. Drucker. Nice to meet you. Sorry it's under such circumstances. the design aesthetics of the building, obviously you considered the geometry of the space. You talked about it being a major landmark. Are there any other significant things or dimensions that you considered with respect to the how the building fit into the neighborhood?
Well, the large floor plates allows for an operational efficiency of the building. We think that the atrium becomes an amenity that can be seen from Somerset that creates a beacon for healing for people to come inside the building. We're providing retail at the perimeter of the building that will be accessible to both people within the building and people outside the building to promote some activity along the sidewalks. We provided for the walkways, provide for a safe connection at the second floor between the garage and the pavilion and the pavilion and the hospital and the cancer institute. And I think that the setbacks diminish the scale of the program of the building by stepping the building back at multiple floors.
Sure. So you didn't consider the history of the site. I mean, this used to be a Catholic high school for many years. The history of the site was not considered in the physical design?
No, it was not.
Okay. Going back to the walkways, is there going to be, or is there, was the design taken into consideration for people accessing the bridge from the street level in order to cross the street, or if someone wanted to get from, the sidewalk on one side to the second floor on the other side, was that considered? Is there going to be a convenient way to do that?
No, you'll have to enter the buildings in a secure environment and then walk through the secure buildings. There was a desire to have people come up from one sidewalk, cross over the bridge, and come down to another sidewalk.
Okay, that makes sense because of the security issue, right? So yeah, I had a question about the below grade passageway, but I think Linda went into that, or Lindy did that. But there is a passageway. Is that going to be for freight only, the passageway between the other site and this site?
Yes, it's really a service access below grade.
Okay.
There'll be no patients or staff.
I'm sorry?
There'll be no patients or staff.
Right, okay. And just one other thing about the LEED certification, I think you did answer this. If the paperwork was filed, do you believe that the building would qualify?
Yes.
Okay. Sorry, excuse me. Oh, okay. About the areas of the building where radiation is going to be performed, I know you mentioned that the weight of the machines was a consideration, but how about the the protection from radiation, from radiation escaping from the machines? Do you have specs on what type of equipment will be used and what the radiation protection requirements are?
Yes, we do. That's in our specifications. All the equipment will be shielded with concrete and lead, so no radiation will escape those floors.
So that's done on the entire floor as a unit?
Not the entire floor, but around each of the units, each of the LINAC units that will be on that floor.
So basically, you just set up the space to be secure, and then whatever equipment goes in there, you expect to be shielded?
Correct.
Okay. You talked about the height that was available was 225 feet, and this building is 218, I believe you said. And then with the setbacks, obviously the volume, you're not using the full volume of the building. Was the aesthetic component and the desire for the light on the upper floors, internal to the floors, was that the only consideration, or was there any other considerations with respect to only using a portion of the volume that was available?
Well, bed towers, the bed floors where the 96 beds are typically narrower than diagnostic floors. So those diagnostic floors are, 50, 60,000 square feet. You want large floor plates. You don't need such large floor plates. You can have skinnier floor plates for the bed tower itself. So it nested nicely on top of the plinth below, if you will, and we created those setbacks as a result.
Okay. Do you know what the percentage is that you used versus what was available, or how much was left over?
If you extruded a volume around the perimeter of the site, 225 feet tall, I don't have the mathematical calculation, but if you just extrude, about 50,000 square feet vertically over 11 floors, you'd be at 550, 600,000 square feet. And we're close to that number with the setback. So I think it might be you could have created a 100 to 200,000 square foot larger building if one wanted to.
Mm-hmm.
If you filled that volume, you extruded that footprint all the way up to the height limit.
Okay. So there was another 100 to 200,000 cubic feet that was available, right?
That was just calculation off the top of my head.
Well, yeah, I'm not going to hold you to the number, obviously. Yeah. And just to revisit, I guess this was answered too by Lindy was very thorough. This idea of the county college having facilities in the building. So when you say there's a public space conference center, you called it, are there actual classrooms there, and in addition to laboratories, or rooms that could be converted to classrooms?
I assume the conference rooms could be converted to classrooms, but there are no specific classrooms.
Okay. Well, thank you. It's actually a nice building. You did a great job. It's just a shame it's going to be a monument to this racist gentrification that's happening. I'm very sorry for that part of it. Thank you.
Dan, do we have any other public comment on our list? Dan?
Didn't realize I was muted. I apologize. Yeah, we have no more speakers to cross-examine the architect. If the board and the members, Juan and Chuck wants, we can proceed to the last expert.
Last expert.
Madam Chair, with your permission, we would wait until our next meeting to call that next witness in order, just given the hour. If that's
okay.
if that's obviously up to you. We'll do whatever you suggest.
No, upon your preference, we're definitely able to do that. We can continue this to the next meeting, and you will work out the date, Dan.
Yes,
with the
I will. It sounds like it's probably going to be the next regular meeting. We'll try to sort something out.
But we need to announce it.
Yes.
Yeah, we do need to announce it. So Dan, we need to make sure that that date is announced today, and that this would serve as the public announcement. We'd also have to indicate that the call-in information will be available, and if you could give the web address for the city, so that members of the public would be on notice and be able to join the meeting at the next scheduled date.
Sure. So I think, you can all correct me if I'm wrong or give me different thoughts. I think the most prudent thing is in 3 weeks, we have the regular scheduled meeting and we reconvene for that meeting. Unless otherwise.
I'm fine with that. I'm fine with that, Mr. Liebling.
Let me just clear. I thought we had. I thought there was a meeting on the 9th.
There is. It's in 3 weeks.
Okay, I'm
That's
just trying.
slated for the.
Okay, so let's use calendar dates. So you're talking about continuing this on the 9th.
Yes.
Okay. On November 9th. Okay, same time, 7 p.m. Yeah, you should make the announcement, not me.
Right. I wanted to float it if anybody thought maybe we should start at 6 if that's viable or something. Don't just putting it out there.
We'd have to leave it at 7 o'clock.
You would have to leave it at 7? Okay, then just regular scheduled meeting. And that's that. And we'll finish it off then.
Okay, could you just please state the date?
Yes.
Just state the time and date.
We will finish this meeting at 7 p.m. on November 9th It will have the same call-in numbers. You can find the information on cityofnewbrunswick.org's website, which is the cityofnewbrunswick.org. And our documents will be available as they were at cityofnewbrunswick.org/planning board documents.
And this will be a continuation. We will pick up with the first witness for the last witness for the applicant, correct?
Correct. Thank you.
That's correct. And Madam Chair, if I can make sure that the record is clear on this. The members of the public in attendance, this will serve as your notice that the meeting will be continued to the next regularly scheduled planning board meeting, November the 9th, beginning at 7 p.m. At the conclusion of this application, there will be no further notice given to the public. The applicant is not going to be required to publish or notice to the public. The call-in information will remain the same, but will also be available on the New Brunswick website. And Dan, if you could just give the New Brunswick website address, please.
Again, that's cityofnewbrunswick.org, cityofnewbrunswick.org.
And any questions regarding application materials, Dan, if you could just give out the number for the planning office.
732-745-5050.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Thank you all for your patience and your presentation. And for the most part, everybody was professional and polite tonight. So I thank all of you who participated from the public as well. And we will reconvene on November 9th. And is there a motion to adjourn?
Don't we have to do the regular, hold on, don't we have to do the regular public comment?
We need to do a regular public comment.
Even if we're continuing?
Yeah, the meeting itself has a public comment component.
Okay.
Not necessarily with this application, but any members of the public that wish to comment about anything in general.
So, right. So,
okay, very good. I apologize. I apologize. So let's go.
It's okay. So again, we'll open the meeting to public comment for anyone who would wish to make general public comments. You'll have 5 minutes per person, and I will begin the unmuting process, and then we will register everyone by name A to Z. So I'm beginning to unmute, and I'm just making sure that there's nobody here who. All right, I believe that's everyone. So let's we're opening it to public comment, and we'll start with registration with the letter A, B.
Oh wait, I have two.
Gentleman Bourget.
Bourget.
Hello, you skipped over A.
I said A. It's just, you know, the internet's very finicky. So A, what last name?
Ahmed, A-H-M-E-D.
A-H-M-E-D, Ahmed. Okay. C. D. E. F. G. H.
Christian.
For Christian, is that for G?
Yes.
Christian, what's your last name?
I'm sorry, my bad. Excuse me, I was waiting for J. My bad. Excuse me.
For J? Okay. So G H.
Sure, I'll go. Ready?
Okay.
Perhaps I was a bit unfair earlier. Actually, I'm impressed you guys had enough sense to end the meeting when you did. That said, if it isn't...
Is anyone else for H?
I thought it was a go.
I
guess just ignore me then.
J, we're still taking the list.
Oh, I thought.
J.
Christian.
Last name?
Gonzalez.
Okay. K.
Charlie Cradaville.
Okay, noted. L M.
Danielle.
Yeah.
Okay, sorry, I heard Danielle Moore. There's someone else. Can I get the name of the other person?
Yes. Sorry, I don't know if somebody else.
I feel like people are
Yeah.
still like talking over themselves.
Matthew Mione.
Okay, Mione. Okay.
Okay. And Andres Morera, or Andres Morera.
Morera.
Morera. Yeah.
Okay. All right. N.
Oh, and one more for M. McCaffrey.
McCaffrey. All right.
Lavender.
Not a problem. Noted. N. O. P.
Peterson.
Peterson. Q. R. S.
Rubens.
Rubens. Stork.
Stork.
Got it, Miss Stork. All right.
Tarbus.
Tarbus. U. V. W. X. Y. Z. Is there anyone I missed?
Quick question. Quick question, Mr. Dominguez. Is there going to be another public comment section at the conclusion of the testimony before the vote?
Yes. You mean on November 9th? Yes.
Okay, thank you.
So this is the general public comment. That'll be public comment for the application. All right. So is there anyone that we missed who wants to be on this list of public comment speakers?
Did you miss Hodges?
No, I got you.
Me too. Nishad Dada.
Okay. Anyone else?
Yeah, Ming Jiao.
Ming Jiao. Anyone else? Last call? Seeing none. Last name, Ahmed. You are up.
Hi, good evening. I guess good morning. I don't even know what the heck it is right now. Okay, first of all, I thought there was a thing where it's like you can't like. Why did this meeting not end at 10:30? It's 1 o'clock. I'm sure most of you have jobs. I don't know why anyone would want to stay up this late. This is just ridiculous. Like, this is honestly ridiculous. And I just also think it's ridiculous that literally they've been looking at, this issue that's been going on with the Lincoln Annex School almost for a while now. I don't even remember how many months it's been. And I just think it's still ridiculous that we have to still continue to fight, for this school. I also just don't understand that why these public officials, why you can't say anything about when a replacement school open. Why is it acceptable that we still have to argue about the fact that these kids are being replaced to a warehouse? Why is this acceptable? I'm sorry. Honestly, my thoughts are very scattered right now because I really didn't think I was going to still be here. But I just want to say this is really disappointing. This is extremely disappointing to see that this is, how things are in New Brunswick right now. I'm a Rutgers student. I actually am from South Jersey, but the reason why I'm still here at 1:09 a.m. is because I think what's happening is just wrong and it's absurd, and it's reckless and it's stupid, and just okay. I'm sorry. I just needed 1 second.
Hello, are you still there?
Yeah, I'm still there. Sorry, just 1 second. Yeah. Yeah, no, I honestly, I'm just very extremely upset at everything that I saw tonight. You know, I just also want to just point out, you know, this idea of decorum and respect, you know, that was established at the beginning. I don't know how possibly you'd expect that from the public when, you know, certain people that have spoken today clearly didn't value the same, you know, standard. So that's just also really upsetting. And yeah, that's all I really have to say. I'm here 1 a.m. literally just disgusted by this patriarchal hierarchy that obviously we still continue to instill. So that's all I have to say. Thank you. Have a good night.
Thank you. Bourget.
Hi, yes, I'm here and present.
You may begin whenever you like.
All right, give me my 5 minutes. Well, to begin, I would like to reiterate the points that the previous caller made. I can't believe that we are still here at 1 in the morning. This is unacceptable. I have, though, prepared a whole statement that I was creating throughout the whole night, through the whole meeting. And yes, I've been here through the whole meeting. So, I shall begin now. And in the interest of decorum, my language will be kept civil.
Mr. Boucher, if I could just for one moment, this is Arvin Eitel, the board attorney. Unlike what we've been saying during the entire meeting, that the questioning and comments have to be restricted to just the application and the application site. During the public comment portion, for general public comment, since the applicant's not here, the applicant's witnesses are not here, your comment is limited to any comments but the application. So you ought not to discuss the application.
Oh, well, I've called in twice and I was on the call twice. And both times my questions were deemed inappropriate for the current section. So here we are now.
I know it's no comfort to you to say that you're batting 1,000, but that's.
Oh, I don't care if I am.
Yeah, it's.
I know I'm David versus Goliath.
It's public comment about anything that you'd like to discuss.
Yes, I know.
But the applicant is not here, so the board ought not to hear any public comments.
Oh, yes, I'm quite aware. Oh, I'm quite aware. So, shall I begin? Has this been digging into my 5 minutes, by the way?
Well, you've been going back and forth with him, so you have 3 minutes left.
Cool. Thanks. I'm going to start. The first applicant's comments did nothing to allay fears or confusion. I still fully hold all of my concerns, and they are only increased with the talk of conditional plans of parking decks and power plants. Specifically, is that the power plant is
Mr.
supposed
Boucher,
to power.
the
Yes.
public comment ought to be about anything but the application at this point. That's what the public comment portion of the public meetings are. So you can, if you've got topics that you'd like to discuss, this would be the time to do that.
Well, don't I have the option right now to speak my piece?
About anything that you'd like to discuss, except for the application. That application is not.
Well, I'm confused about the application, frankly, and I called in twice, and my voice was heard twice on this call, and apparently it wasn't the appropriate time. So, sir, when is the appropriate time, if not now?
There will be a public portion after the conclusion of the application.
Is this not the public portion, sir?
Not of the application, it's not. This is the public portion of the meeting. The public
Yes.
portion of the application, the public portion of the application will be heard after the completion of testimony by the applicant.
Well, I thought this was just the general public comment section. Is this not
It is
so?
Yes, it's general public comment, not to be confused.
Well,
with
then this is. Well, then this is what I have to say for the public comment session. Treat it as such, if you will. If you can. I don't know if you can, but I would appreciate it. I've been waiting to say this all night, so.
Aravind, should not the
Cool.
applicant be present to hear this comment? Is
He ought
the
to.
purpose of why we should not be hearing this now.
Yeah.
Excuse me?
It would be unfair to the applicant, and the other members who decided not to stay for public comment. Madam Chair, I leave it to your discretion, but I would advise you that if Mr. Bouget does not have any other public comments, I'd like to have to move on to the next.
What? No, this is my whole public comment. Are you kidding me?
You can make public
my-
comment, sir, but you can make public comment, but it can't pertain to the application we were hearing tonight.
If that application's still pending,
Nothing I can say can pertain to the applications of tonight that were proposed tonight.
Correct. There will be a
Wow,
public
that's
portion. There will be public comment for that after the
Oh,
complete
I see.
application.
For the
is described.
extended nature of this meeting, I see. This meeting was not able to fully conclude. So this is not technically the public comment section? Is that what it is?
I don't know how to explain. Well, it's the general public comment portion of the meeting outside of the application. This is for general
Well, wait,
questions.
so is this the public comment section right now, or is it not?
Minute warning.
yeah, Mr. Bouget,
Aravind, I don't know how else to explain this.
yeah,
1 minute warning? I still have questions.
Can I try this? I apologize. Let me try to interject.
I think Mr. Bouget understands. I think he's just prolonging this. I hope that,
I'll give him the benefit of the doubt and try to actually explain this. So we are in the general public comment portion of the meeting.
Yes, I thought as such, and I'm trying to speak my piece as
right. The hearings themselves have, for each application, their own public comment portion. But since we have not concluded that portion, we have not concluded that hearing entirely, that public comment period hasn't happened yet. And if you were to comment during this public comment period on things regarding that application, you're essentially continuing the meeting in some regard and making statements in front of the board without the
Well,
present.
Sir, I was not. I was just trying to speak my general piece.
I understand, but you can say your piece, but you can't because we haven't concluded that business. It cannot include.
I can't speak my piece?
I'm starting your timer again. You have 56 seconds.
I cannot speak my piece.
You can keep saying that for the next 48 seconds.
Then what am I allowed to speak on?
41 seconds.
I have a whole script prepared, but I guess I can't speak from that. I would like to speak to the general insanity of this whole plan, of the power plan, of the parking deck, of the whole demolition plan for the Lincoln Annex School. This is all insanity. And I'd like to know, I would like to let the city council know that you all sound like super villains. I would like you to know that.
All right, he's muted. I muted him.
Connect him, thank you.
We're all right. Next speaker is Dada. You have 5 minutes.
I just want to ask if it is, I'm not a lawyer, so I don't know if it's ethical, if it's legal to have a meeting like this go on so long, but I want to know if everyone involved thinks that it's ethical.
Mr. Dada, this is your opportunity to make public comments. If you'd like to make any
All right, I yield my time. Thanks.
All right. Hodges.
Fucked up.
Hodges? Okay. Christian Gonzalez.
Here, present. I just wanted to just voice my opposition on the whole plan to demolish Lincoln Annex, and I'm gonna pass the rest of my time to Mr. Blaine Araceli.
Okay.
Yeah,
I think Hodges can unmute themselves, so hold on. Hodges. I've unmuted you. You have your 5 minutes.
Oh, sorry, I was speaking to someone. But anyway, I'm actually going to give you some charitable comments about ending the meeting when you did not actually pushing for a vote. I was even going to apologize for my harsh language earlier, but you kind of ruined that and ruined any goodwill when you shut down that guy earlier. So instead, let's just talk about you. Now, let's be honest. I will be civil, but I will not be pleasant with this. Let's be honest. Maybe some of you will surprise me on this, but none of you actually care about the well-being of the patients or the students or the citizens of New Brunswick or the law or any of that. But I can imagine you care about one thing, and that's your careers. So here's the thing. The election is going to be in 2 weeks, and if I may ask, how many of you are your positions elected? Are your boss's positions elected? If the answer to any of those is yes, then you should be wary because generally in local elections, it's determined by those who have a lot of determination, and there's a lot of people who really don't like you, so I hope you have some sort of plan to suddenly get yourself in the good graces of the public in the course of a few days. Just gonna remind you of that. Well, I guess that's all for now. Have a very lovely evening.
All right, Ming Jai.
Yeah, it's Ming Jiao. Right. Wow. It's laughable. Anyway, okay. The whole framework we're working with, and it's a the application, whatever, a testament to man's arrogance. Ridiculous and utterly laughable. I yield my time.
Okay. Mr. Charlie Cradaville.
Good evening, members of the board. I'll be brief. I just want to confirm who was present on the board. So I know that there was a list of people that were conflicted out that was given. But I wanted to know who was and still is present. Mr. Petrolino said he left at some point. Is that correct?
Yes, I jotted down that he left probably about 10:24.
Okay, and Ms. Sikora Ludwig is, of course, running the meeting. I saw Mr. Vickers and Ms. Chako on the call. Who else is on the board and actually present?
Brian Berger and Bob Kartika should still be present. Hopefully they're still present.
I'm here.
I'm also here.
Right.
Okay.
We made it. Well, I just wanted to say that I'm really proud of the people of New Brunswick who spoke up tonight, and I know that this is an unusual situation for all of us with the pandemic and this application. And at the end of the day, I do appreciate the time to be able to question the witnesses. And I think that the more discussion we have about big plans like this, the better. So I thank everyone for their time. Sincerely, members of the board, the professionals, the applicant, their witnesses, and of course, the members of the public. Proud to be a New Brunswicker. Have a good night.
Good night, Charlie. McCaffrey?
Oh yeah, that's me. Yeah, Lavender. I mean, this public comment section has been pretty wild and pretty obscure and just. But I guess like whoever's here, I feel this is relevant. Like regardless of the way you format and segment yourselves in order to obscure public opinion, like not just as government employees, but as human beings, you have the ability to influence each other. So insofar as you are all influential, I ask you to push back on this plan, or at least attempts to get people to choose a different site, because you don't have to facilitate a directly racist act against the people of New Brunswick in order to do what you're posturing falsely is the right thing. It's the wrong thing in every regard, and regardless of whether you're part of the application or the plan or what have you, you have influence. And in order for the world to keep turning, you don't have to commit selfish, unempathetic, dangerous acts.
There we go. All right.
Mr. McCaffrey, this is the public.
Triggered, eh?
To speak about.
Screw you guys. Yeah, good night.
That's probably the third time that Mr. Hodges is inappropriately cut in.
I believe that he's gone, so.
Mr. McCaffrey, this is a public portion for any comments that you may have about anything but the application. So if you wish to make a comment about anything else, you're certainly welcome to do that, but the board ought not to consider, in the absence of the applicant, while it's still considering the application, any testimony or any comments.
Do you have any further public comments?
McCaffrey?
Oh, I thought I got muted. I heard a wild beast. All right. I don't know. Just have no illusions, I guess. In the long run, doing the wrong thing does not work. This is not going to work. You have influence. This is not going to work. Doesn't matter how much you say you're not the applicant or you're not the people like positing this part of the plan. You can talk to the people positing that part of the plan. Like you're not an island.
We can't.
So don't pretend that you don't have anything to do with it.
It's still pending.
All right, I muted him again.
Maybe we ought to go to someone else.
Okay. All right. Next is Mione.
Hello?
Yes, I'm here.
All right. You have 5 minutes.
All right. I think everyone pretty much before me hit the major points about how absurd this is and how you obviously, you members of the board seem like you don't really care about what the public has to say. But I'll keep it brief, mainly towards Bob. And I believe the other lawyer's name was Charlie. I forget, but whoever the other gentleman was, I just can't believe how dismissive and inappropriately you both talk to a number of different women callers in this meeting. It's absolutely absurd, and to be professional, not only this project, but it seems like you have careers. It's pretty ridiculous. And I would say you really should take a look at that and really examine how you allow and have conversations with women in this kind of setting, because it's really, really, really absurd. And it's frankly disgusting. And I mean, it comes to no surprise because you're obviously taking this case and backing this case, which clearly is the wrong thing to do. So on that note, everyone in the public who called in, have a great night.
Okay. Ms. Moore?
Yes, I'm here.
On.
Well, I would just like to say to Mr. Poor Lovewing, wow, what a horrible job you did. Instead of you just answering my question when I asked you about, wow, were you going to continue the meeting? And then how, we're going to do this after you announced it. And then you finally announced that, oh, we're going to continue the meeting in 2 to 3 weeks. Wow, how you waited till everyone hung up and then said, okay, do the public meeting. Wow, that was, like I said, just like you didn't want to hear anybody anymore.
You know, you're making assumptions.
For you to do, I'm talking now. Thank you. This is my time. For you to do the way you do.
Excuse me, if you're going to make a comment, if you're going to make a comment about something I did and you're going to miss,
let me finish my comment before you do. Thank you.
And
Let
you're
me
going-
finish my speech, and then you make your comment against what I say. Like I said, for you to, instead of just answering the question, where a lot of times when wow, something honestly comes up, just go on. Instead of you just, wow, simply all you just had to say, explain that, okay, we were going to continue. How you waited till, okay, we're going to continue. Then people hung up, and then you say public meeting. Because why? You don't want to hear anybody? I can tell you now how it's going. The same way with the board meeting. What, only 5 people there, and what's going to be the same 3 people who vote yes because they don't care. You don't care at all. It's a shame. But one thing, I've been keeping records and making sure I've been putting the planning board. Wow, that was today, right next to 50 Jersey Avenue again. Was that trying to put the school? Wow, how the whole police force, Rutgers ambulance. Wow, you had so many that almost had an overdose. Wow, all on the sidewalk and all. What, 2 times a day? A school is not supposed to go there, and how they lie and say, oh, the city's not going to pay for anything. That's crazy. The city is going to have to come out their pockets. What, more crossing guards, plenty more signs, have police on duty to keep all those people away from over there? What, using drugs, K2, space? What? The police should have been investigated this. And what? They don't care either. Robert Wood Johnson keeps records of how many people they keep picking up next to 50 Jersey Avenue a day. And like I said, the same 3 of you who voted yes the last time, like I said, you don't care about no one else. Only words that come out of your mouth is yes, 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 before you even investigate of what goes on. And it's really shameful to see it. Like I said, wow, did any of you even take the time to see what it's like over there? That is not an area for a school to be. And like I said, believe me, like I said, the Lord lets me see things for a reason. You will regret doing what you will feel the hurt when you see what goes on with having a school over there. You will feel the pain, regretting, just saying yes, and then, it wasn't us, it was the board. No, it passes through you, and then it goes to the board because you vote yes. Like I said, it's very sad to see what goes on. And like I said, wow, like the gentleman said, it is time to vote, get new people, because you 3 surely do not care of what really goes on, safety or not. Thank you.
Dan, I would just like to say, for the record, she misquoted or misconstrued what I said again. Obviously, it was our intention to continue with the last witness and to hear the public portion of that witness as well. And the attorney for the applicant asked us if we could postpone it and continue the hearing. So that is why it was continued. I was not misleading anybody when I said we were going to hear the 3rd testimony tonight. You can go to your next witness, your next public comment.
All right. I believe it was a Mr. Morera.
Yes, hi. Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Okay, so am I to understand that any discussion about Lincoln Annex is not really what you guys want to hear, or, I can't really talk about it? That's
Right,
the
Mr. Morera.
application?
That's correct.
Gotcha.
Mr. Morera, the applicant is no longer here, and just like the board
Sure.
members, to talk about the application in the absence of this public
Sure.
forum, it's inappropriate for us to hear any testimony or comments about the application in the absence of the applicant.
Okay, so I'll save my my statement for the next meeting then, in the interest of actually getting my message across and trying not to. I mean, I don't know, but anyway, but I do want to say, at least in general, that whatever. I mean, however I can appeal to whatever higher ideals that anybody in the board might have about how a democracy is supposed to be. This is not. This kind of I think this is an example of what happens when, I mean, this is a pretty tame example of what happens when people don't have real ability in a community to make meaningful decisions about things that affect them and in their community. And the people and us people that are talking here, this is our only way to really get any sort of input into the decision-making process. And I just hope that you guys are fighting the good fight and trying to change this and trying to make it so that this is a bottom-up approach decision to how cities are managed instead of the way it is now, which is top-down and absolutely terrible for the communities that end up getting displaced and hurt and destroyed. And that's all I really wanted to say right now. Just whatever. I appreciate your time, your patience, and just know that the fact that there was a lot of testiness and intentional time wasting and combativeness on the part of people here. You should expect that when this is the kind of crap that is handed to us people. So, and I don't think anybody here behaved out of line who was talking in that combative and testy way or whatever. Anyways, I'm getting tired. I need to get to sleep and finish up my work here in the lab. But anyways, thank you for your time. Good night.
Peterson?
Yes, I want to start off by thanking all the people who came out tonight. Obviously, you can tell that no one wants this to pass, and you should really consider that.
Mr. Peter,
I understand what you're going to say. We're going to move on. It's just the way you guys conducted yourself is absolutely horrible, horrible. And you should really think about, dig deep, soul search, because this is not how elected officials are supposed to represent the people that vote for them. It's absolutely disgusting. Thank you.
All right. Rubens.
Hello. It's very clear to me, and I think to all of us, that this project has only gotten as far as it has because you don't think anyone's looking. And I hope that this evening has been a wake-up call for you. Nobody buys into your kids versus cancer patients' ridiculous false narrative. And thankfully, I'm speaking, sorry. And no one is intimidated by your very obvious shows of contempt for the people that you're supposed to be serving. This is just the beginning. We'll be back in 3 weeks, and we will very happily keep you up till 3 a.m. next time. Good night.
Stork?
Hi. So now I think is we talk about everything but the application is when I just want to make a plea for and this has always been my thing, like the broader planning issues in New Brunswick, I feel are neglecting the neighborhoods. And I say that as a resident of a neighborhood and a walker. I walk through a lot of neighborhoods and I have friends in a lot of different neighborhoods, and all the focus seems to be on downtown. I want to see us, and you know, it ties in tangentially. I'm not going to speak about the application, but when I'm assuming the reason they're going to make the new school so large is that this really old school that really probably does need to be torn down over here, probably those kids are going to go to it also, which means there will not be a single public school in the 5th and 6th wards. Well, how are you making neighborhoods attractive to families with no schools, public or Catholic schools? I mean, so, you know, I love my neighborhood, but honestly, one of the reasons I moved over here because Lincoln School was so close, and the park, of course. And it's a nice neighborhood, but I feel like we're not planning to build up neighborhoods and a neighborhood kind of city. I feel like people are going along with the big developers and all these guys that don't even live in the city, that just like they want to use New Brunswick for their cash cow and just extract whatever they can out and make a big, beautiful downtown and lots of skyscrapers for, I don't know who to live in. Not the people that are being displaced by some of the projects, that's for sure. And so I just really think that we should, going forward with a plan for development should include the community and should include developing our neighborhoods and making New Brunswick more family-friendly city, and definitely having public schools in the neighborhoods. Like, anybody who's familiar with the neighborhood knows that, you know, Walgreens isn't really in our neighborhood. And the school that, you know, the other school that was in the neighborhood was sold, and now this one was sold, and Lincoln's going to fall down probably before they ever get a chance to sell it. You know, meanwhile, a big abandoned school sits at the end of my street. It's been abandoned. I don't know, it's been abandoned for the 25 years I've lived over on this side of town. And I think it was probably abandoned before then. I don't remember. But, yeah, it just doesn't seem like an efficient use of, and then we're tearing down a school to put something somewhere when we've got a great big giant hole in the ground. And I think that hole is more than 17 feet deep. You wouldn't even need to remediate all kinds of dangerous things underneath the concrete, because they already dug it way down over there, and this big ugly pit just sits in the middle of downtown. But we have to tear down a neighborhood school to build a cancer center.
Ms. Stork, just to
Which
let
is
you
not
know,
a bad thing.
we're at a minute, just letting you know.
Okay. Well, I'm done. I'm really not interested in keeping everybody up. But also, it's not inclusive to participation to have something go so late. Like, if I still worked, I would have had to get off. You know, I'm retired, so I'll just get up later in the morning. But, yeah, this isn't really, I know the parents, you know, had to get off, and some of them had a hard time getting on also. They were texting me, could I ask their question? They couldn't get on, and now I guess they're asleep. So the next time, maybe a less confusing system to get everybody on. That's all. And thank you for all of you that did patiently hear us out to the end.
All right. All right. Corbus?
Yes, I'm here. I guess I struggle sometimes. Well, let me lower my volume. Getting some echo. You know, I struggle sometimes with whether or not you folks don't understand, or you understand and you don't care. I really struggle with that. I don't think you do realize the role you folks are currently playing in this world, in this increasingly dangerous world we live in. We have a political system that is not answerable to the people, that there's folks at all levels that care only about what the folks above them think and never hold the people above them accountable. You know, irrespective of what Title 52, 13D, 16C, paragraph 9 says, it is an absolute insult and a conflict of interest that Bob Smith and Associates is somehow, you know, profiting from this meeting. It's unconscionable, totally unconscionable. Bob Smith controls the entire membership of the planning board in Piscataway and the zoning board and practically the council. And the politics in Piscataway and New Brunswick have been joined at the hip for decades. It's absolutely unconscionable that Bob Smith and Associates is involved in any way, shape, or form with this meeting. And the corruption accepting that is okay, and the corruption that is at this level, at the community level, that prevents the community from engaging meaningfully in any level of government or our entire world. The folks that are here in protecting your careers and just I have no idea what motivates you folks. Just to have your name on it, to be a planning board member or a zoning board member, that's bull. Do you realize what you're doing? You are blocking the grassroots people of this country from getting involved and building a better world. And you're doing it for selfish reasons. There can be no other explanation. I don't know another explanation, right? It's a very dangerous world. And this corruption that starts right here, right in this room, with these kind of decisions is what enables the corruption at the county level. Which enables the corruption at the state level, and it enables the corruption at the national and global levels. And at the global level, you guys are complicit in the dangerous world that we have out there today. It's absolutely disgusting. Good night.
And do we have anybody else?
Can I speak? Hello, can I speak?
Hold on one second, please. Dan?
Dan, I thought Ms. Chacon had indicated that she wanted to speak early on. I didn't see her called.
Well, no, I fell asleep for a second because, you know, I have a job in the morning. But I woke up in time to hear a lot of the comments, and now I'm hoping I can still get my few minutes in at the end.
I'm okay with that. Dan, are you there?
Yeah, Dan, you're
probably.
I didn't know I was muted. I didn't know I was muted. I was trying to see if there's anyone else besides Ms. Ciccone who needed to speak. And
Okay,
then,
that's fine.
then she would be able to speak if there was no one else.
Okay.
It sounds like there is no one else. So, Ms. Ciccone, you have the floor, Ms. Ciccone.
Okay, thank you. I think calling you as public servants, supposedly in service to the people calling in, would maintain this meeting regardless of the fact that the public thought it was way too long. Beyond that, you stymied different people at different times, and then at the end, you wouldn't let them talk anyway, which I don't understand how that's public comment. You kowtow to the applicants, you fawn over their lawyer, you coach them in order to make them do better testimony on their own behalf. If they do a shoddy job, let them. That's their problem. It's not for the board's lawyer to explain to them how better to testify. It's not for the board's lawyer to block the public. The public are in charge of the board. You're city appointees. Why are we less important than you? In fact, we're more important. You wouldn't be there without us. Why is this board doing everything in its power to block what the community actually wants on every level? Not just this project, every project I've ever seen go before the board. How is it possible that you actually think that you're allowing public comment when you shut everyone down all the time? You know, you're doing an appalling job. It's sad and disturbing. You should be ashamed of yourselves, and I hope you are, especially your lawyer, how disturbing he is. I'm really sad to hear that, you know, we all had to stay up till 2 a.m. You could railroad some nonsense that nobody wants. Beyond that, since I'm not going to talk about today's meeting, I'll talk about next meeting. How are you going to railroad a parking deck through that's unattached to anything? How are you going to put through a power thing without actually doing any research? Where's your Section 106 review? How much of this project is being covered by grant funds? How many times I got to ask the same questions about every single project, and yet you still don't know the answers, and you still are surprised when someone comes up with the same question over and over again. How about if everybody does their due diligence from now on? Then I wouldn't have to keep asking the same questions over and over again. Now, I'm really just disgusted with all of you. So disgusted I could spit. You know, I think you should feel ashamed about how you're destroying our city.
had about enough of you people tonight, but I'll be back next time to have yet more of enough of you next time, because the best anyone can do here is shut you down, the same way you try to shut everyone else down. You're disgusting. I hope you can't sleep the rest of the sad, sorry night you cooked up. Good day.
Dan, is there anyone else?
There is no one else.
Can I speak? Is there a motion?
Hi, if I
Would it be
may,
proper now to ask for a motion to adjourn?
Motion to adjourn.
Good night.
I second.
Hi, if I may.
You wanna
I
do a
spoke
roll call?
earlier. I feel like I was rudely spoken out of turn. I feel like my end was perfectly civil, and
Take
I
a
was.
roll call on the
Roll
motion
call,
to
Dan.
adjourn.
Sure. Yalitza Checo,
Yes.
Gail Vickers,
Yes.
Suzanne Sikora Ludwig,
Yes.
Brian Berger,
Yes.
Bob Cardico.
Yes.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you for your patience and your time tonight.
Have a good night.
Good night.
Night.
Right.
I was really spoken out of turn, and I will not stand for it. You will hear about this. This was uncouth